Sigh, I can only do so for now. The God Emperor of Creation was helpless. Their God Alliance was only a loose organization and did not have a very strong binding force on the other God worlds. This time, with the invasion of the foreign gods, the God Alliance's role had greatly increased. This was because only the God Alliance could unite all the powers of God World. Fortunately, God World still quite a distance away from the direction of the invasion of the foreign gods, it should not be affected in the short term. If it was threatened, it meant that this invading world was really very dangerous. At that moment, Lei Lou arrived at the location of the gap in God World. When his soul sensed the edge of the gap, he immediately had a different feeling from the last time. It doesn't seem to be as complicated. Last time, when Lei Lou probed the edge of the gap, he felt that it was particularly complicated, and he had not known where to start. This time, it was different. He felt that it was not complicated at all. Lei Lou's mind jolted, and the power of a sky spirit archmage enveloped the edge of the gap. Using the ability to mend the sky, the spatial structure of the gap immediately began to squirm. Time passed by slowly. The gap in God World was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Only a small hole was left in the huge gap in God World. It was finally going to be completely repaired. Lei Lou was a little amazed. Fortunately, he had the cultivation of a level 60 Sky Spirit Archmage, but he still did not know how long it would take him to repair the gap in this world. It was possible to do it in tens or even hundreds of years. The test of the owner of the devouring treasure box was really not an ordinary test. Another half a day passed. The gap was only the size of a pinhole. Lei Lou was a little expectant. After it was completely repaired, what kind of surprise would the owner of the devouring treasure box bring to him? Boom! As the tiny gap was completely repaired, the entire area suddenly shook. A strange array formation actually lit up, as if it was engraved in the void where the gap had been. As it was repaired, the array formation was activated. A strange halo suddenly formed and started to shrink. Then, it encircled Lei Lou. At the next moment, the halo shook violently and completely disappeared. Lei Lou's figure also disappeared. No one knew where he had been transported to. At the same time, the God Emperor of Creation had already sensed the movement of the gap and flew over. When he saw the gap that had been completely repaired, he revealed a shocked expression. What's going on? Has this gap been repaired? He had only been here 30 years ago and had carefully studied the gap. It was not something he could have solved. Even if he were to level up another level or two, he still might not be able to repair it. Even if he could, it would definitely be an extremely long project. This gap is definitely not something that can be repaired automatically. The spatial core has been destroyed and there is no way for it to repair itself. Could it be that a powerful existence has acted to repair the gap? The God Emperor of Creation pondered in his heart. Thinking about it, there was only a mysterious god that had appeared a few hundred years ago. I really do not know how powerful this existence is. The God Emperor of Creation was extremely astonished. Unfortunately, he did not have the fate to meet him. Lei Lou was transported to a strange space. It was definitely not within God World or any other world. Instead, it was an independent space. It was like a bubble that wandered into the endless void. The entire space was not big. It was completely spherical and had a diameter of 1,000 meters. In this space, there was a strange stone platform floating. When Lei Lou stepped on it, a voice immediately sounded. After becoming my disciple, you must follow the 5 don't principles. Don't meddle in other people's business, don't provoke trouble, don't be greedy, don't show off, and don't believe in women. You must keep a low profile. Lei Lou's expression was a little strange. Just how much had the owner of the devouring treasure box suffered to have such 5 don't principles? Now recite the 5 don't principles loudly. Recite them 10,000 times, and you'll be considered to have passed my disciple acceptance ceremony. That voice sounded again. Lei Luo's expression was strange. Recite the 5 don't principles. He definitely wouldn't. Thus, his consciousness probed everything in the space but found nothing. From this, it could be seen that when the owner of the devouring treasure box set up this space, his strength far surpassed Lei Luo's. System, I want to sign in. Lei Luo's heart moved. In such a situation, the summoning system was the last thing to be used. Soon, the system's notification sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, the world of legacy. In the next moment, the entire space shook, and endless light appeared, finally turning into a strange ball of light in front of Lei Luo. It was as if there was a huge world inside the ball of light. When Lei Luo's consciousness entered, he felt his entire body shake, as if his soul had been absorbed into it. After a long time, Lei Luo withdrew his soul consciousness and opened his eyes, revealing a smile. The inheritance resources left behind by the owner of the devouring treasure box were really huge. However, this inheritance world was very huge, containing layers of powerful restrictions. If he wanted to obtain something, he had to break through layers of restrictions. So this world is called the core world. It was created after the gods refined the world origin stone. Lei Luo suddenly understood. He had obtained a world origin stone before. Although he knew that the stone could turn into a world, he did not know how to use it. Now it seemed that he had to become a god to be able to use the core world created by the world origin stone. For example, the core world of the master of the devouring treasure box was extremely huge. Although it hadn't reached the level of becoming a real world, it looked perfect. Unfortunately, this was someone else's core world. Even if the master of the devouring treasure box died, he wouldn't be able to refine it. He could only use it as a simple world. Lei Luo shook his head. However, he still had the world origin stone. In the future, when he became a god, he would be able to refine it into a core world. Lei Luo stored the light ball in the system space. This was the safest. If he obtained the inheritance of the master of the devouring treasure box, he would be able to store the light ball into his body. However, there was still a risk of exposure. Lei Luo didn't intend to take the devouring treasure box's owner's inheritance. After all, he had his own path to take. Moreover, he felt a little strange that the devouring treasure box's owner's inheritance was biased toward the dragon clan, and required the bloodline of the divine dragon. Perhaps the drop of divine dragon's blood essence left behind by the devouring treasure box's owner was prepared for the later inheritance. As the light sphere disappeared, the stone platform beneath his feet trembled slightly. Light burst out, forming a light vortex. In the next moment, Lei Luo was teleported out and this bubble-like space collapsed, completely disappearing. Lei Luo now appeared at the original location of the gap. Darkwill greets Senior. A voice sounded. Lei Luo had already seen the God Emperor of Creation and nodded slightly. God Emperor of Creation, what's the matter? Thank you, Senior, for repairing the gap, Darkwill said somewhat excitedly. This Senior is really elusive. How did he appear just now? It was nothing, Lei Luo said indifferently. Senior, do you know about the invasion of the gods outside the universe? The God Emperor of Creation suddenly asked. The gods outside the universe? Lei Luo was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation all this time. I did not pay too much attention to the matters of the outside world. What is the situation with the gods in this world? The God Emperor of Creation hurriedly explained the situation in detail. I understand. Lei Luo nodded and didn't say anything more. Then, he floated away. In this world system, there should still be very powerful existences, so it wasn't his turn to worry. He still had to cultivate in seclusion and work hard to increase his strength. This was the foundation of survival. If the invading god world was too powerful, this world wouldn't be able to resist it. He could only run ahead of time. The most important thing was to protect himself. He still approved of the 5 don't principles of the devouring treasure box's owner. The initial god world. This was an extremely powerful god world. It was one of the 8 great god worlds. The initial god world represented the first god world that was born. It was also the most powerful god world. Other than the initial god world, there were 7 other god worlds. The God Alliance was formed from these 8 worlds. At that moment, the initial god world was plunged into panic and flames of war. The foreign god worlds tore a huge hole in the initial god world. Shadows were cast into the initial god world, and countless powerful black-armored gods flew out from the shadows. They were engaged in a terrifying battle with the immortals of the initial god world. At every moment, there were gods and black-armored gods dying. The strange thing was that the dead black-armored gods would be pulled back by a strange force and then condensed again, as if they couldn't be killed at all. On the other hand, once the gods of initial god world fell, they would completely fall. Overlord, the losses are too great. We can't hold on any longer. We have to retreat. A powerful level 16 god had a panicked expression. This foreign god world was simply too terrifying. If it was just powerful, it wouldn't have been so bad. But they had actually grasped a terrifying forbidden spell of rebirth. All the dead black-armored gods were actually able to revive and rejoin the battle. How could they fight like this? At that moment, he finally understood why so many god worlds had fallen in such a short period of time. We can't retreat. The initial Emperor Lord shook his head, his eyes revealing a strong sense of powerlessness. Although he was already a level 19 god, after sensing the power of the foreign god world, he knew that he couldn't resist it. Even the strongest level 20 god in the initial god world wouldn't be able to resist it. After a long time, endless shadows covered the whole of the initial god world. The initial sovereign let out a shocking cry. At this point, the initial god world had fallen. Countless gods did not escape. When the news of the initial god world falling in just a few days spread out, the entire world system was completely shaken. The God Alliance, the only level 20 god, the ruler of the initial god world, Emperor Xiluo had issued a god summoning order, calling on the remaining god worlds to unite and resist the invasion of the shadow god world. The god world summoning order had, fortunately, quietly spread to god world. The God Emperor of Creation had gathered all the gods in God world to discuss this matter. How is this possible? The initial God world is much stronger than the foreign God world. The origin of the world is more than 1 level higher. There are many gods above level 12. How can it have been conquered by that foreign God world so quickly? The gods present were all extremely shocked. This was even more shocking than the foreign god world invading dozens of other god worlds. This was because most of the god worlds that were invaded had the same strength as the divine court of creation, but the initial god world was different. One of the 8 great initial god worlds belonged to the strongest batch of godly worlds in the entire world system. In front of this initial god world, the world creation world was not even worth mentioning. That's the truth. It said that even the initial monarch did not make it out. The God Emperor of Creation sighed. His strength could only be considered above average in the initial God world. However, such a powerful initial God world had actually been defeated by the foreign God world. The expressions of the few gods present turned weak. This was because they felt as if the apocalypse was coming. They were all only level 12 or level 13 gods. The difference between them and a level 19 god like the Emperor Lord was simply too great. Issue the summoning order, the God Emperor of Creation said with a heavy expression. This was because he knew that once the summoning order was issued, he didn't know how many gods would die. Moreover, this time would be 1,000 times more serious than a few hundred years ago. The possibility was very high that even he would die. However, with the current situation as it was, no one could avoid it. That was because this time, it was no longer the responsibility of a particular world. Instead, it was the responsibility of all worlds. Beneath the overturned nest, there would be no intact eggs. If they sat by as the initial God world was destroyed, then their entire universe would be devoured. They could hide for a while, but not forever. When the sky fell, no one could escape. Therefore, they had to shoulder this responsibility, even if they knew that the road ahead was almost certain death. They had to gather everyone without hesitation. When the summoning order of the Divine Court of Creation was issued again, all the major forces in God world were in uproar. The great losses of hundreds of years ago had yet to be recovered, and now there was an even more advanced summoning order, and this time, it was actually aimed at the summoning order of the gods. Whether they were injured or not, whether they were in seclusion to break through, or if they were gods who were about to die, all the gods in God world had to rush to the Divine Court of Creation within the stipulated time. The Moon Goddess received the summoning order. "Senior, what is the situation this time? Why does it seem to be more serious than a few hundred years ago?" she said worriedly. "Is the situation that serious?" Lei Lou was also a little surprised. Originally, he had thought that with those powerful gods holding the fort, even if there was an impact on the Divine Court of Creation, the situation would not be too serious. But now, he had actually had to summon all the gods. This time, there is an invasion of the god system from the outside world. There are already dozens of god worlds that have fallen. Lei Lou saw the moon goddess's puzzled look and immediately gave a simple explanation. The moon goddess's beautiful eyes revealed a shocked expression. Dozens of god worlds had fallen. Even if it was the weakest god world, it was still a god world. There would definitely be a large number of gods. For example, in the Creator's god world, there were tens of thousands of gods gathered during the invasion of the Hell clan. Dozens of god worlds, how many gods would there be? Now that all of them had fallen, how powerful was this god world? Looks like I can't just stand by and watch. Lei Lou sighed. Even if he did not want to take action, he had no choice. After all, he was also a part of this world system. Of course, if the situation turned bad, he could prepare to escape at any time. When the moon goddess heard that Lei Lou was going with her, she was very happy because, with Lei Lou around, it would definitely be safer. When Lei Lou appeared in the Divine Court of Creation, the God Emperor of Creation immediately brought people to welcome him. The 4 Divine Lords and the 4 Great God Lords also came forward to greet him. They were all aware of Lei Lou's grand action of killing the Lord of Hell with a single sword strike. After exchanging pleasantries, Lei Lou and the Moon Goddess moved into a palace arranged by the God Emperor of Creation. Lei Lou knew that he was about to face a great battle, so he naturally did not dare to relax. He immediately threw himself into cultivation. He sorted out the Holy Light Shield, Star Magic, and another powerful magic one by one. He wanted to use his strongest power to deal with this war. "System, sign in for me." After training for a while, Lei Lou waited until after midnight for the chance to sign in to refresh. As the center of God world, he should be able to receive some good items when signing in at the Divine Court of Creation. Soon, the system's notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully signing in. Reward, Divine Sun Bird Companion Spell. Lei Lou was a little surprised. This time, he seemed to have signed in something amazing. He quickly checked the information of the signed item. The Divine Sun Bird Companion Spell, a god-level spell, originated from the ancient divine bird, the Divine Sun Bird. It was refined from the soul and blood of an incomparably powerful god. The effects were related to the level of a mage, and it was divided into 7 levels. Lei Lou took out this non-sun divine bird magic. It was not appropriate to say that it was a pure magic, because this magic could not be cultivated. It had to have special conditions. It had to have the bloodline and innate ability of the divine sun bird. Without it, it could not be cultivated. Supreme existences valued this kind of magic of the sun divine bird, but they did not have the conditions to cultivate it. So they came up with this method to refine the divine sun bird into a magic. As long as one refined this magic, they could use the magic of the divine sun bird. If one's cultivation was high enough, the speed effect would surpass the divine sun bird itself. This thing is amazing. Lei Lou hurriedly took out this magic from the system space. It was actually a strange golden light, and one could see the shadow of the divine sun bird inside. What an inconceivable method, to actually be able to refine such a miraculous magic. Lei Lou could only exclaim in admiration. Of course, he also felt pity for the divine sun bird. Because of such a magic divine ability, it had fallen into the hands of evil, yet it had been refined into magic by a powerful existence. As expected, having a treasure on one's body was a huge problem. If one was not powerful enough, it was possible that one could not control their own fate. The time was endless. Thinking about it, the world system he was in was powerful enough. However, facing an invasion from an outside world, he fell into such a huge crisis. It was hard to imagine what kind of vast domain was outside of this world system. But there must be unimaginable terror there. The owner of the devouring treasure box must have met a formidable enemy outside of the world system that he could not contend with, and thus died in the end. Lei Lou shook his head and did not think any further. He directly condensed his soul into his blood and dripped it into the ball of golden light, beginning to refine the magic of the divine sun bird. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou suddenly opened his eyes. The shadow of a strange divine sun bird appeared beside him. In the next moment, his body moved and he disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou's figure appeared 100,000 miles away. The appearance of the divine sun bird also disappeared. *CK, the speed of this magic is too fast and terrifying. Lei Lou secretly clicked his tongue because he could only use the third layer of the divine sun bird. Just the third layer was enough to cover 100,000 miles in an instant. It was hard to imagine how fast he would be if he reached the fourth layer, the fifth layer, the sixth layer, and even the highest seventh layer. With the magic of the divine sun bird, it would definitely not take him too long to cross God world. It was terrifying to the extreme. Then, Lei Lou used the divine sun bird and returned to the divine court of creation. No one noticed. Even the divine court of creation didn't realize that Lei Lou had just left. Lei Lou was very satisfied with the identity of the divine sun bird. With this, even if he encountered an invincible enemy, he would have the magic to escape. He had more confidence in his self-protection. Half a month later, all the gods in God world had finally gathered. There were more than 53,000 of them. There used to be more of them, but they had lost more than 20,000 gods in the war with the Hell clan. This was caused by the mutual repulsion of the world's origin. Hence, the gods of God world had to leave and fly in the void. Only after they left God world's area of influence would there be the existence of the void teleportation array. This was because the void teleportation array could not be affected by the slightest repulsion of the God world's origin. Otherwise, the spatial passage would be distorted, and no one knew where they would be transported to. However, the God Emperor of Creation possessed a large flying magic machine. Its speed was extremely fast, comparable to the speed of a level 12 god. It only took 5 days for the flying magic machine to reach the vicinity of the void teleportation array. During these 5 days, Lei Lou had been cultivating. Every bit of improvement was worth a bit. When the people of God world saw the situation of the void teleportation array, they were all stunned. This was because the entire void teleportation array had been destroyed beyond recognition. Impossible. How could the void teleportation array be destroyed? The God Emperor of Creation found it hard to believe. Outside every god world, there would be a void teleportation array. This was the most convenient way for the various god worlds to communicate. It was said that these void teleportation arrays had been established millions of years ago, and over the years, they had never been destroyed. Could it have been done by the foreign god world outside the world? A divine lord said in a deep voice. It's very likely that the foreign god world used this method to prevent the various god worlds from joining forces, so as to sever the connection between us, another god said in a deep voice. But the problem is that every god world is very far away. How did the gods outside god world arrive here? Some people found it hard to believe. The communication between the god worlds depended on the void teleportation array. Otherwise, the distance was too far. Even the gods above level 12 might need several years to cross over. Using the void teleportation array, one could cross over in less than half a day. Is it possible that the foreign gods have grasped the void teleportation array's teleportation method and used it to teleport to the void teleportation points of the various god worlds before destroying them? Someone said. This is the only possibility. Otherwise, the godly spirits outside the world wouldn't be able to travel so quickly. The God Emperor of Creation sighed. Without the void teleportation array, the gods of God world would not be able to reach the initial god world. Furthermore, without even thinking about it, the void teleportation arrays of the other gods might have been destroyed. If they relied on flying, they would need to fly for several years before they could reach the nearest god world. Suddenly, the God Emperor's gaze landed on Lei Lou. "Senior, did you discover anything?" he suddenly asked. The god that destroyed the void teleportation array shouldn't have left too long ago. "You should return to God world now," Lei Lou said in a deep voice. He caught traces of an extremely obscure aura in this void. This was an aura that was completely different from that of a god. Needless to say, it definitely belonged to a foreign god. "What about you?" The God Emperor of Creation was a little surprised. "I'll go look for that god," Lei Lou said. He had to find that god and then use the soul-absorbing codex to obtain detailed information about that god's world. If he did not understand the situation, how could he resist that god's world? In the next moment, Lei Lou's body moved. He soared into the air and disappeared into the void. His body flashed with golden light before disappearing. The God Emperor of Creation's consciousness swept out, but he actually could not find any traces of Lei Lou. He was extremely shocked. He knew that this senior's strength was far stronger than he had imagined. Without the void teleportation array, it would be unrealistic to fly to other god worlds. The God Emperor of Creation could only control the flying machine and return to God world. Lei Lou used the divine sun bird and flew rapidly in the void. There was no obstruction in the void, and the flying speed was even faster than in God world. However, correspondingly, the void and home were vast and God world had limitations. Just like the space between the planets in his previous life. But God world in this world wasn't a planet, but a huge continent. The rules of the world were different, so naturally, the characteristics were different. The planets in his previous life were too small compared to these god worlds. Lei Lou quickly shuttled back and forth, catching the traces left behind. After more than 3 hours, the traces finally became clear. Lei Lou knew that he was not far from that god. After around 10 minutes, Lei Lou should have finally arrived at a black streak of light, flying through the void at an astonishing speed. This speed was comparable to the flying speed of a god above level 16. But compared to Lei Lou, it was too far away. It's a flying magic machine. The god inside should be around level 15. Lei Lou quickly sensed it clearly. And that god didn't notice Lei Lou. In the next moment, Lei Lou appeared on the black flying magic machine. He stomped his foot, and the entire flying magic machine exploded. A stream of light shot out from it, wanting to escape, but Lei Lou grabbed with his hand, and the god was now controlled by Lei Lou. He was dressed in black armor, had purple eyes, and green skin. Unlike humans, he was over 4 meters tall. He was a typical giant. Lei Lou stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the giant god. The soul-absorbing codex was activated. In an instant, Lei Lou felt a vast brain region. Countless strange prayers were transmitted from it. Countless golden threads could be seen transmitting out from the endless void. Suddenly, Lei Lou's entire body trembled, because he could sense that in the deepest depths of this god, there was a terrifying aura hidden. It was as if this was the source of the entire god system. Lei Lou instantly grasped this god system. The highest level main gods enjoyed the faith of the entire god system. Even the subordinate gods had to offer their faith. Then, the subordinate gods were divided into the lower gods, the middle gods, and the upper gods. Of course, the lower gods, the middle gods, and the upper gods weren't at the level of gods, but rather the status of the gods. Lei Lou continued to probe deeper. But in the next moment, the aura of the main god in the deepest part seemed to have a reaction. After all, Lei Lou's actions could be said to have desecrated the dignity of the entire god system. In an instant, a vast aura surged out, wanting to crush Lei Lou's consciousness. How dare you spy on me? That aura contained a terrifying thought. It was the main god of God world who reacted. The god system was unique. From the main god to the subordinate god to the believer, it was like a pyramid. Through faith, they formed the most intense practice, which was much stricter than the path of God. This resulted in the cohesiveness of the God system far surpassing the path of God. Now that Lei Lou was spying on this God's consciousness, it was equivalent to touching on the secret of the God system. Naturally, it would trigger the supreme main God's counterattack. This consciousness should be equivalent to a level 23 God. Lei Lou immediately felt the strength of this consciousness. Very, very strong. In front of this God's powerful consciousness, the God Emperor of creation was not worth mentioning at all. I am now a level 60 Sky Spirit Archmage. I wonder how many levels of God I am equivalent to. Lei Lou's heart was balanced as he tried to test the threat level of this God's will. For a moment, the two powerful wills clashed in the God's mind. Finally, Lei Lou came to a conclusion. Although this main God was a threat to him, the threat was definitely not fatal. In other words, he should be on the same level as this sovereign. In fact, he might even have an advantage. Of course, this sovereign was separated from him by an infinite distance. Through the attacks of a god, the power of the sovereign might not necessarily be weakened. In addition, the strength of a sovereign didn't lie solely in the sovereign itself, but in the god system. A powerful sovereign could mobilize the power of a god to strengthen itself, thus erupting with a terrifying power that surpassed its own. It was precisely because of this that the god system had an advantage over the path of God in a group battle. Boom! After the clash of the god's consciousness, Lei Lou also used the soul-absorbing codex against the god to obtain the corresponding information. After a long time, Lei Lou suddenly retreated, because the god's consciousness, which was the battlefield, had completely collapsed. Ha! Lei Lou opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This god system is really powerful. If it really is a level 23 god, no wonder this world system can't resist it. Lei Lou thought in his heart. According to the information he had received from the God Emperor of creation, in the most powerful initial god world, the strongest mage was probably the Emperor of the initial god world. It was said that he was a level 20 god 10,000 years ago. As for whether he had broken through to level 21, that was unknown. Even if he was a level 21 god, against a god system that had a level 23 god, it was impossible to defeat him. Even if he gathered all the gods, it would still be difficult for him to defeat this shadow god system. Lei Lou had obtained a lot of valuable information from the god's consciousness. This god system was called the shadow god system. It had escaped from other places, passed through the crystal wall system, and come to this god system mainly to harvest faith. This god system did not plan to operate in the long term, but to harvest in the short term. Harvesting faith was to let the creatures of this world and even the gods believe in the shadow god system. Once a short-term harvest was carried out, the process would be very cruel. All the believers would use a very cruel sacrificial ritual to convert their soul consciousness and everything else into the power of faith. If the shadow god system was successful, all the mages in this god system who had reached the level of an ultimate mage or above, including the gods, would become the nutrients of faith for the god system. Only ordinary creatures would be able to escape this calamity because they were unable to make sacrifices. Otherwise, the shadow god system would not have let them go. The shadow god system had already harvested quite a few god systems along the way. This god system is really savage to the extreme. Lei Lou was extremely shocked. No wonder this shadow god system was wanted by the radiant god system and had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. However, Lei Lou was also a little worried about how to deal with the shadow god system. The best idea would be to unite all the god worlds and gather their strength to engage in a decisive battle with the shadow god system. With his peak combat strength, it would not be a problem to contend against the shadow god system. However, the problem was that the void teleportation array had been destroyed. If it could not be repaired, the god power of the various god worlds would not be able to gather together. If he could not gather a powerful force, it would become almost impossible to deal with the shadow god system. He could deal with the shadow god system alone. The danger was too great. A smart person would not stay at the edge of danger. How could he take such a huge risk? I need to go back now. Let the God Emperor of Creation contact the God Alliance to see how to repair the void teleportation array. Lei Lou was calculating in his heart. In any case, the most urgent matter was the God Alliance. They were at a critical juncture of life and death, so they would definitely think of all ways possible. Hence, Lei Lou turned around and returned to God World. The world of creation. This place had already become the base camp for the God system to attack the other God worlds. That huge sphere was the initial God world. Countless gods came in and out, starting to brainwash the initial God world and the other God worlds that had already been conquered. Their experience in this aspect was very similar, so the effect was very obvious. More and more mages and even gods had begun to submit in order to survive, and then slowly started to believe in the great shadow god system. Unfortunately, they never knew that the shadow god system had no plans to operate in this world for any length of time. It was only a short-term harvest. Therefore, as long as people believed in the shadow god system, they could not escape the sacrifice in the end. The huge shadow god kingdom was like a multiverse. It contained countless worlds, and each world represented a god. The core world of the god kingdom was where the main shadow god, the Shadow Lord, lived. In the magnificent temple. On the supreme throne, a terrifying shadow suddenly shook and let out an unbelievable sound. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful existence in this god system? At the next moment, a terrifying face emerged from the shadow. He had sensed that a powerful existence was invading the mind of a god. However, he had not expected that after a round of probing, he would be shocked to discover that the opponent's level was definitely not inferior to his. In other words, there was a level 23 god in this god system. It was definitely not a god born in this world. It must have come from the outside world. No matter what, this posed a huge threat to his shadow god system conquering the god system. Convey my orders. Stop attacking the other god worlds and speed up the harvest of faith that has already been conquered. The Shadow Lord gave his order. All the upper gods present were shocked. Why would the Shadow Lord suddenly give such an order? After returning to God World, Lei Lou carved some details about the Shadow God system onto a jade slip. He then handed it over to the God Emperor of Creation for him to communicate with the God Alliance. He then took the Moon Goddess back to Moon God Palace to continue cultivating. If he could take another step on the Sky Spirit Archmage path, his chances of dealing with the Shadow God system would be even greater. The initial God World. As the strongest God World, the initial God World occupied a dominant position in the world system. The God Summoning Order was issued by the Emperor Lord. This god, the most powerful existence in the entire world system, was in an extremely difficult situation. He originally had great confidence in the invasion of God World. However, after the initial God World fell in such a short period of time, he immediately became extremely worried. In order to break through the initial God World so quickly, initial God World hadn't even had time to ask for help from the outside world. This meant that the initial God World was on a completely different level from the God system in the outside world. Even though they used their power to deal with the initial God World, and they could defeat it, it would not be easy for them. They had to go through a long-term tug-of-war. This was because the world origin's repulsive and suppressive force was very strong. But the foreign God system had done it. This meant that the high-end combat power of the foreign God system completely surpassed that of the initial God World. Level 21. Level 22. Even a level 23 God would be a match for it. If it really was a level 23 or higher God, this God system would definitely not be a match for it, even he was stuck at the peak level of a God. The difference of one level was already very big, let alone several levels. Moreover, it was a special Shinto organization like the God system. Reporting to the Emperor Lord, the 3 God worlds next to us just sent a cross-border message. The power that was originally attacking the barrier of their God world suddenly retreated. Just as the Emperor Lord was discussing the reconstruction of the Void Teleportation Array with the many gods under his command, an immortal suddenly reported to him. What? They've retreated? He was extremely surprised. These 3 God worlds were the next targets of the foreign God system, and they were currently breaking through the barrier. Once the barrier of God world was broken, the God armies outside would immediately invade. But now, they had actually retreated. This was a little strange. According to the intelligence they had received before, the attacks of the outside world's God system would not stop. The dozens of worlds that had fallen before had all fallen just like that. Emperor Lord, could this God system be plotting something? That's right. They just destroyed all the void teleportation arrays. It's obvious that they want to destroy them one by one. Could it be that they want to attack us directly? There's a very high possibility. They've conquered the initial world and it's terrifying that they've discovered the truth of our God worlds. The other 8 initial worlds will also become their next targets. With all the teleportation arrays destroyed, they won't be able to gather their strength to fight against the outside world's God systems. They'll definitely destroy our initial worlds as soon as possible. But so what? Even if the outside world's God system wants to attack us, it will be very difficult for them to withstand it. Without the void teleportation array, they can only fight on their own. This move is too ruthless. Many gods began to discuss. These divine lords and sacred lords were usually gods above rank 15. All of them had the ability to mend the sky. Any one of them was much stronger than Emperor Lord. Emperor Lord, why don't we let all the gods of the God world fly out of their respective God worlds and gather in our initial God world? That way, we can increase our strength as much as possible, someone suggested. This is meaningless. Without the void teleportation array, the nearest God world would take a few years to reach. The furthest is impossible without a few hundred years. When that time comes, it will be too late. The void teleportation array has been destroyed, and the God system outside that world cannot be used. Their attack speed will definitely be greatly reduced. You're thinking too much. The level of this world's God system is clearly much higher than ours. Perhaps they have already been in various places and are secretly building teleportation arrays. There should be teleportation arrays. Otherwise, it would not be able to explain why they were able to invade so many god worlds in just a few decades. Faced with the Divine Lords and Sacred Lords' quarrels, the Emperor Lord had a headache. This was because he could not make up his mind. If he made a wrong decision, the consequences would be disastrous. Reporting to the Emperor Lord, there has been a major discovery in God World. Suddenly, another god entered the hall and reported the latest intelligence. God World? This God World seems to be very weak, right? The other side of this God World's god system shouldn't have been attacked so early. What major discoveries did this God World make? The Divine Lords and Sacred Lords present were extremely curious. In their eyes, God World was nothing. It was too weak. However, what they were interested in were its major discoveries. What discoveries? The Emperor Lord said indifferently. Emperor Lord, this is the message from the Creator's God's world. That god hurriedly loosened a jade slip. After the Emperor Lord probed the information on the jade slip, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The Shadow God System. The Emperor Lord has the cultivation of at least a level 23 god. This is an exiled god system. It mainly invades the weak world system and reaps faith. As he watched, the Emperor Lord's expression became very serious. If this information was true, then to the high-level mages and immortals of the entire world system, it would definitely be a disaster. Once the world system was occupied by the Shadow God system, and the sacrifice of faith was made, a high-level mage and god would be able to survive. The Emperor Lord's face was gloomy as he announced the information in the jade slip. This was a piece of desperate news. But at the same time, it could also unite all the gods. Because if they did not unite, what awaited them would be a disaster of destruction. As for escaping, where to? Even though the gods had the ability to survive in the void, even a peak level 12 god, like the Emperor Lord, did not have the ability to escape the world system because it had a crystal wall that could stop him. He estimated that to have the ability to surpass the crystal wall system, one must at least have the power of a peak level 21 god. After all the Divine Lords and Sacred Lords finished reading, they all quietened down. The information was really despairing. A Shadow Master God above level 23. A harvesting method of faith sacrifice. To every god present, it was suffocating. Emperor Lord, God World is just a low-level world of gods. They don't even have a level 15 god. What ability do they have to obtain such important information? Finally, some Divine Lords began to question because this information was too depressing. They would rather that this information was fake and was fabricated by God World. I feel that it is possible that it is false. Although the God Emperor of Creation said that there is a powerful existence that surpasses a level 15 god in their creation God World, even if they are able to capture a god of the Shadow God system, it is almost impossible to obtain the memories and information of that god. One must know that the organizational structure of the God system is not comparable to our path of God. Even if they are gods, they still have to believe in the main god. The main god will definitely have a defensive power in the mind of the god. If this shadow main god is really a level 23 god or above, then how did that powerful existence break through the defenses of a level 23 god or above and obtain this confidential information? Another lord also spoke up. So, this is definitely the creation god world making up nonsense. Perhaps the creation god world has already been infiltrated by the outside world's god system. That's why they released this kind of false information, in order to make us panic. That's right, this information absolutely cannot be trusted. I don't believe that the outside world's god system is so powerful. If it's really that powerful, the god system outside the world can completely overpower our entire world system. Why would they withdraw their troops from the other god worlds? Other divine lords and sacred lords also began to speak. However, there were also some divine lords and sacred lords whose expressions were very dark. Suddenly, a god said, if this was done by the God system outside the world, why would they say that they are offering their faith? The entire place fell silent because this was also very illogical. If the God system outside the world really wanted to create terrifying pressure and panic, forcing the various major God worlds to submit, the best way would be to display great power, but they would definitely not let people know about it. This was because this would force the God worlds into despair and panic. Even if the Shadow God system occupied the entire God world, it would still be impossible to force people to submit to faith. The only result would be that the gods would fight to the end. Suddenly, the Emperor Lord, who had been silent all this time, spoke. Is there a possibility that there is a truly powerful existence hidden in the creation God world that broke through the shadow defense and obtained this information from the consciousness of the subordinate God? The entire place fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened because the Emperor Lord's idea was truly too bold. To be able to break through the Shadow Emperor's soul defense, wouldn't that powerful existence very likely be on the same level as him? Suddenly, someone thought of why the Shadow God system would suddenly withdraw from the three God worlds. Could it be because of that powerful existence? In the blink of an eye, more than 40 years had passed. Lei Lou had been cultivating in Moon God Palace. To him, the longer he delayed, the more advantageous it would be. As long as he took another step, his advantage over the Shadow God system would improve. Every once in a while, the God Emperor of Creation would personally come to Moon God Palace to report the latest situation to him. Actually, Lei Lou was quite helpless because the God Emperor of Creation's attitude had changed too drastically. He became incomparably reverent. It was as if he had become Lei Lou's subordinate. His transformation was naturally a series of guesses made by the God Alliance. In the end, they came to a conclusion. Because of Lei Lou, this mysterious existence, the Shadow God system had stopped its attacks. For more than 40 years, the Shadow God system had not done anything. If not for the fact that the Emperor Lord could not cross the distant void and come to the creation God world, the number one expert of this world system would have come to visit long ago. That day, Lei Lou was flipping through a book when the God Emperor of Creation suddenly came again. He brought an unexpected piece of news. Senior, according to the information obtained by the God Alliance, the Shadow God system is preparing to carry out a faith sacrifice. It seems that they are planning to withdraw from our world system in advance, the God Emperor of Creation said. What do you think the reason is behind this? Lei Lou said. There are two possible reasons. The first is Senior's deterrence. The Shadow God system is a powerful exiled God system, and it is usually based on benefits. If one is unable to obtain the greatest benefits and instead has to bear a huge loss, they will definitely give up. The Shadow God system probably took this into consideration. The second reason is that the Shadow God system is being pursued by a system called the Radiant God system. Perhaps it is because the Shadow God system sensed danger and decided to retreat, the God Emperor of Creation said. Could the Shadow God system be doing this on purpose to numb us? The Moon Goddess said from the side. The God Emperor of Creation was stunned. It was not impossible. Once the Shadow God system carries out the sacrifice of faith, there will be a huge number of mages in so many God worlds. The God Emperor of Creation said in a deep voice, if the Shadow God system is really as the Moon Goddess said, then it must be testing our reaction. Let's wait and see, Lei Lou said calmly. Under the current situation, it was impossible for him to make a move. Unless the Shadow God system directly attacked the creation God world, he would definitely not make a move. He was not confident. If it was really a scheme of the Shadow God system, if he made a move, he would just fall into a trap. If something happened to him, then the entire world system would really be finished. Thus, at this moment, it would be wise for him not to make a move. Yes, Senior. The God Emperor of Creation had only come to report on the specific situation so soon after, he left. Moon Goddess, your cultivation speed is quite fast, Lei Lou said with a smile. The moon goddess was now a level 6 god. This speed was very fast. It's all thanks to the cultivation environment provided by Senior. Otherwise, how could it be so fast, the moon goddess said. Cultivating in the Osmanthus Palace was much faster than before. The most peculiar thing was that there were some strange memories in her mind. There was even an invisible power that appeared out of thin air, causing her cultivation speed to become extremely astonishing. She did not hide it from Lei Lou and told him about her situation. Don't worry, this is not a bad thing. It seems that your cultivation speed will become faster and faster, Lei Lou said with a smile. He was basically certain that it was the stimulation of the moon goddess's laurel tree and the moonlight god's aura that had caused the moon goddess's rich foundation and accumulation in her previous life to gradually be released. In addition, using his elemental Lei Lou was able to see that her bloodline had become much stronger and more active than before. Next, the moon goddess might enter a period of rapid eruption. Within the shadow god system. Emperor Lord, the sacrifice of faith is ready. It can be carried out at any time. Within the enormous, majestic palace, a powerful god bowed to the Emperor Lord on his throne. Within the shadow god system, those who were able to become high-level gods were at least at the 18th step or higher. Gods were at the 12th to 17th step. Demigods were at the 12th step or lower. Let's begin our plan, the Emperor Lord said calmly. Yes. The high-level god bowed. Very quickly, the fate of high-level gods rang out within the dozens of god-level worlds that had been conquered. After decades of management, these dozens of god worlds had basically completed the ownership of their faith. They were not ordinary mages, sky spirit archmages, or gods. All of them had submitted to the shadow god system, they had given up their faith to the great Emperor Lord. Only in this way could they survive. Unfortunately, they did not know that the shadow god system did not want their faith, but everything about them. At that moment, in the countless shadows of the god worlds, there were trillions of creatures gathered. The strength of these creatures, if placed in the earth realm, would definitely be at the level of an ultimate mage. They did not know what this prayer meant. They only treated it as a normal prayer because such a collective prayer had been carried out many times. Unfortunately, this time it was different. As the sacrificial ritual of faith was activated, an invisible power spread in the shadows, and all the believers seemed to fall into an indescribable fanaticism. Gradually, blood began to appear in their pores, and blood also began to flow from their 7 orifices. However, under the incomparably fanatical atmosphere, coupled with their souls being guided by an invisible will, they continued to pray hysterically. In the end, balls of blood mist appeared and gathered into a terrifying blood tide. As for those praying, their bodies withered as if they had lost all their essence. The stronger the existence, the stronger and denser the blood mist formed. The boundless blood mist diffused in the shadows and was then extracted by a strange force. Through a strange passage, it entered the shadow god system. One day later, the sacrificial ritual of faith had completely ended. Very quickly, countless black-armored shadow gods left these god worlds and returned to the shadow god system. A few days later, along with the dense blood light bursting out from the shadow god system, a huge blood-colored array diagram was formed in the void. The entire blood-red array formation was shockingly huge. In the next moment, as the blood-red array formation shook, the void distorted and was swallowed by the shadow god system sphere. Then, the void returned to normal, and the blood-red array formation completely dissipated. More than an hour later, near the void teleportation array outside God World, a huge vortex appeared, finally forming a huge blood-red array formation. Soon after, an enormous sphere leapt out from within. It was the shadow god system sphere. In just a short hour, it had traversed an endless distance and arrived outside God World. This world system is a powerful existence. Since you aren't coming, I can only come personally. The Emperor Lord's power had been projected across the distance. Such a weak world system was truly too rare. He couldn't give up just like that because the Shadow God system urgently needed to replenish a large amount of faith energy. Just those dozens of God worlds were far from enough. If he gave up on this world system and retreated, the terrifying Shadow God system wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In the end, the Radiant God system might catch up. Thus, they had to press down on this world no matter what. And the only obstacle was that mysterious God. In the past few decades, the Shadow God system had been infiltrating other God systems. In particular, some gods who were afraid of death had secretly joined the Shadow God system to pass on information to them. The Emperor Lord had finally locked onto that powerful existence that was living in seclusion in God world. He dared to take the initiative to find him, so he was naturally confident. That powerful existence didn't dare to make a move, so it must be because he was afraid of the Shadow God system's power. Thus, his cultivation level couldn't surpass level 23 gods. As long as it didn't surpass level 23 gods, then he was absolutely not afraid because when a god organization dealt with a single god from the path of God, it was basically crushing those of the same level. This was the power of a group. Of course, the god organization also had a disadvantage, which was that they didn't have enough flexibility and a single god expert could advance and retreat at will. Once they wanted to escape, it would be very difficult to stop them. Thus, this time, the Emperor Lord was prepared to come up with a plan. Taking advantage of the situation where the mysterious god was caught off guard, he would directly teleport the Shadow God system sphere to the vicinity of God world, and then surround and kill them. This creation God world was very weak, and it didn't have the support of other God worlds. Therefore, in a sense, the Shadow God system only needed one to deal with a mysterious god. Thus, the Emperor Lord was absolutely confident. Very quickly, the enormous Shadow God system sphere suddenly shook, and a ball of shadow enveloped the sphere. It was as if it had disappeared into the void, and its whereabouts were concealed. It silently and quickly entered the creation God world. At this moment, the people of the God world did not know that a great battle was about to begin. In Moon God Palace, Lei Lou slowly opened his eyes. It had not been easy. He had just taken another step. The 61st step. The reason he had taken this step so quickly was that it was much faster than the 60th step. The main reason was that, under the pressure, even his cultivation time had greatly increased. He had not expected that his cultivation speed to actually increase so much, and he had finally broken through to the 61st step of the heavenly spirit realm so quickly. However, when he broke through this time, he felt that there was a problem. The origin of the creation God world was a little weak. That was not right. Not only was the origin world of the creation God world a little weak, even the origin of the entire world system was a little weak. With his cultivation base, he could faintly sense the origin plane of this world system. Although he had a check-in system, his cultivation breakthrough wouldn't be restricted to the origin plane. But there would be a limit to his cultivation speed. I didn't expect this plane to be so weak. I'm afraid that it can at most give birth to a level 21 godly spirit. Lei Lou shook his head. It was like a room that only allowed a 1.8 meter person to grow. If it was more than 1.8 meters, then one could only hunch over. That was very uncomfortable. Lei Lou, on the other hand, was far more than 1.8 meters. That was even more painful. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, Lei Lou felt as if he was being restricted. He secretly sighed. He didn't think that he would surpass the limit of the origin plane so quickly. The best way was to leave this plane and enter a higher level world system plane. However, Lei Lou didn't have such plans for the time being. If he went to a higher level world system plane, he would face an even more powerful existence. That would be too risky. Moreover, if he were to travel outside the world, it would be very easy for him to meet an extremely powerful existence. Therefore, Lei Lou would rather spend more time and increase his strength to a higher level before going out to explore. At this moment, Lei Lou suddenly froze. He hurriedly closed his eyes and carefully sensed. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a shocked expression. His expression became extremely cold and stern. Shadow God System, since you all voluntarily came to our doorstep. If it wasn't for his breakthrough and being able to sense the existence of the plane's origin, he wouldn't have been able to sense that the Shadow God System was rapidly approaching the divine world. I might not be able to guarantee victory as a 60th level Heavenly Spirit Cultivator, but I'm now a 61st level Heavenly Spirit Cultivator. Lei Luo's lips curled into a cold smile. He naturally wouldn't allow this battle to take place in the God's spiritual world. If such a large-scale battle broke out, the God's spiritual world would probably be riddled with holes. And the billions of life forms in the creation God world would be completely wiped out. The next moment, Lei Luo's body moved, and he quickly flew out of the God's spiritual world. With his strength, it was very easy for him to pass through the barrier of the divine world. Soon, his body appeared outside the divine world. Behind him was the enormous divine world, which was emitting endless light and operating at all times. Below the creation God world was a boundless ocean. Many worlds were like islands, located in this boundless ocean. There was a small area, which was the Dead Sea. This was the situation of the entire world system plane. All the divine worlds were floating above the endless ocean. In a sense, this endless ocean was the most vast area, and it belonged to the true surface layer of the plane. Of course, in the ocean below the divine world, there was a strange layer of separation. Let alone the gods who wanted to descend, even the sky spirit experts of the great sky realm would be affected by this layer of separation. With this barrier, even the godly spirits of the Shadow God System would not be able to break through it. Once they forcefully broke through, it would be the counterattack of the entire world elemental plane. Because of this, the Shadow God System had conquered dozens of godly spirit worlds, but they did not attack the countless worlds below. Of course, the main reason was that the world below was too weak. How many ultimate mages and above could there be? Lei Luo's gaze withdrew from the ocean below and landed on the hidden shadow, which was rapidly flying towards the Shadow God System in the divine world. Suddenly, Lei Luo took out a sword. Star-slaying sword. Then, without any hesitation, he cast star magic. This was his strongest spell. He stabbed with his sword. A terrifying sword light soared into the sky, extending for an unknown number of thousands of miles. It illuminated this pitch-black void. Resplendent. Dazzling. The void rumbled. The Shadow God System, which was rapidly advancing, suddenly shook and rushed out from the shadows. Rings of light appeared, rippling out one after another. In the end, it actually reached several hundred rings of light, each of which contained incredible power. At this moment, within the Divine Kingdom, a violent alarm sounded. Energy response, 2.49. Peak stage rank 24 deities attack. The Divine Kingdom's defenses cannot withstand it. A god responsible for the Divine Kingdom's defenses let out a terrified roar. Countless shadow gods all revealed looks of terror. The shadow gods were no longer able to remain calm. Impossible. Isn't he at most a rank 22 deity? How can he have the attack power of a peak stage rank 24 deity? The main shadow god completely emerged from the shadows and let out a disbelieving sound. Then, he suddenly opened his arms, and his body actually began to twist and turn, as if turning into a pure shadow, fusing into the entire Divine Kingdom. In an instant, the entire Divine Kingdom sphere actually began to twist and change, finally turning into a terrifying figure that was 10,000 li tall. Countless rings of light intertwined around it, and soon after, the terrifying figure let out a roar and fiercely punched towards the sword light. Along with this attack, the endless void shook. It caused the distant creation god world to feel as if it was being pulled by a terrifying amount of energy. This meant that the power produced by this punch had far surpassed the creation god world itself, which was why it had a gravitational effect on the creation god system. Such a shock caused countless people in the creation god world to panic. The god emperor of creation felt that something was wrong. This was because this shock was no longer just an earthquake, it was affected by the forces of the outside world. He quickly communicated with the origin of the god world and sent out his senses. This was one of the abilities of the Lord of the world of gods. Although he was only a level 15 god, with the blessing of the origin of the world of gods, he could reach the power of a level 16 god. The battle with the Lord of Hell turned out the way it did mainly because the Lord of Hell had activated the power of the Dead Sea. The power of the Dead Sea covered an area, and the God Emperor of Creation was unable to obtain the support of the heavenly realm's origin. Otherwise, the Lord of Hell would not have been able to threaten him. Very quickly, the God Emperor of Creation used the power of the origin of the godly spirit world to sense the situation outside the world. The next moment, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because he saw an extremely terrifying scene. It was an indescribably huge human figure standing in the void as he threw a punch. This punch caused him to tremble in terror. It was hard to imagine how powerful this punch was. It was definitely able to pierce through the god's spiritual world with one punch. However, his attention was immediately attracted by another terrifying sword chi. This was because that terrifying punch was meant to deal with that sword chi. Boom! The terrifying sword chi collided with the giant's punch. The void was shaking. The terrifying collision force of the creation god world stirred and shook. It was as if it was about to disintegrate. The God Emperor of Creation only felt his mind rumble, and his sensing power was about to be cut off. Fortunately, he had relied on the origin of the God world to sense it. If he had sensed it directly, he was afraid that the terrifying power generated from the collision would have shattered his mind. It was too terrifying. This was definitely not a battle between level 20 gods. It was a battle between level 20 gods and above. That terrifying figure. Judging from his aura, it was definitely the shadow god system. And the person using the demonic sword to attack was very likely that senior. At this moment, he became incomparably nervous. Could that senior deal with the shadow god system? If he couldn't withstand it, the creation god world would be completely destroyed, and the entire world system would most likely fall into complete ruin. Suddenly, his entire body trembled as he saw an incomparably shocking and pleasantly surprised scene. This was because that terrifying magic instantly tore apart the hundreds of light rings around the giant's body. Under the strangulation, they turned into countless rays of light that shot out like fireworks. In the end, only the giant's head was left. The giant's head let out a mournful roar as it suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood chi. It turned into a terrifying blood chi and shot towards the creation god world in all directions. Suddenly, a huge black tortoise shadow appeared in the void and blocked the horrifying blood light. Standing in the seventh layer of the angel holy light shield, Lei Lou looked at the head in the distance. It wasn't a real head, but it was made of countless worlds. This was the core area of the shadow god system. The other areas had been shattered by Lei Lou's star magic. Almost 90% of the shadow god system had been destroyed. After the shadow god spat out blood, he turned around and ran. He had to run. That mysterious expert had reached the peak of the 24th level. He was no longer someone he could contend against. His god system had already suffered heavy losses. More than 90% of the god system under him had been destroyed. His heart was bleeding. If he had known this would happen, he would never have taken the initiative to attack. Instead, he would have immediately withdrawn from this world system plane. The losses were too heavy. Even if he could escape, without more than 100,000 years, his shadow god system would not be able to recover. But could he escape? No. If Lei Lou only had the cultivation base of a level 60 sky-level spirit cultivator, perhaps the shadow god system would have had a chance. But the shadow god system's luck was too bad. He had attacked just as Lei Lou had broken through to the level 61 sky-level spirit cultivator. He had practically delivered himself to Lei Lou's doorstep. Lei Lou looked at the shadow god who had escaped and revealed a cold smile. His body moved, and he used the sun god bird magic. With a few ups and downs, he stopped the shadow lord god. Shadow god, since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lei Lou sent out a calm thought. They came from different races, and even different worlds, and their languages weren't even similar. However, under the communication of this thought, there were indeed no obstacles. Respected expert, let me go. This is your wisest choice. The shadow god sent out a cold thought in reply. Although he wasn't a match for Lei Lou, as a sovereign who roamed the endless void, he believed that he had the ability to perish together with Lei Lou. What if I don't? Lei Lou said calmly. Then perish together, the shadow god roared. Lei Lou laughed. Then I'll really give it a try. Let's see if you can drag me down with you. He unleashed the most powerful magic technique of the four endings of heaven and earth. This was the first time he had used it. In an instant, his attacks, his physical defense, and his spiritual defense all reached an absolutely invincible level. As long as the shadow god's attacks didn't exceed his level, reaching the level of a rank 26 god, he wouldn't be able to deal any damage to him. This was where his confidence lay. You forced me to do this. Let's perish together. The shadow god was in absolute despair. He had originally thought that he could force Lei Lou to give up on his pursuit, but now it seemed that the other party wanted to kill him. In this sort of situation, it would be very difficult for him to escape. In the end, he might even die from exhaustion. As an extremely vicious wandering sovereign who had destroyed countless world systems, he wasn't afraid of death at all. Thus, he didn't hesitate to use the method of mutual destruction. In an instant, a terrifying light suddenly shot out from the enormous head, charging towards Lei Lou. Lei Lou frowned. He felt that he couldn't dodge. In addition, it was too fast. Thus, he could only take it head-on. Boom! The terrifying light struck him. Boundless light raged. The power contained within this light was extremely strange. It was actually aimed at the soul level. However, Lei Lou had unleashed the power of death, and his spiritual defense was virtually invincible. In addition, the power of this light was at most at the peak of the rank 25 god level. Thus, it was unable to break through his spiritual defense. As the light dissipated, Lei Lou was completely unharmed. At the same time, after unleashing this terrifying attack, the enormous head controlled by the shadow god began to disintegrate. Even his divine spark and other parts of his body began to melt. However, his consciousness still existed. It hadn't completely disintegrated yet. Originally, he had thought that this attack of his would definitely be able to completely annihilate his opponent. But when he saw that Lei Lou was completely unharmed, he was completely shocked. No, that's impossible. That spell of mine definitely has the power of a level 25 god. How could you possibly withstand it? The shadow god let out a hysterical roar. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. The opponent was not a peak level 24 god but a level 25 or even a level 26 god. At this moment, his heart went cold. Very quickly, the head controlled by the shadow god turned into a sheet of light and then vanished into thin air. Everything about the shadow god had vanished. Lei Lou frowned. He had caught an extremely weak, strange ripple. It was as if it didn't exist, but he could keenly sense it. The next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed. The void distorted, and then a drop of black blood appeared. This drop of black blood seemed to have no life left. It just floated there, but it didn't disappear in the earlier annihilation. Right at this moment, the drop of black blood suddenly shook. It actually exploded with an intense light, instantly disappearing into the void. Lei Lou revealed a look of surprise. What the hell? This shadow god wasn't completely dead. Even if this shadow god was a level 23 god, his body and soul had all been destroyed, leaving behind only this drop of black blood. How could he still be alive? It was completely impossible. Lei Lou grabbed out with his large hand, scooping up the drop of black blood. Very quickly, a drop of black blood appeared in Lei Lou's palm. He charged left and right, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape. Respected, powerful god, if you completely kill me, there won't be any benefits. On the contrary, you will bring trouble upon yourself. Do you know why my shadow god system has become a wandering god world? It isn't because my shadow god system is a wandering sovereign but because I was pursued by an extremely powerful god system, the Radiant Light. This is because I obtained one of their treasures. If I die at your hands, they will lock onto you. Then you will have no path in the heavens, no path to the earth, and forever become the target of the Radiant Light system, all the way to the end. The shadow god's voice suddenly rang out from within the black blood. Lei Lou completely ignored it. Instead, he directly used the soul-absorbing codex to interrogate the shadow god. If the shadow god had been in his peak state, perhaps it would have been a bit difficult to interrogate him. But now, things were different. The shadow god only had a single drop of black blood left. Very quickly, Lei Lou easily obtained the information he wanted. The shadow god's consciousness was completely annihilated. Lei Lou opened his eyes. He let out a long breath, revealing a look of shock. The Book of Rebirth? He did not hesitate to crush this drop of black blood. Then, a ray of light appeared, transforming into a strange book. This book was completely red, as if it had been made of flesh and blood. There were 4 strange words on it. With one look, he knew the meaning of this word. He even knew the usage and effects of this book. It was used for rebirth. As long as a sliver of the soul was integrated into this book of rebirth, after death, leaving behind a bit of blood or cells, it would be able to make the book of rebirth take effect and resurrect people. The reason the shadow god system could be so powerful and brazenly invade a world system was because of this book of rebirth. This was because fallen gods, as long as they retrieved their corpses, would be able to immediately come back to life. All they needed to do was consume the power of faith. And this time, the shadow god seemed to be relying on the book of rebirth, as well as that drop of black blood, to complete his rebirth. Unfortunately, Lei Lou noticed something strange. This thing is very troublesome. Lei Lou was both happy and troubled. This book of rebirth was very powerful. It could make people drip blood and be reborn. But at the same time, it would also cause great trouble. This book was said to be owned by the powerful divine world, the Radiant God system. The Shadow God had also obtained it by chance and then was chased by the Radiant God system until it ran all over the universe. According to the memories of the Shadow God, there was only one god in the Radiant God system that was chasing after them. It was said that it was at least a level 26 god. In addition, the Radiant God in this Radiant God system was a level 29 god. I hope that the pursuers will arrive a little later. Lei Lou sighed in his heart. Although the Shadow God was confident that it would take at least 1,000 years for the pursuing god to be able to find this world system, what if? He couldn't place his hopes on someone else arriving late. Thus, Lei Lou had to speed up his cultivation. As soon as possible, he would advance to the 62nd step, the 63rd step, the 64th step. At the very least, he had to be able to fight against the Radiant Sovereign. His opponent was no mere pursuer. A level 26 god was a threat, but it wouldn't be fatal. He could also cultivate and quickly increase his strength. It was possible that before the pursuers arrived, he could already have cultivated to level 63 or 64, which should be comparable to level 27 or 28. But the problem was, after killing the pursuers of the Radiant God system, what would happen? The Radiant Sovereign would definitely be the first to know. When that time came, he would lead the entire god system over. How could he withstand it? Thus, if he wanted to protect himself, he had to cultivate to the 66th step at the very least. Even the 67th step would be safest. He was only at the 61st step, which was equivalent to walking to the 6th step. This 6th step had to be completed within 1,000 years. It was truly too difficult. This was because the further one walked on the path of the sky-level spirit cultivator, the more difficult it became. Wait, in another 300 years or so, after 1,000 years, I'll be able to enter the land of power Upanishads again. Lei Lou suddenly had an idea. As long as he could enter the land of power Upanishads, his spiritual consciousness would be able to increase by a lot, and his cultivation speed would also be greatly increased. Thus, Lei Lou pocketed the Book of Rebirth, turned around, and flew toward the god's spiritual world. The god emperor of creation retracted his senses as he was extremely shocked. The powerful shadow god system that threatened the entire world and almost destroyed dozens of deity worlds had vanished just like that. That senior was truly too powerful. He believed that if news of this spread, the entire world system would probably be shocked. He suddenly felt extremely proud because he was the only one who had personally witnessed this shocking battle. After returning to the Moon God Palace, Lei Lou prepared to move. It was a little inconvenient for him to continue cultivating in the creation god world. After all, the god emperor of creation knew that he was cultivating in the Moon God Palace, so he was afraid that more gods would come to visit him in the future. He didn't want to be disturbed. Thus, he planned to take Wei and the others to starting world number 1. The level of the origin of this world was much higher than that of the world of gods. Therefore, it was still a little beneficial to his cultivation. Of course, the main reason was that the high-level mages and gods of this world had been sacrificed by faith. The only ones left were some ordinary mages. If he was cultivating in this world, he would not be disturbed so easily. Lei Lou talked to the moon god for a while to see if she was willing to leave the world god's spiritual world. After all, this moon god, Delina, wasn't ordinary in her previous life. She was worth a lot. Precursor, I'm willing, the moon god, Delina, said without thinking. Cultivating with the precursor would be 10,000 times better than cultivating alone. Lei Lou nodded and then went to the heavenly palace of power Upanishad. After the cloaked moth left, he didn't know if it would come back again. Thus, he planned to tell Xiluo. He didn't expect that after he saw Xiluo, she would leave with him. Xiluo, if you leave, what will happen to the heavenly palace of power Upanishad? Lei Lou was surprised. It's not like our Xue family doesn't have other people. Anyway, it's not interesting to be the great empress, Xiluo said. Then you should think it through, Lei Lou said. Brother, I've thought it through, Xiluo said resolutely. Just like that, Xiluo left a letter and followed Lei Lou out of the heavenly palace of power Upanishad. By the time the great elder of the Xue family, Xiluo's mother, and the others found out, Xiluo was nowhere to be seen. Outside the world creator's spiritual world, Lei Lou's figure appeared out of thin air. As for Wei and the others, they were all stored into the world left behind by the devouring treasure box. Compared to the system space, the inner world was not as monotonous. At least there was heaven and earth, spirit trees, spirit flowers, spirit herbs, and so on. But the system space was empty. Back then, Little Flame had stayed in there for hundreds of years and almost collapsed. Later on, it refused to enter the system space even if it was beaten to death. Lei Lou found the direction of the first initial god's spiritual world and cast the innate magic of the divine sun bird, flying quickly. The initial god's spiritual world was very far away from the first god's spiritual world. There were more than 30 spiritual worlds in between. If not for the innate magic of the divine sun bird, Lei Lou could only rely on his normal flying speed. Without more than 10 years, he would not have been able to cross such a vast distance. But now, he had only spent a month's time to arrive outside the initial God's spiritual world. Compared to the world creation God's spiritual world, this spiritual world is much bigger. Lei Lou looked at the huge God's spiritual world in the distance, emitting a bright light. However, in this God's spiritual world, he could see some gaps. Those were left behind when the Shadow Divine World system attacked the first Divine World. It had not been repaired. Raylo entered the first Divine World through a gap. Whether it was the strength of the world's origin or the density of the elements, they were far from what the Divine World could compare to. Unfortunately, when he scanned with his spiritual sense, he did not sense any existences above the ultimate mage level. All that was left were ordinary creatures. It was equivalent to a modern civilization with advanced technology suddenly regressing to the Roman Empire's era. Raylo directly arrived at the center of the first world, which was the original palace. It was still floating in the sky, and it was incomparably huge. However, there was no one inside the palace because everyone in the divine palace had been sacrificed by faith. The people in the divine palace were told not to have any cultivation below the sky-level spirit cultivator. From now on, you can live here. Lei Lou revealed a smile. Such a good place completely belonged to him. Thus, he released everyone from the inner world. After they knew that this was the place to practice magic in the future, they were all very happy. It was a really beautiful place. It was like a fairyland. Lei Lou directly cast the 7th layer of Angel Holy Light Shield, enveloping the entire palace. He also set up a god-trapping array and transplanted the tree of the moon god, Osmanthus, into a palace. After doing this, Lei Lou made other arrangements, such as repairing the gaps in the initial world. He had planned to use the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire initial world. However, it was a bit difficult. The initial world was too big. Perhaps it wouldn't be a problem to use the 7th level Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire world. However, if he used it to envelop the number 1 initial world, he would need to reach the 3rd level. After everything was settled, Lei Lou went into seclusion. As for the others, they naturally trained hard. After all, they realized that their strength was getting weaker and weaker. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. To powerful cultivators, perhaps 300 years was nothing. But to the countless creatures in the initial world, they were many generations of gods. Even the battle between the Dharma gods more than 300 years ago had become a legend. Due to the loss of high-level mages, these new generations of living beings were all groping their way forward. There was no other way. Those sects that possessed profound magic basically had all kinds of defensive formations. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to enter. Therefore, more than 300 years had passed, but the progress of the mages in the first world was not particularly fast. The strongest one was only at the level of an archmage. The main reason was that there was no advanced magic codex. As the magic gradually recovered, there was also a frenzy of exploration of the ruins. At this time, Wei and the others who were cultivating in the Divine Palace also left the Divine Palace one after another. In this boundless divine world, they performed miracles and brought back children with good aptitude. This was Lei Lou's requirement for them. Their cultivation levels were considered not bad. The weakest of them had already reached the level of a god. The reason why they were so fast was because of the moon god Osmanthus tree's miraculous effects, in addition to sufficient resources. The one who progressed the fastest was the moon god, who had already become a level 12 god. This kind of cultivation speed could be said to be terrifying. Xiluo had stepped out of the level 37 sky-level spirit cultivator. Little Fire, this divine dragon, had already stepped out of the level 41 sky-level spirit cultivator path. It had almost reached its limit. Back then, the Lord of Hell had only reached level 41, and the bloodline level of the Lord of Hell was actually very high. Lei Lou's requirement for Little Fire was to reach level 42. Once it was completed, it would be able to break through to the Tao God world. Otherwise, he would continue to endure. As for Xueli, her requirements were a little lower. She just needed to reach the 39th level. Lei Luo's training results were also very average. After 300 years, he had only reached the 3rd step. From the 61st step, he had reached the 64th step. It was getting harder and harder. He was still 3 steps away from his previous goal of reaching the 67th step. He estimated that it would take him at least 500 years. And that was a conservative estimate. Fortunately, the time for the key to the land of profound to cool down was getting closer and closer. Other than that, he was quite apprehensive. He was worried that the pursuers of the Radiant God would track him down. The Shadow Master God had died in his hands, and the page of the Book of Rebirth had fallen into his hands. The Radiant God's pursuer would definitely catch up to him. With the cultivation base of a level 64 sky-level spirit cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with the pursuer. However, it wouldn't be enough to deal with the powerful Radiant organization. If it was not possible, he could only pick up and run. Outside the first initial world, an aircraft was rapidly approaching. We are finally reaching the initial world. It took more than 300 years for our God Alliance to repair the void teleportation array to the first initial world. Yes, without the void teleportation array, the communication between the God and the God's world is really not easy. The Shadow God system has carried out a sacrifice of faith. All the high-level mages in the first initial world have died. I wonder how far the magic in this world has declined. More than 300 years have passed. I wonder how far it has recovered. It's very difficult to recover. However, when we repair the void portal, our God Alliance will be able to relocate a portion of the sects and rebuild the magic in the first initial world. There were many people sitting on the aircraft. They were sent by the Spirit Alliance to repair the void portal. They had been flying in the void for more than 10 years before they finally reached the vicinity of the initial world. Suddenly, the situation of the initial world stunned everyone in the aircraft. It was actually enveloped by an indescribably huge angel light shield. What's going on? Could this be a defensive array? How is that possible? To cover such a huge godly world like the initial world, how many massive defenses were needed? Absolutely impossible. How did they come up with such resources? But what's with this angel light shield? It can't have appeared out of thin air. Could it be that another powerful external force has occupied the initial world? Quick, let's quickly send this news back to the Spirit Alliance. The people in the flying transport felt that things were not looking good. If the initial world was really occupied by an external force, the void teleportation array would not be able to be repaired. Meanwhile, in the second starting world, the monarch received a message from the void teleportation array restorer. The first thing he did was to contact the masters of the other 8 starting worlds. After analyzing the results and judging from the description of the battle given by the Creator God Emperor, the master of the starting God world, he was basically certain that this angel light shield should have been set up by that mysterious expert who had once hidden in the Creator God world. That mysterious expert had once used a powerful defense like the Angel Holy Light Shield during the Shadow Main God's duel. Thus, the Imperial Emperor immediately made a decision to repair the void teleportation array, but not to disturb the first initial world. Since that senior had hidden himself in the first initial world and used the Angel Holy Light Shield to envelop the entire first initial world, it meant that that senior did not want anyone to disturb the development of the first initial world. In the end, after those array formation restorers repaired the void teleportation array, they teleported back. Lei Lou knew that the void teleportation array was repaired. Every once in a while, he would sweep the void outside the world. With his cultivation base of a level 64 sky-level spirit cultivator, his soul consciousness could already detect the location of the void teleportation array. On this day, Lei Lou finished his cultivation and walked out of the place. The current divine palace wasn't as quiet as it had been 300 years ago. In recent decades, Wei and the others had brought back many children and accepted them as their disciples. Now, it was much livelier. Of course, the divine technique was too powerful. A few hundred people was still a small number. Even if there were millions of people living in this divine palace, it was still very spacious. One had to know that the Arcane Heavenly Palace could accommodate tens of millions of people. And this divine palace was much higher than the Arcane Heavenly Palace. The development of magic in the divine world is still too slow. Lei Luo's consciousness moved and swept across the entire divine world. Although a large number of ultimate mages and even mage god level mages had been born, this was the divine world, a place that once had countless gods. A mere mage god was too insignificant. It's about time to open those palaces, Lei Luo thought. Although the countless divine techniques would definitely cause chaos in the godly spirit world and war to break out, how could one become stronger without experiencing storms? I want to open the most ordinary palaces. Lei Luo quickly came up with an idea. The next moment, with a thought, a powerful power radiated through the entire divine world. He forbade him from opening the divine palaces by force. In an instant, rays of light could no longer be sealed. They shot up into the sky, causing countless countries and forces in the divine world to be shaken. For a moment, a large number of battles broke out. Whoever could occupy a divine palace had the right to rise. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lei Luo. He started a new round of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Lei Luo suddenly found that the key to the land of Upanishads had cooled down again. Thus, he didn't hesitate to enter the land of Upanishads. Soon, Lei Luo's soul consciousness had entered the land of Upanishads again. Silver codex piled up like a mountain. Golden runes formed an ocean. It was still so familiar. This place could help him improve his soul consciousness quickly. Lei Luo was very happy. At this moment, an elf-like administrator appeared in the sky. Hello, I'm the administrator of the land of power Upanishads. Congratulations on becoming a level 2 scholar. You will receive the following privileges. Privilege 1, you can enter the land of Upanishads once every 900 years. Privilege 2, you can stay in the land of Upanishads for 2 months at a time. Privilege 3, you can view one divine level codex at random each time. Privilege 4, you will receive a chance to listen to and explain the codex once. The manager's voice rang out. Lei Luo smiled. It was probably because he had written a pretty good divine comedy the last time that he had raised the level of the scholars in the land of Upanishads. It wasn't bad. In the future, if he could have more codex, wouldn't he be able to continuously increase the level of the scholars? Moreover, this time, he had added a fourth authority to listen to the explanation of the codex. To be honest, he couldn't see the codex from last time. Until now, he couldn't remember a single word. It was too strange. This shouldn't be possible under normal circumstances. His cultivation wasn't too bad, but he actually couldn't understand it. He wasn't a high-level existence to understand it. Manager, I'll read the codex. Lei Luo said to the manager. Please wait a moment, said the manager who looked like an elf. Not long after, the manager took out a codex. Lei Luo looked at the name of the codex. It was very strange. He couldn't even understand the mysterious meaning of the name. He really didn't know what kind of brain wrote this codex. When Lei Luo took out the codex, there was already a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. Administrator, I want to use the opportunity to listen to the explanation of the codex. Lei Luo simply flipped through the contents of the codex, but he still could not understand it, so he directly made a request to the administrator. Please wait a moment, the administrator's voice sounded. Not long after, a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the space where Lei Luo was. The content of the explanation happened to be on the codex in his hand. It was strange. Originally, he could not understand it, but after it was explained, he actually understood a little bit. Gradually, Lei Lou became engrossed in listening. His rich thoughts were distracted by the voice that was explaining the codex, and it was as if he was traveling through the world of the codex. After an unknown amount of time, Lei Lou suddenly woke up. The voice in his head had slowly faded away. Lei Lou looked at the time. It had already been 5 days. However, he felt like only a few minutes had passed. The strange thing was that in his mind, he was able to understand the context of what was being said by the voice, and he held on to what he understood. As for what he could not understand, he could not even remember it. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't remember the codex nor the things the voice had said. Moreover, what shocked him was that his soul consciousness actually increased by a lot. Compared to the last time he looked at the codex for a month, his gains were much greater. From this, it could be seen that listening to someone explain was indeed very beneficial. Unfortunately, the time was too short. However, he was very curious as to who that mysterious voice was. Next, Lei Lou began to read the codex. This time, he understood it a little. It was no longer like the last time, where he would forget it at a glance and leave behind some memories. It was just that it would be vague for you to remember. Anyway, it felt very special. Lei Lou read profusely, and he repeatedly understood everything. He was surprised to feel that he seemed to have made some progress. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, he knew that after repeated study and recitation, he could really understand more. Just like that, in the next month or so, Lei Lou fell into a studying frenzy. Moreover, after understanding the profound meaning of the codex, it also had several great benefits to the soul. Soon, Lei Lou returned to the mountain of books, picked up a silver book, and entered the sea of golden runes. This time, he wrote another book. After he finished writing, it was the same as the previous 2 times. As the light descended, his soul consciousness was strengthened greatly. This time, the harvest from entering the land of Upanishads was much higher than the previous 2 times. The main reason was that his soul had improved a lot while he was explaining and reading the codex. Moreover, it was 6 months this time, which was much longer than the previous one. After the strengthening of his soul consciousness was over, Lei Lou's soul returned to his body. Phew! Lei Lou exhaled deeply. He could clearly feel the changes after his soul had been strengthened. After that, Lei Lou cultivated for a while. Sure enough, he had changed a lot. The feeling of cultivating quickly came back. 200 years later, at the edge of the world element, a powerful golden figure stepped out from the crystal wall element. This golden figure was dressed in golden armor. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he actually had a pair of white wings on his back. He was like an angel from the Book of Legends. Circles of golden holy light spread out from his body. Within this golden holy light, there seemed to be a large number of voices chanting and praying. This shadow sovereign really is able to escape. However, do you really think that the maze you created will be able to confuse me? The golden-armored god let out a cold laugh. He had to admit that this shadow sovereign was truly formidable in escaping. He had spent thousands of years, but he had actually been unable to catch up to the shadow sovereign. However, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the shadow sovereign. Suddenly, he opened his palm and took out a strange pearl. It was as if there was an eyeball hidden within it. Impossible. The shadow god system has come to this world, but there are no traces of them leaving. This means that the shadow god system hasn't left, but why are there no traces of their existence? After a long time, the golden-armored god revealed a puzzled expression. The next moment, he flew towards a floating world. It only took him a few days to arrive at this floating world, but after scanning it with his divine will, he discovered that the cultivation level of this world was too low. Could it be that the shadow god system has carried out a faith sacrifice? The golden-armored god immediately understood. Although the plain origin of this world system wasn't particularly strong, it was absolutely impossible that it didn't even have gods. It could only mean that he had once suffered a sacrifice of faith. Thus, he left this god world and flew towards other worlds. If nothing unexpected happened, this world would have already been plundered by the shadow god system. The situation wasn't optimistic. Of course, he didn't care. His goal was to capture the shadow main god and retrieve the Book of Rebirth. 5 years later, in the 5th primal world, the main race of this god world called themselves shamans. Among the 8 primal worlds, their strength could be ranked in the top 3. At this moment, all the shamans in the sorcerer god's temple were looking at the golden figure in the hall in fear. This golden figure was too powerful. The master of the sorcerer god was a powerful existence at the peak of level 19, but in front of this golden figure, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. With just a glance, the master of the sorcerer god knelt on the ground. I'm here to chase after the shadow god spirit system's radiant god. I don't wish to use soul-absorbing methods, so tell me everything you know about the shadow god spirit system. The radiant figure sent out a powerful thought. It wasn't that he didn't want to use soul-absorbing methods, but that this method was very troublesome to use, and he might not be able to obtain complete information. Sir, the shadow god system has already been destroyed, the sorcerer god master hurriedly said. Then, he had to reveal the information he originally knew. Impossible. The plain origin of your world system is so weak, and it can at most give birth to a level 21 god. How can it contend against the shadow god system? The golden figure's thought moved, and he absolutely did not believe it. My lord, this is true. It is said that this reclusive expert is very likely to be in the first world, the sorcerer god hurriedly said. The golden figure's eyes flickered. If what this person said was true, then that mysterious existence was at least a level 25 existence. However, there was another possibility. That was that the shadow sovereign hadn't truly died. Because of the existence of the Book of Rebirth, the shadow sovereign had the ability to resurrect. If that mysterious expert hadn't discovered this area, the shadow sovereign would most likely have hidden and was currently undergoing rebirth. It was very difficult for the shadow sovereign world, which was in the midst of rebirth, to sense it. The rebirth technique had a very special concealment effect, concealing the aura of the person who had been reborn. The golden figure decided to first go to the place where the shadow sovereign had died. If he could track down the traces of the Book of Rebirth, that would be the best. But if the Book of Rebirth fell into the hands of that mysterious expert, then he could only make a long-term plan. The shadow sovereign had not escaped death. He had died in the hands of that mysterious expert. This meant that this person's cultivation level had probably reached the level of a level 26 god. Only in this way could he discover the existence of the Book of Rebirth. He was not confident enough to deal with this mysterious expert. After grasping the Book of Rebirth, the expert of this world system had an advantage. Even if he was a level 27 god, he might not be able to take back the Book of Rebirth. The golden figure willed, and with a wave of his hand, all the gods present, including the sorcerer god lord, disappeared. They were all absorbed into his divine kingdom. It was different from the gods who wanted to open up an inner world. The divine kingdom created by the gods did not require a source stone. Instead, it was a resource called the world stone, which was much more common than the spatial source stone. One could open up a divine kingdom with a world stone and sufficient power of faith. The sphere of the shadow god system back then was constructed from a large number of divine kingdoms. Because the god system had been cultivated for many years, all the god kingdoms would form a huge god kingdom with the main god as the core. The golden figure left the 5th incipient world and flew directly to the 1st incipient world. Then, he forced the sorcerer god master to activate the void teleportation array and directly teleported to the void teleportation array in the world of gods. After 600 to 700 years, almost all the void teleportation arrays had been repaired. The golden figure naturally did not want to waste time flying. Arriving at the place where there had been a great battle after the Creator's godly spirit world, the golden figure once again took out the crystal ball. The eyes inside were slightly flickering. Even if hundreds of years had passed and he loved you, the golden figure was actually able to see the great battle that had happened here through these eyes. This was the record of the origin. Because that great battle had been too high-end, it was enough to leave a deep mark on the origin of the plane. It wouldn't disappear for hundreds of years. It should be the magic power of a level 25 god. However, how could the last level of the Shadow Sovereign be unharmed? It really is a bit special. The golden figure frowned. Although what he saw with his eyes was very blurry, he was so powerful that he was able to analyze very valuable information. I can't attack directly. If I alert the enemy, they'll probably run away. That way, it'll be even more difficult to track down the Shadow Sovereign. The golden figure quickly made his decision. And so, with a flash, he disappeared, entering his own divine kingdom. He knelt down in front of an enormous statue and began to pray. This statue seemed to be formed from light, incomparably dazzling and sacred. In fact, there was even a pair of wings on the back of this statue. Clearly, it was of the same race as this golden figure. Suddenly, the god suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Forgo, have you found the Shadow God system? Answer the great sovereign of light. Your most loyal subordinate, Forgo, has already found the location of the Book of Rebirth. The Shadow Sovereign is already dead, and the technique of rebirth has fallen into the hands of another powerful god. It is possible that he has the cultivation of a level 26 god. Forgo isn't completely confident. I hope that the great sovereign will be able to assist him. The golden figure, the god of Forgo, hurriedly said. I will send the god of power, Austin, to come and support you. After the idol finished speaking, it closed its eyes. Farewell, great sovereign. The golden figure, the god of Forgo, respectfully sent him off. In his heart, he felt very high and new. This was because the god of power, Austin, was at the level of a 28th tier god. He could be said to be the #1 god under the great god of light. He had grasped a powerful divine artifact, the spear of the perishing god, and his combat power was extremely strong. Lei Lou did not know that the god of light had already entered this world system. He had even locked onto his position. That day, even if he knew, he would not be too worried. Because he had been in Lei for more than 200 years. He had taken 4 more steps and reached the terrifying level of a level 68 sky-level spirit cultivator. Taking 4 steps in 200 years was absolutely shocking. He had only taken 4 steps in 300 years, and these 4 steps were definitely much more difficult than the 4 steps of sending money. But he had only used over 200 years to complete it. This was the astonishing benefit of entering the Arcane Pocket Realm. With his current strength, even if the Radiant Sovereign came personally, he shouldn't be a match for him. Of course, Lei Lou definitely wouldn't be arrogant. Perhaps the information the Shadow Sovereign had wasn't complete. Perhaps the Radiant Sovereign had concealed his strength and reached the 30th rank. Perhaps even the Radiant Sovereign had an even more powerful backer behind him. In short, the world was vast, and there were countless experts. One could never think that one was strong enough. There were many strong people, and he was still very weak. He could not be compared to the owner of the devouring treasure box, in spite of the fact that he was already dead. Therefore, he still had to keep a low profile and learn magic. He had to know how to hide himself and be good at disguising. This was the best way to protect himself. In the past 200 years, the changes in the #1 godly spirit world were undoubtedly very great. This was because many sky-level mages had already been born. Although it was estimated that it would still take another 1,000 years or even a few thousand years before the birth of a godly spirit, the level of mages had increased rapidly in the end. In the divine palace, the number of disciples that Wei and the others had beckoned had already exceeded 1,000. The strongest had already reached the middle sky level. Compared to this deep palace, the resources were too abundant, so the cultivation speed of these disciples was very fast. I hope that when I leave this world system in the future, this first world will be able to completely recover. Lei Lou looked at the flourishing divine world and revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, because he had a strange premonition. This premonition didn't mean that any danger had occurred but that he had been mysteriously targeted. Could it be that the radiant god chasing after the shadow god system has arrived? Lei Luo's heart moved. Based on the shadow sovereign's estimation, that god would need at least 1,000 years or more to find a trace. It had only been 700 years. Lei Luo shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. He just waited for that god to come knocking on his door. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to look for it. Not only was it troublesome, but it was also easy to encounter danger. This was his old nest, so his safety was guaranteed. System, I want to sign in. Lei Luo suddenly murmured to himself. Signing in every day had long since become a habit. He basically wouldn't miss a single day. However, in the past few hundred years, his luck was very ordinary. He didn't get anything good. Even when he came to the divine palace for the first time in the first divine world, he didn't get anything good. Even when he came to the divine palace for the first time in the first divine world, he didn't get anything good. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully checking in. You are rewarded with a divination codex. This was the sound of a system notification ringing in Lei Luo's mind. Lei Luo was a little surprised. A prophecy codex? It sounded pretty good. He hurriedly checked the introduction of the Cosmic Prophecy Codex. The Prophecy Codex could deduce the past that was related to oneself. The information of the present and the future, under specific information, could deduce the past of others. The information of the present and the future, when cultivated to the extreme, could deduce all things, becoming truly omniscient. It was omnipotent. Lei Luo was completely shocked after reading it. This prophecy codex was extraordinarily powerful. He quickly took out the prophecy codex and used it. This prophecy codex did not have many layers. It was completely based on one's own cultivation level and understanding of the prophecy codex. I can give it a try. Lei Luo's heart moved. Hence, he immediately activated the prophecy codex. Immediately, a strange compass appeared in his mind with countless information flashing on it. This was the core of the prophecy codex. Without this, there was no way to deduce. At this moment, Lei Luo had a deep understanding of the strange compass. As he converted the strange premonition into data information, he applied it to the compass. Instantly, countless strange information and images appeared. This was the result of the prophecy codex's deduction. Leroy needed to find what he needed from these things. The more information there was, the harder it was to identify. After an unknown amount of time, Leroy was suddenly attracted by a group of images. It was a statue made of wireless holy light in a huge temple. In front of the statue, there was a golden armored figure with white wings kneeling. Answer the great sovereign of light, your most loyal subordinate, Forgo, has already found the location of the Book of Rebirth. The Shadow Sovereign has already fallen, and the Book of Rebirth has fallen into the hands of another powerful god. It is possible that the Book of Rebirth has the cultivation of a level 26 god. Forgo does not have complete confidence. I hope that the great sovereign will be able to provide assistance. This golden figure, the god of Forgo, spoke. I will send the god of power, Austin, to come and support you. After the god of light finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Lei Lou was astonished. It was indeed the god of light. Moreover, this god had locked onto the possession. Although he didn't know how the other party knew that he had the Book of Rebirth, Lei Lou knew that this battle was inevitable. Needless to say, the value of the Book of Rebirth was extremely important even to Lei Lou. It was a powerful treasure that could allow a person to be revived. Although the second level of the Spirit Replenishing Codex was also able to achieve this level and was even more powerful, the Book of Rebirth wasn't limited to individual use. As long as one fused a strand of one's soul into the Book of Rebirth, one would be able to obtain the right to be reborn. However, the main god of light didn't directly come over. Instead, he sent the god of power, Austin. In other words, the enemy I have to face is the god of power, Austin, and that golden god. Lei Lou said as he pondered. Of course, after he finished off these two gods, the main god of light would definitely personally make a move. He didn't think that the main god of light would give up on the Book of Rebirth. He might even use other methods when he knew he couldn't deal with him. How troublesome. If it wasn't for the Book of Rebirth's immense value, he would have wanted to return the Book of Rebirth to the main god of light to avoid this trouble. The master of the devouring treasure box said 4 don'ts. Don't meddle in other matters, don't show off, don't be greedy, and don't believe in women. Am I greedy now? Lei Lou sighed in his heart. It was easy to say, but it was hard to do. How could he not want the benefits that were right on the tip of his tongue? This was like being struck by lightning. For the next 10 years or so, Lei Lou would read his fortune every day. One day, Lei Lou saw an image of a powerful golden figure crossing the planar crystal wall system and descending into this world system. The god of power of the radiant god system, Austin, had arrived. A few days later, a beam of light shot out from the void teleportation array outside the first initial world, and 2 golden figures flew out from it. The defensive strength of this angel holy light shield should be at the level of a peak level, 27 god. Austin the god of power looked at the huge angel holy light shield in the distance and said in a deep voice, Lord God of power, are you confident? The golden god, Forgo, asked, don't worry. The difference between ours and the path of the gods is enormous. That is, they are unable to rely on the power of a group. This is the reason why the path of the gods will be defeated by us when we are on the same level. Soon, an enormous divine kingdom appeared behind him. The divine kingdom of the golden god, Forgo, had fused together as well. This was a special characteristic of the divine system. Generally speaking, high gods would unconditionally dominate the lower gods. Let us first be courteous before we attack, said the god of power, Austin, in a clear voice. Instantly, his body became incomparably large, and he strode towards the number 1 primordial world. His roiling aura rippled through the void, allowing him to display his supreme divine might to his heart's content. However, after such a terrifying force struck the angel holy light shield, it had completely weakened. There was no effect inside the incipient world at all. Respected God, I am Austin, the god of power from the radiant god system. I have come under the command of my main god to find the book of divine items of the radiant god system, the Book of Rebirth. I hope that you can return the item to us. You will forever have the friendship of the radiant god system. A vast voice was transmitted over. However, all of it was blocked by the angel holy light shield. Only Lei Lou could hear it. He did this naturally because he didn't want to cause panic among the living beings in the divine world. How much is the friendship worth? How much is the Book of Rebirth worth? The Shadow Main God has caused a great disaster to our world system. This Book of Rebirth can be considered as compensation, Lei Lou said calmly. Respected powerful deity, the Shadow Sovereign system is willing to compensate you for any losses caused to your world system. The prerequisite is that you return the Book of Rebirth to us, said the God of Power, Austin, in a low voice. That won't do. There's no such thing in this world. The Book of Rebirth was obtained from the Shadow Sovereign, so it naturally is the Shadow Sovereign's compensation to our world system. As for what you want to retrieve, you can ask the Shadow Sovereign, Lei Lou said with a smile. If that's the case, does your excellency not wish to return the Book of Rebirth to our radiant god system, said the god of power, Austin, in a threatening tone. The Book of Rebirth doesn't belong to your radiant god system. I obtained it with my own ability. Why should I return it to you? Lei Lou said calmly. There was nothing wrong with that. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to protect the Book of Rebirth. The god of power, Austin, naturally knew that it was impossible to retrieve the Book of Rebirth so easily. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't give up so easily. A treasure that could resurrect people endlessly would be coveted by any faction. At the next moment, the god of power, Austin, suddenly stepped into the void and punched towards the angel holy light shield. The terrifying power tore through everything, almost causing the entire void to distort and explode. The power of a level 28 god was far beyond what this plane could withstand. In other words, if it was in the void, with the power of the god of power, Austin, he could easily destroy a god's world. Boom! The terrifying power suddenly struck the angel holy light shield. However, Lei Luo's angel holy light shield didn't move after being twisted and shaken for a while. Even in the protected first initial world, there was no movement at all. This was the power of the 7th level angel holy light shield. As long as the 7th level angel holy light shield wasn't destroyed, nothing inside would be affected, and no power could penetrate it. How powerful was Lei Luo's 7th level angel holy light shield? He had used the sky level spirit cultivator cultivation base of a level 68 god. At level 61, it was equivalent to a level 25 god. At level 68, it was definitely comparable to a level 31 god, or even a level 32 god. Therefore, although Austin, the god of power, was a level 28 god, it was difficult for him to reach level 29 even if he gathered the power of all the gods under him. This was because only when a sovereign used the power of the divine system would he be able to unleash power that surpassed his own level. When the god of power, Austin, saw that the angelic holy light shield hadn't been broken and that it hadn't even been affected, he was completely stunned. How can the defense of this angelic holy light shield be so powerful? Although this wasn't his most powerful punch, to block it, he had to at least have the cultivation of a peak 28th rank god. I don't believe that I can't even break this turtle shell, growled the god of power, Austin. A bronze battle spear appeared in his hand. This was the fallen god's spear. It was an extremely powerful weapon of war. Its attack power was extremely strong, and it had the mystical character of being able to break through solid walls and be sharp. Boom! He suddenly activated his terrifying power and threw out the fallen god's spear in his hand. Instantly, the spear of the fallen god turned into a shocking ray of light, piercing through everything. Wrapped in the powerful divine magic power, it instantly shot onto the angel holy light shield. The angel holy light shield twisted violently, as if it was about to be penetrated. But in the end, it did not break. What was even stranger was that the spear of the fallen god was actually wrapped up by the angel holy light shield and then disappeared. The god of power, Austin, was stunned. His divine weapon, the spear of the fallen god, had actually been lost. At this moment, he knew what kind of terrifying existence he was dealing with. Without thinking, he turned around and wanted to escape. But suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded by his ear. It is impolite not to reciprocate. In the next moment, a graceful beam shot out from the angel holy light shield and pierced through Austin's body, nailing him to the void. It was the spear of the fallen god. It was such a strange occurrence. You are a level 29 god. No, definitely not a level 29 god, you should be a level 30 god. Austin looked at the gray-robed figure walking out from the distant first initial world, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. This place of such weak origin actually had a level 30 god. This was even more powerful than the main god of light. Even if he gathered the power of the entire god system, it would still be difficult to deal with such a terrifying existence. Lei Lou came to Austin's side, grabbed his head, and activated the soul-absorbing codex. Of course, other than checking the information of the God of Light system, he mainly wanted to exchange blows with the main God of Light and warn him at the same time. If this radiant god continued to pester him, he would be very irritated. Soon, Lei Lou's powerful soul descended into the mind of the god of power, Austin. This was a golden world, covered by countless golden lights, forming a powerful spiritual defense. Unspeakable prayers rang out. As Lei Lou descended, it was as if a defense was activated, and a gigantic god's figure appeared. Boom! Two terrifying wills collided. Even though this was the main field of the Radiant Sovereign, Lei Lou's level was clearly higher. Respected expert, how about we end this matter here? The Radiant Sovereign sent out a thought. This was because he could sense how powerful Lei Lou was. He was at least a level higher than him. This was extremely terrifying. It meant that there was no hope for their Radiant Spirit system to retrieve the Book of Rebirth. To deal with the master of an intelligent divine system, not provoking a powerful enemy was the wisest choice. Let go of his soul defense and reveal everything about your Radiant divine system to me, Lei Lou said indifferently. How was it possible to give up just like that? Who knew if the Radiant God system was using a roundabout tactic? Thus, the best method was to grasp a large amount of secrets about the Radiant God system. This is impossible. How could the Radiant Sovereign allow the secrets of the Radiant God system to be revealed? This concerned the life and death of the Radiant God world. The Power God's level was high enough to grasp a large amount of secrets about the Radiant God system. Then this shows that you are insincere. Since that's the case, then I can only come and take a look myself, Lei Lou said calmly. Then, he suddenly used his most powerful strength and even used the 4 ultimate abilities of heaven and earth. Below the high level of the 4 ultimate abilities of heaven and earth, not only was the defense of the soul strong, but the high level of the soul had also reached the ability to absolutely break through the defense. The level of this God of Light was inferior to his, so it would be extremely easy for him to break through the God of Power's soul defense. In an instant, Lei Lou's soul seemed to receive an unimaginable amplification. It suddenly became incomparably violent, instantly tearing through the defense of the God of Power, Austin. A powerful force overpowered the main God of Light, and he punched out. Instantly, the faith incarnation of the main God of Light collapsed. A soul defense was completely shattered. Everything about the God of Power, Austin, as well as the secrets of the God of Light, were revealed before Lei Lou. In an extremely distant world system, golden light filled the entire world, and countless voices of prayer resounded. Anyone who entered would be unconsciously brainwashed and immersed in it. Suddenly, the entire golden world shook, and it was as if a great existence was enraged. Damn it! Damn it to the extreme! In the core area, a golden figure roared angrily. However, after a long while, the golden figure gradually quieted down. This is a level 32, or even a level 33 god. I can't get the Book of Rebirth back, the golden figure said helplessly. He was only a level 29 god. Even if he combined the power of a god, he could only fight against a level 30 god. However, against a level 32 or even level 33 peak god, he was helpless. If he angered such an existence, the glory god would be destroyed. The other party must already have detailed information about the glory god system. If he dared to spread the secret of the Book of Rebirth, this super god would take revenge on his god system. I can only wait. When the ancestor god recovers, I'll definitely be able to take back the Book of God, the main God of Light thought to himself. The winged humans were very powerful. The god system he controlled was only one of the very powerful branches. Above them was the mighty ancestor god. He had been in seclusion for countless years. As long as the ancestor god could break through to a great realm above the Tao god level, he would definitely be able to recover. At that time, it would be time to take back the Book of Rebirth. On the other side, Lei Lou retracted his palm and let out a long breath. He had grasped a secret that countless shadow gods were unable to grasp. There's actually a powerful elder god above the radiant god. He entered the winged human race's elder god world to enter seclusion and cultivate more than 100,000 years ago, preparing to break through to the realm above the Tao god level. Lei Luo's face revealed a hint of surprise. His cautiousness was indeed correct. There really was an even more powerful existence above the radiant god's god system. To be able to break through to the realm above the god level, one had to be at least a level 33 god. Generally speaking, reaching level 33 was the limit. Reaching level 33 and level 34 was almost impossible. It was still very difficult even if one walked the path of sky-level spirit cultivator beyond level 33 before breaking through to a god. For example, the god of power, Austin, who had just used the soul-absorbing codex, had walked the 43rd step on the path of sky-level spirit cultivator. However, when he reached the 28th step on the path of the god, it was almost impossible for him to advance. Although breaking through the limits of the god was hundreds of times harder than the path of the sky-level spirit cultivator, it was almost negligible. Therefore, the possibility of this winged human ancestor god being a level 33 god was the highest. It was very difficult for him to surpass the level of a level 33 god. It's been almost 100,000 years, and he hasn't recovered yet. He might even have fallen. Lei Luo shook his head. Of course, he couldn't completely think that way. If he suddenly broke through and was about to come out of seclusion. Thus, he had to be on guard against this. If the winged human ancestor god really broke through to the realm above the god level, then he had to be careful. It seems that my strength is still not enough. I have to continue training. Lei Luo sighed. The higher the level of training, the more he felt that his strength was not enough. Beyond the sky was still the sky. This was not a joke. It was reality. He was still only a god. What about above the god level? Who knew how many levels there were above the god level? There was no limit to learning. Similarly, there was no limit to training. Lei pulled out the spear of the fallen god from the god of power, Austin. Soon, Austin's body began to collapse, finally turning into endless light. Lei turned around and left, returning to the first incipient world. Time flew by. The peaceful life of practicing magic passed by so quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed. Although he had entered the land of profound meaning twice and his soul had become much stronger, he found that the level of the origin of the plane was too low, and it was becoming more and more of a burden to him. Simply strengthening the soul was not very useful anymore. In more than 2,000 years, he had only taken 9 steps. He had just reached the 77th level as a sky-level spirit cultivator. He was still 23 steps away from reaching the 100th levels. However, level 23 was the most difficult to walk through. This was because he had actually been stuck between the 77th level to the 78th level for more than 400 years. He wondered if it was time for him to leave this world system and cultivate in a higher world system. However, he still decided to wait until he broke through to the 78th level sky-level spirit cultivator before he left. This was because his strength would be stronger and he would have the ability to protect himself. After more than 2,000 years of development in the first initial world, although it had not recovered to its peak, it had already begun to give birth to gods. The number of people in the divine palace had already exceeded 100,000, so the number of gods was naturally the highest. As for Wei and the others, the weakest had already reached more than a dozen gods. Among them, the moon god's advancement was the most terrifying. She was now a level 20 god. This kind of breakthrough speed surprised even Lei Luo. It was very obvious that the moon god's memories and foundations from her past life were recovering faster. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the divine palace. Fortunately, Lei Luo had already made arrangements, so it didn't cause too much of an impact. The other people in the divine palace were also used to it. Lei Lou was feeling a little numb because the moon god had broken through again. She had broken through to a level 21 god. This was already the limit of this world system. Even if the moon goddess wanted to break through, there was no other way. She wasn't like Lei Lou, who had the system. Even if she had the foundation of her previous life, she would still be affected by the world system's origin. Moreover, Lei Lou, who had the system, would also be affected, but only slightly. Very soon, the moon goddess appeared in front of Lei Lou. Lei Lou felt that the moon god was very different. This was because the influence of the past life on the current moon god was getting bigger and bigger. "Senior, I just recovered a lot of memories from my past life," the moon god said. She had known about her past life since 1,000 years ago. "According to the memories of my past life, I used to be from this world. However, the world at that time was different from the current one. It was much larger and much more powerful than the current one. There were even existences that surpassed gods. In my past life, I was the powerful princess of the divine court. My father was a great existence that surpassed gods. Later, when the alien races invaded, in order to protect the inheritance, the Lord of the Divine Court cut off a small part of the world and used a supreme forbidden magic to teleport it out. If there are no accidents, the current world system was formed from that small part of the world that was teleported out." The moon god continued to speak. Lei revealed a surprised expression. Had the moon god's memories been awakened so much? If this world system was really formed from a small part of another powerful world system, it could be seen that the original world system was absolutely beyond imagination. However, this was also normal. After all, it could give birth to existences that surpassed gods. Other than awakening these memories, I can also sense a hidden inner world. There are large amounts of cultivation resources stored inside, enough for me to cultivate to a level that surpassed gods in my previous life, the moon god said. "Isn't that great? You can just open that hidden inner world," Lei Lou said with a smile. "Senior, I'm afraid that won't do. In my previous life, I had a cultivation level of a level 31 god, but in the end, I died because there was a foreign god lurking inside. After this world was teleported, he suddenly attacked. In my previous life, I was ambushed and severely injured. In the end, I risked my life to close that inner world, and in my previous life, I died because of that." The moon god shook her head. Lei Lou finally understood why the moon god, Delina, had said that. The fact that the moon god had been able to successfully attack a level 31 god in his previous life meant that the intruder's cultivation had reached at least level 31. Moreover, countless years had passed. Who knew if the intruder had died or not? It was fine if he had died, but if he hadn't, once the inner world was opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was because the inner world had resources that could allow one to cultivate a realm beyond that of a deity. Once that alien deity didn't die, his strength would increase greatly, and he might even break through to a realm beyond that of a deity. That would be extremely terrifying. "It's fine. With me here, just open it," Lei Lou said with a smile. His current cultivation level had reached level 77. Logically speaking, he should be able to deal with existences that surpassed gods, right? Of course, this was a theoretical judgment. As for what the truth was, he would only know after giving it a try. No matter how powerful an alien god that was sealed in the inner world was, it should only be at the level that had just surpassed gods. He couldn't be any stronger. Therefore, he wanted to know how powerful an existence above the level of a god was. If there really was an existence above the level of a god in the inner world, that would be the best. However, he felt that the possibility wasn't high because the realm above the level of a god wasn't so easy to break through. "Senior, are you sure?" said the moon god, Delina, in surprise. "Of course. I want to see how powerful an existence above the deity level is." "I hope that the inner world you mentioned has such an existence," Lei Lou said with a smile. The moon god, Delina, knew that a senior would never brag. Since she had such confidence, she must be sure of herself. She nodded immediately. Thus, the two of them left the divine palace, left the first incipient world, and came to the void. The moon god suddenly released all of his power, and soon after, the bloodline power in his body began to stir. It was as if a valve had been opened, and a strange power was released from his body. Strange ribbons formed around him. These ribbons wandered around and interweaved. Finally, they formed a huge strange array diagram in the void. This formation was extremely complicated, and even with the moon god's power, it seemed to be extremely difficult. Lei Lou did not go up to help, because this formation that originated from her bloodline and power from her previous life was not something that outsiders could help with. After an unknown amount of time, the moon god, Delina, seemed to have reached her limit. She had finally completed the construction of the huge and responsible formation. As soon as it was completed, the entire void trembled, and an intense vein-like vibration radiated into the entire world system. Lei Lou revealed a surprised expression, because he could faintly sense that a world hidden deep within the plane's origin was gradually emerging. But as this world emerged, it seemed as if a terrifying consciousness had awakened. So it's hidden in the world's origin. No wonder I didn't notice it before. Lei Lou revealed a smile. In the entire world system, other than the world's origin, there were almost no secrets to him. He had even gone to the depths of the Sea of Bitterness and had even signed up for the Sword of Hell. This was because the world system's origin could not be destroyed or controlled. If he forcefully controlled it, there was only one possibility, and that was the destruction of the world. If it merged with the origin, it would become a part of the origin of the world and become the world's spokesperson. It was similar to God. Therefore, he did not forcefully probe the secret of the origin of the world. Naturally, he did not discover this world, which was very normal. Boom! As that world completely emerged, the powerful sealing power gradually faded. The opening was irreversible. Soon, an extremely powerful will was transmitted from this inner world. Ha ha ha! I can finally get out. Boom! A terrifying powerful existence finally broke through that world and completely descended into the void. This was a very terrifying humanoid creature. Its entire body was covered in green carapace. It looked as if it was an insect person. However, because its body was extremely huge, it looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Lei Lou shook his head in disappointment after sensing the aura of this powerful creature. It wasn't the powerful existence above the gods that he had imagined. It was only a level 33 god. Although it was very powerful, he felt that he could crush it to death with a single finger. What a familiar aura. You must be Princess Bing Luo of the Divine Court from beyond the heavens, right? I didn't expect you to be reincarnated. You even regained your memories and opened up this inner world for me. Do you know how I've spent these millions of years? The giant insect man expert's gaze landed on the moon god, Delina. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak. You're only a level 21 god. It's no wonder that the origin of this world is so weak. However, I still have to thank you for letting me out. Therefore, I'll let you die a quick death. Ha ha ha. The insect god shook his head and laughed arrogantly. The moon god, Delina, turned pale. After all, the aura of this insect god was too terrifying. As he laughed wildly, it was as if the entire world system was trembling. Are you done? Lei Lou said calmly. Little guy, are you talking to me? The insect god's strange compound eyes landed on Lei Lou's body. It was as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at Lei Lou. His strange gaze swept over, as if wanting to probe Lei Lou's strength. Of course. You've stayed in that inner world for millions of years. Why haven't you broken through to the realm above the Tao God level? Lei Lou sighed and said, You're too useless. You've disappointed me. The insect god was stunned. What did he hear? A puny human actually said that he was too useless. Arrogant human, I will let you know the miserable fate of daring to mock me. The insect god was completely provoked and let out a terrifying roar. He suddenly raised his hand. It was not a hand, because this hand was like a mantis sickle. It was filled with sharp sawteeth. As it cut, even the void was torn apart. Lei Lou smiled, and his body moved. He rose into the air and dodged this attack, then landed on the head of the insect god. Then, he stepped down. Boom! The insect god felt the entire world shake and shake, squeezing his body. Then, an extremely terrifying power surged into his body, completely suppressing his own power. He was actually unable to move. His entire body lay in the void. The insect god's entire body trembled, because he knew that he had hit an iron plate. Moreover, it was a very large iron plate. This was definitely a terrifying existence that surpassed gods. When the moon god, Delina, saw this scene, her beautiful eyes lit up. Senior was really too powerful. His strength seemed to have no limits, and he could always defeat powerful enemies. Lei Lou couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on the insect god. He directly used the soul-absorbing codex that worked every time and began to probe the information in the insect god's mind. After a long time, Lei Lou finally stopped. He took a long breath and sorted out the huge amount of information he had just obtained. As an existence that had lived for millions of years, one could imagine how many memories he had. Of course, the last few hundred years were very, very simple. What Lei Lou needed was information on the race of this insect man god. The race of this insect man god was called the mantis human race. It was a branch of the mantis human race among the insect man race. The gods were good at disguising themselves, which was why they had infiltrated the evacuation team of the extraterrestrial divine court. The insect man race that invaded the great world was very powerful. Among them, the locust human race, the bee human race, and the moth human race were the most powerful. They all had terrifying existences that surpassed the gods. As for the otherworldly divine court, there was only the otherworldly emperor lord, who was a god-level existence. However, in that great battle back then, the otherworldly emperor lord fought 1 against 3. In the end, he could not defeat them, so he had no choice but to cut off a small part of the otherworldly world and teleport out. As for what happened in the otherworldly world after that, the mantis humans did not know either. After Lei Lou completely killed the mantis human god, he brought the moon god, Delina, into the inner world. There were still many cultivation resources in the inner world. Although millions of years had passed, the mantis human god had not been completely exhausted, because after he reached level 33, he could no longer cultivate. Even if there were resources above the god level, the mantis human god did not dare to use them, because if the breakthrough was not successful, then it was the path of death. This inner world was very large, but it could not compare to the inner world of the devouring treasure box's owner. It could be seen that the devouring treasure box's owner's strength surpassed that of the inner world's owner. At the center of this inner world, there was a huge strange platform. There were complex patterns on it, and one could tell at a glance that it was a teleportation. Senior, if there are no accidents, I should be able to open this teleportation array and form a spatial tunnel to connect to the great world beyond the heavens, the moon goddess said with a smile. Let's talk about it in the future, Lei Lou said with a smile. He decided to wait until he had cultivated to the level 78 sky-level spirit cultivator before talking about it. If there were no accidents, the possibility of the extraterrestrial god lord dying was very high. There was a high possibility that he had already informed many others beyond the world. Millions of years had passed, and no one knew how powerful the bug humans were. Therefore, he felt that it was better to be more cautious and try to increase his strength before going over. Yes, Senior. The moon god, Delina, nodded. Also, in the future, cultivate in this inner world, Lei Lou added. Although the low registration of the origin of the world had an impact on the cultivation of magic, there were two main aspects. One was the cultivation speed. The closer one was to the limit, the slower the cultivation speed would be. The other was the cultivation resources. They couldn't give birth to the treasures of a high-level world. Without high-level heavenly materials and earthly treasures, how could a god break through? The reason why the mantis-human god could break through to the 33rd level in this inner world was mainly because of the massive amount of cultivation resources. The mantis-human god had risen by 2 levels in a few million years. Therefore, with sufficient resources, the moon god could still cultivate, but it would be a very, very slow process. In the blink of an eye, another 200 years passed. Lei Lou had finally broken through to level 78. As for breaking through again, it was almost impossible. And in these 200 years, the moon god, Delina, was still at level 21. Lei Lou finally decided to let the moon god, Delina, activate the teleportation array and go to the great beyond world to take a look. Of course, the main reason was that the origin of the great beyond world was high enough. This great beyond world was different from the current world system. It was a very complete world. There were 3 worlds. There were heaven, earth, and man. The heavenly realm was a world inhabited by gods. The human world was a world inhabited by beings below the level of gods. Only those who reached the level of gods could fly into the world of gods. The earthly realm was different from the earthly realm of this world. Instead, it was a piece of underworld. It was the home of the dead and where beings could be reincarnated. In reality, only a world at the level of a great world could be considered a complete world. However, the current world system was incomplete. It was formed from a small world that had been cut out. Lei Lou had already arranged everything for the first initial world. He brought Wei and the others along, leaving behind only the disciples and grand-disciples that they had nurtured. In the inner world, Lei Lou and the moon god, Delina, stood on the huge teleportation platform. As the moon god activated the teleportation array, a strange space passage was formed in an instant. Lei Lou and the moon god flew into the vortex at the same time. Not long after, the vortex gradually disappeared and then completely calmed down, and the entire inner world was completely sealed. Lei Lou and the moon god flew in the spatial passage for more than 10 hours, but they still did not reach the end. If they did not use the teleportation array and relied on flying in the void, how many years would it take? Suddenly, the spatial passage became extremely unstable. Lei Lou knew that they were about to reach the exit. Soon, the two of them were pushed out by a powerful force. Lei Lou's powerful spiritual sense spread out, sensing everything in the surroundings. This was an incomparably desolate world. The spiritual chi in the void was extremely dull. The land was also extremely barren. This is the great world beyond the heavens. Reiro was a little surprised because when he sent his consciousness out, a region of 10 million miles was filled with this kind of desolate world. This was very terrifying. How could this be? The moon god, Delina, was also a little puzzled. This place was completely different from the great world beyond the heavens in her memories. From the traces I sensed, this place should have once had a battle that surpassed the level of gods, which resulted in this kind of world environment that is difficult to recover from, Reiro said. His spiritual sense extended all the way until it finally had a little bit of life in a region of 30 million miles. The spiritual energy was also slightly denser. It was not until 40 million miles that some intelligent races appeared. Judging from the appearance and bloodline aura of the races, they were very similar to the races in the original world system. Soon, Lei Lou brought the moon god and used the magic of the divine sun bird to travel quickly. His current divine sun bird's innate magic had already reached the 4th level, and each time, it could cross millions of miles. Therefore, he brought the moon god, Delina, and easily traveled more than 50 million miles away. There was a big city here, which was at least the largest city within a radius of hundreds of miles. There were at least 10 million people here. The cultivation level was not weak either. There were immortal level existences, but the strongest one was only a level 12 god. Lei Lou was a little confused. Didn't they say that they had been invaded by the bug humans? This didn't look like it at all. Moreover, gods and mortals were mixed together. It didn't seem like the moon god said that gods had to ascend to the world of gods. Mortals and below lived in the human world. Lei Lou's spiritual sense moved and scanned the countless books in the city. But after a while, he frowned because the history recorded in the city was only 1,000,000 years old. 1,000,000 years ago, it was called a natural disaster. The current intelligent civilization was developed after the natural disaster by the remaining intelligent gods. However, there was no record of the specific situation of the natural disaster. If the natural disaster was related to the invasion of the arachnid race, that was already 7,000,000 years ago. Moreover, in the records of this large city, the arachnid race was also present, but it was at the western pole. Lei Lou used his spiritual sense to probe over another 10 million kilometers, and finally found traces of the arachnid race. However, the cultivation level of the insect-human race was not higher than that of the human race and the orc race. They were on the same level. Moreover, he looked through the information of the insect-human race's books. Surprisingly, he was only at the time of the natural disaster. After the invasion of the insect-human race, another natural disaster occurred in this great world. It's completely changed, Lei Lou said to the moon god. The moon god also received a lot of information, but it wasn't as fast as Lei Lou. Moreover, the gods that originally existed are gone. All the gods and mortals are living together. Lei Lou sighed again. With this, it became impossible for them to find any traces of the past. Senior, what should we do? The moon god, Delina, didn't pay too much attention to it. Although she had awakened many memories from her previous life, she didn't have too many feelings for everything in her previous life. In a sense, she was already a completely new individual. Those memories were just some data and information. Let's find a place to cultivate first, Lei Lou said. The origin of this great world was very high, and it far surpassed the original world system. It would definitely be a much faster process if he cultivated there. The moon god naturally had no objections. Very quickly, Lei Lou found a place that was very suitable for cultivation. This was because no living beings dared to enter that area. This was a forbidden area that spanned thousands of miles. To ordinary gods, it was a forbidden area, but to Lei Lou and the moon god, it was nothing. After the two arrived, they did not change the special environment here. Lei Lou took out the inner world of the owner of the devouring treasure box and transformed it into a cave world. He even transformed an area outside into the entrance of the cave, using all kinds of arrays and god-trapping arrays to seal it. After setting everything up, Lei Lou, the moon god, Delina, and Wei started their leisurely cultivation life. The cultivation speed had recovered a lot, and Lei Lou was in a great mood. Moreover, life was not monotonous. After all, there were many beautiful wives accompanying him. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed. On this day, Lei Lou sat on a rattan chair, basking in the sun and reading a book. It was very comfortable. If possible, he hoped that this leisurely cultivation life could last forever. There was no conflict and no killing. The gods could live forever, and Lei Lou and his wives could live like this forever. Unfortunately, in this world, the strong preyed on the weak. Even if one had no ambitions, malevolent people with evil intentions would still try to disrupt the peace. Outside the forbidden area, a red-clothed figure speedily flew through the sky and landed at the edge of the forbidden area. It was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Her expression was flustered and carried a bone-deep hatred. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few more figures flew over at high speed. Their auras were not bad, and they were at least at the level of the great sky realm. In this great world, because the origin of the world was very high, the suppression on the level of mages was very strong. As a result, the performance of a small sky realm sky-level mage was equivalent to that of a divine mage in the divine world. Only when one reached the level of the great sky realm could one be considered as a strong person. Moreover, in this great world, above the great sky realm, there was the super sky realm. Only the super heavens could be considered as an elite. Ha ha ha. Hilary, you won't be able to escape. Come back with us. As long as you become my young master's slave, you will have a chance to live, a middle-aged man said with a smile. In his opinion, this Hilary was already in his hands. She wouldn't be able to escape. Ahead was the Black Mountain forbidden ground. Even a god would die without a doubt in there. You, Black Death God, dared to destroy my family. As long as I, Hilary, don't die, I will definitely take revenge. The girl's eyes were filled with blood and tears. Between her brows, there was actually a faintly discernible strange black pattern. In the next moment, she turned around and charged into the Black Mountain forbidden ground. When the middle-aged man saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on his face. You're courting death. Let's go. After saying that, he flew away with his men. When the girl entered the forbidden area, she immediately felt as if the world was spinning. She felt as if she had entered an isolated world. Moreover, the sound that seemed to resonate between heaven and earth was like the wailing of ghosts and gods, causing people to tremble. Hilary shuddered, gritted her teeth, wiped away her tears, and directly knelt down. Elder God of Black Mountain, I am Hilary of Heaven City. I am the only descendant of my family. I came from the only surviving branch of the royal family of the Dali Empire over 100,000 years ago. Not long ago, my family met with a calamity. I was the only one who escaped. I implore you, Elder God, to take me in. When I have the ability to take revenge, I will leave on my own, she shouted. Unfortunately, there was no response. The ghostly wails became even more intense and even got closer, as if something terrifying was approaching. More than 100,000 years ago, when the Dali Empire was destroyed, you didn't take action. 50,000 years ago, when the 13 Holy Knights were in a desperate situation, you didn't take action. 18,000 years ago, the Hama clan was destroyed, but you didn't take action. Elder God of Black Mountain, all I ask for is temporary protection. Are you so heartless towards your own descendants? Hilary's voice and aura were like the blood of a cuckoo. There was still no response. Only the wails of ghosts and gods grew stronger. Hilary was completely in despair. Was this Black Mountain ancestral god really the old ancestor who had once established the Dali Empire? Why couldn't he even agree to such a small request of hers? Black Mountain ancestral god, it should be the zombie in the Black Mountain cave. Hearing the girl's mournful voice, Lei Lou couldn't help but shake his head. This place could be called a forbidden area because there was a terrifying zombie there. However, this zombie was unable to leave the forbidden area in the Black Mountain. This zombie was extremely powerful. It was also considered a level 15 god. The strange thing was that this zombie actually didn't have any self-awareness. Moreover, the powerful corpse's aura could contaminate all life that entered the forbidden area and could turn them into puppets. Even gods were no exception. However, from the information left behind in the cave abode, this zombie was originally the founding emperor of the Dali Empire. After practicing some forbidden magic, it was finally turned into a corpse without any self-awareness. Unfortunately, your ancestral god is long gone. Lei Luo's eyes flashed. He casually pointed out with his finger, and a ray of light shot into the void. Hilary felt even more despair. She knew that if the Black Mountain ancestral god had been willing to respond, the Dali Empire would not have been destroyed 100,000 years ago. Could it be that the bloodline of the family is about to be completely cut off? Hilary collapsed to the ground because she could see many black figures with terrifying auras flashing around her. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying white figure pounced over. As if it was a signal, more black figures pounced over. Hilary was so frightened that her entire body was trembling. Because under these terrifying auras that were at least at the Empyrean realm, her cultivation base of stepping on the Empyrean realm was not even worth mentioning. Just as the white-furred figure was about to pounce on her, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky and landed on her body. In an instant, those pouncing sounds seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing as they turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, the flickering black figure had completely disappeared. Hilary looked at her surroundings in a daze. What was going on? Where were those figures just now? Could it be that the elder god of Black Mountain has agreed to protect me? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, those things just now would definitely have killed me. Hilary's face was filled with tears. She thought that she had guessed the reason. I hope it won't disappoint me too much. Lei Luo's gaze was indifferent. At his level, having lived for so many years, he knew it would not be so cheap. Perhaps it was just for the sake of having more decorations for his cultivation life in the future. Lei Luo read for a while more before turning around and walking into the inner world. Half a month later, Lei Luo finished his cultivation and came out to get some fresh air. "Senior, there's an extra little girl here," said the moon god, Delina. She knew that this place was very special. Even an ordinary god would not survive in that place. In the past 100 years, there had been a few where people broke into and entered the forbidden area. Without exception, all of them died in the forbidden area. But the little girl was still alive. She knew that it must be because of the senior's protection. It must be the descendant of that zombie. She was chased and forced into this place. Seeing how pitiful she is, I temporarily let her stay here, Lei Luo said with a smile. The moon goddess, Delina, thought for a moment and said, "Senior, I think her talent is quite good. Why don't we take her in?" "We'll see," Lei Luo said. The moon goddess knew what Lei Luo meant. She probably wanted to test this girl's character and tenacity, so she didn't say anything more. After taking one last look at the little girl, the moon goddess followed Lei Luo into the inner world. She had already considered herself to be Raylo's wife, although Raylo had never explicitly said so. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. It was a very peaceful 300 years. Hilary had long gotten used to every blade of grass and tree in the Black Mountain. However, there was a place that seemed to contain a maze. She had never been able to get close to it. She knew that that place was a place that she could not explore. In this forbidden land, there were countless unimaginably powerful monsters. These monsters were very similar to zombies. Perhaps it was because of the protection of the ancestor of Black Mountain, because those zombies would run away whenever they saw her. However, as time passed, some of the weaker ones would be brazen enough to attack her instead. She began to feel a little miserable. How many times had she been attacked? How many times had she been injured? The corpse aura of this kind of zombie was dangerous, and the damage to her body was very obvious. Fortunately, in this forbidden land, although the corpse aura pervaded the air, the elemental aura was abnormally dense. She could also see natural treasures from time to time, which was why she was able to persevere and had already entered the supra-sky realm. However, she had a conviction in her heart. Once she became stronger, she would go out and take revenge for her family. It didn't matter whether it would take her 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 10,000 years, or 20,000 years. As long as there was a possibility, there would definitely be hope. In the Firefly region in the Galaxy Divine Sect, a gigantic palace floated in the sky. A resplendent river of starlight revolved around it, making it seem like a dream. "Lord Sect Master, the whereabouts of the Divine Sparrow Pearl have been found," said a powerful god as it bowed to the black-robed old man who was sitting cross-legged. Where is it? Above the black-robed old man's head, there seemed to be a strange light path that connected to the river of starlight that surrounded the palace. He opened his eyes and revealed a surprised expression. This was because the search for the divine sparrow pearl had been going on for more than 100,000 years. There had been no news. It should be in the Black Mountain forbidden ground in the vast region. This god hurriedly said, more than 100,000 years ago, the Dali Empire was destroyed, and the whereabouts of the old ancestor of the Dali Empire were unknown. The founding emperor of the Dali Empire had once entered and the West King's divine palace was opened. After that, we investigated all the people who had entered, but only this founding emperor of the Dali Empire missed out. Why did we miss it at that time? Why have we found out just now? The black-robed elder asked in a deep voice. If not for the divine sparrow pearl being too important, the Star River divine sect would not have pursued it for more than 100,000 years without giving up. This person should have learned the magic of condensing a corpse, and he managed to hide it from our detection. It wasn't until 1,000 years ago that we discovered the soul summoning wall and found a very shallow soul shadow on it. However, we were unable to find out who this person was. Therefore, for the past 1,000 years, we have been matching the soul shadow. It wasn't until some time ago that we finally matched the soul shadow in the vast region. This person came from a mage family called Heaven City. Later on, the family was destroyed. Through the soul search, we found out that it was a descendant of Dali. Furthermore, the Lord of the Black Mountain is a powerful general. It should be that person who failed to learn the forbidden magic related to corpses and turned into the general emperor of Dali. The god hurriedly explained the entire situation. This Black Mountain Lord's strength may be of a level 15 god, and he has a zombie body. He is very difficult to deal with. However, if the divine sparrow pearl is in the hands of this zombie, then it must be taken back, the black-robed elder said in a deep voice. The Galaxy Divine Sect's strongest expert was only a level 16 god. It would not be easy to defeat the Black Mountain Lord. However, he could not give up. After all, the divine sparrow pearl was too important to the Galaxy Divine Sect. Without such an item, it would be impossible to open the divine sparrow door. This divine sparrow door was left behind before the era of natural disasters. From the restrictions set up, it should contain a huge opportunity that surpassed a level 20 god. If the Galaxy Divine Sect could excavate it, their strength would definitely increase greatly, and they would have a chance to become one of the superpowers of the 13 eastern regions. Soon, the Galaxy Divine Palace gathered more than a dozen gods above level 12 and headed towards the vast lands. At the entrance of the cave abode, Lei Lou was playing Go with the moon god. He was playing Go. However, the rules had long been messed up by Lei Lou, and were thousands of times more complicated. After all, normal Go was nothing to powerful existences like them. Only by increasing the difficulty would it be interesting to move. Senior, how long do you plan to test her? The moon god, Delina, suddenly asked curiously. Isn't this very good? Lei Lou said with a smile. The moon god didn't quite understand. Delina, you have to remember one thing. We are just passing by. Don't interfere too much in the affairs of this world, Lei Lou said indifferently. If one interacted too deeply, there would often be a bond. How could everything be heartless? Lei Lou couldn't do it either. Therefore, he could only interact as little as possible. The moon god came to a realization. 3 months later, more than 10 powerful figures appeared outside the Black Mountain's forbidden ground. They were the gods from the Galaxy God sect of the Firefly region. The leader was the Chaotic Star God Lord, the sect master of the Galaxy Divine Sect. His cultivation level was as high as a level 16 god. Following them were all the supreme elder level gods of the Galaxy Divine Sect. There were 8 level 12 gods, 3 level 13 gods, 2 level 14 gods, and 1 level, 15 god lord. This place had gathered more than 70% of the galaxy divine sex power. If not for the divine sparrow pearl being too important and the Black Mountain Lord being too powerful, they would not have dared to take such a huge risk. If they lost too much here and did not obtain the divine sparrow pearl, the Star River divine sect might fall into a huge predicament. The black-robed elder, chaotic star god lord, lightly shouted, "Set up the array." Immediately, more than a dozen level 12 supreme elders surrounded chaotic star god lord. Many strange array patterns appeared and quickly formed a strange river of light in the surroundings. It revolved 6 times in all directions and was extremely strange. And the galaxy god sects more than a dozen powerful gods were within this river of light, and then they flew directly into the Black Mountain's forbidden ground. Boom! As these powerful gods entered, the entire forbidden ground seemed to boil. Countless corpse puppets soared into the sky, and some even reached the terrifying level of level 12 or level 13 gods. In a cave, Hillary was hiding in cultivation. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Sensing the restless corpse puppets, she hurriedly rushed out. She saw that in the distance, ghosts were wailing and gods were howling, and the corpse puppets' roars shook the heavens and earth. A powerful enemy has broken in. Hillary looked up, but she didn't dare to reveal any aura. A battle at this level wasn't something she could interfere with. Watching from the sidelines was the wisest choice. She could sense that the aura in the sky was extremely terrifying. The intruders were extremely powerful. After staying here for more than 300 years, she often felt as if she were intruding. However, in the end, she was killed by the corpse puppets, and a few would become part of them. She was the only exception. Therefore, she believed that she was protecting the ancestor god of Black Mountain. Another intruder. This time, it doesn't seem to be ordinary. Lei Lou was reading a book, and he was a bit surprised. The existence of a level 16 god, within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, definitely belonged to the peak of existence. The other side of the Black Mountain forbidden ground was only at the peak of level 15. Because of the special and polluting nature of the zombie body, it could threaten a level 16 god. However, the arrival of these people could really threaten that zombie. Lei Lou couldn't be bothered. As long as they didn't disturb his leisure training, it would be fine. Soon, an intense battle erupted outside. In the end, even that zombie was lured out. Lei Lou watched the show for a long time. After witnessing an abnormally intense battle, that zombie was finally suppressed. Of course, the price was also very heavy. 5 of those people had died, and the remaining people were all injured. Moreover, the poison from the corpses was very difficult to remove. Where's the divine sparrow pearl? Chaotic Star Master searched through the Black Mountain Master's nest, but did not find the existence of the divine sparrow pearl. His expression became incomparably gloomy. After spending such a great price, if he could not find the divine sparrow pearl, what use would it be even if he flattened the Black Mountain forbidden land? Could it be that the divine sparrow pearl is not in the hands of the master of Black Mountain? Someone said. Impossible. The master of Black Mountain does not have any consciousness. It should be because the divine sparrow pearl is suppressed by the power of the trapped god, causing it to be unable to give birth to a will. Moreover, there is a special power within its body. It definitely came into contact with the divine sparrow pearl, unless someone took it away. The chaotic Star Master shook his head and said, even if we have to turn the entire Black Mountain forbidden ground upside down, we have to find the divine sparrow pearl. The Star River divine sex people began to search the Black Mountain forbidden ground that had been mostly cleared out. Very quickly, the Star River divine sex people discovered a strange region at the very center of the Black Mountain forbidden ground. However, they did not discover the hidden Hillary. Naturally, it was Lei Lou who had deliberately hidden it. An expert from the Star River divine sect said, Chaotic Star Sect Master, this place is too special. It's like a maze. There's no way to enter. Chaotic Star Sect Master's expression became very grave as he said in a deep voice, this place should be locked by a restriction. It's very likely that there's an even more powerful existence hidden here. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. If it was an existence even more powerful than the Black Mountain Master, then it would be very difficult for them to deal with. In the open space outside the inner world. Divine Sparrow Pearl. Is it shining on this thing? Lei Lou was lying on a chair, playing with a transparent pearl in his hand. One could vaguely see a white sparrow flying within. He had studied the bead carefully. There was a set of complicated and strange restrictions inside. The white bird was the soul of a powerful divine sparrow above level 20. The specific purpose was hard to explain. However, the soul of the divine sparrow was enough to make these people pay attention to it. Right, there is no written record of information before the natural disaster. However, did the people of this world do some targeted research? For example, after excavating the ruins, some information can be obtained. However, for certain reasons, it cannot be recorded in the written records and can only be kept secret through another method. Lei Lou's heart skipped a beat. He was very curious about what had happened to the catastrophe in this great world beyond the heavens. Why did the invasion of the great world beyond the heavens become so miserable, just like the native races of this world? Even if the extraterrestrial emperor and the 3 other gods of the insect-human race had all perished in the end, it was impossible for such a situation to occur. The greater possibility was that there was an even more powerful external force involved. However, it did not make sense from the timeline. Although he did not need to delve into the history of the extraterrestrial great world, there was always a human's curiosity, and Lei Lou was no exception. Now that there was a local god who had come to his doorstep, he could ask him about it, right? Hence, Lei Lou decided to go out and meet with the people outside. The Star River Divine Sect's Chaotic Star Master and the others repeatedly studied this strange region, but they could not find any entrance. Every time, they would walk back to their original spots. It was very strange. At their level, it was extremely difficult to use magic-like illusions to confuse them. However, it was as if their minds had been blinded. The more they felt that there was a powerful existence in this place, the more their hearts pounded. It was just that they had suffered such a huge loss this time and did not gain anything. If they retreated directly, it would not be worth it. However, at this moment, the strange place in front of them changed. A distorted light figure walked out from it. Soon after, they found that they couldn't move. Right, they couldn't move. Their bodies seemed to be frozen by some power. Even the Chaotic Star Master was no exception. They felt an intense fear in their hearts. Are you looking for this thing? Lei Lou said indifferently. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a strange pearl appeared in his palm. The Chaotic Star Master and the others didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, they grew even more terrified. This was because such an item would definitely be impossible to obtain in the hands of such a powerful existence. Furthermore, their lives were in grave danger. Once they all died here, the entire Star River Divine Sect would be completely finished. Speak. Lei Lou pointed at the most powerful god that had brought them over. Sir. Sir, we're not looking for this thing, the Chaotic Star Master said against his will. I don't like people who lie, Lei Lou said calmly. In front of the elemental eye, no lie could escape his research. Sir, we were originally looking for this thing, but since it belongs to you, it's definitely not what we're looking for. The Chaotic Star Master's desire to survive was very strong. Then what's its use? Lei Lou asked. Although he was about to use the soul-absorbing codex to obtain the information he wanted, this was a very cruel codex. Unless it was against an enemy, he wouldn't casually use it. My lord, this is called the Divine Sparrow Pearl. It's the key to opening a small world, the Chaotic Star Sect Master said honestly. In order to survive, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Of course, he was even more worried that if he spoke the truth, would this mysterious and powerful existence kill him to silence him? That small world before the natural disaster. Lei Lou was a bit surprised. Chaotic Star Master hurriedly said, "Yes, my lord." The divine sparrow pearl was the key to opening up a small world. If Lei Lou wanted to raise his ability to a higher level, he had to enter this small world. He didn't know how many years had passed or how much power he had obtained. Perhaps it was only for an instant, or perhaps it had already been 10,000 years. Lei Lou opened his eyes. He finally woke up, but where was this? Everything around him was gray. But there was nothing. He himself had become a ball of light. This was his world, so everything here had to be created by himself. Lei Lou began to slowly study the basic laws of this world. From then on, all kinds of big explosions began to occur in this chaotic world. After countless years, Lei Lou finally created a world that lived with life. He finally learned how to control the laws of this space, and he was no longer alone. While Lei Lou studied this world, he also discovered his special ability. That was decomposition and recombination. Lei Lou could decompose any material into the most fundamental chaos and then according to his own spiritual will. He could also reassemble it into what he wants. He created a continent in this world, surrounded by oceans. When the world was created, it's time to create life. Lei Lou created a flying island. Make this your own palace. Then, in this world, Lei Lou began to seriously create his own body. This process took 10 years, and he finally created a handsome young body. When his spirit entered this perfect body, he suddenly opened his eyes. A divine light burst out from his eyes. 12 pairs of silver wings suddenly spread out on his back. The wings were made of a kind of metal material flowing with a beautiful metallic luster. He lowered his head and looked at his tall and mighty body. He turned around and looked at his gorgeous wings. A wave of arrogance suddenly spread out. It was as if the world was beneath Lei Lou's feet. From then on, he would be the most powerful existence in the small world of the divine sparrow pearl. He would pass through the barrier of space and arrive at the continent that he had created with his own hands. Right now, the continent was also in a crude state as it had just been built. There was nothing but water and rocks on it. There was nothing he could do about it, so he could only modify it. He activated his special ability. Light of disintegration. In the blink of an eye, rays of yellow light shot out from Lei Lou's body. The places that were swept by the light turned into powder. The potholes on the ground were all flattened by the light of disintegration. Then, Lei Lou activated his special ability that made him sad recombination. Lei Lou's body began to emit a rainbow-colored light. The places that were swept by the light began to change. Some became grasslands, some trees appeared, and some rivers appeared. After an unknown period of time, the entire continent was covered in green. Lei Lou flew high into the sky. Looking at the product of his hard work these days, he saw that the entire continent was full of vitality, but it was too quiet. What else is missing? Lei Lou said to himself, "Oh right, there is still a lack of life." There was no other way, so Lei could only continue to work hard. He began to use the light of reorganization to create animals. He randomly assembled all the animals he could think of. He created a bunch of magical beasts, similar to unicorns, griffins, and dragons. But at this time, Lei Lou thought again. Why not create some mythical beasts? Just do it. Then let's create phoenixes first. Lei Lou waved his hand, and 3 creatures that looked like phoenixes came out. They flew around Lei Lou. It's hard to tell them apart like this. Looking at the 3 identical phoenixes in front of him, Lei Lou frowned as he thought. With a wave of his hand, the 3 phoenixes' bodies changed. One of the phoenixes had a red flame burning on its body. Lei Lou added a fire regeneration and healing ability to it. The other phoenix had a black flame burning on its body. A wave of death power was born. He added a fire regeneration and the burning of vitality to it. The last phoenix made Lei Lou very worried. What ability did he add to it? Forget it. With a wave of his hand, he gave the last phoenix an ability to be reborn from the flames and to have an extremely high temperature. Immediately after, the third phoenix's body lit up with a pure white flame. A wave of heat hit him. This was an extremely high temperature close to the heat of the sun. Looking at the three phoenixes in front of him, Lei Lou was very satisfied. In the future, he would leave the creation task of the Phoenix clan to them. The light from the recombination shone on their bodies, and the three phoenixes began to have their own consciousness. Greetings, Master. Three voices rang out at the same time. In the name of Lei Lou, the power of the God of creation, I will bestow upon you the power to give birth to your descendants, the Holy Snow Phoenix, the Undying Blood Phoenix, and the Evil Death Phoenix. The three of you will be responsible for the survival of the Phoenix race. In my name, I will bestow upon you the power of a grade 1 godly monarch. From now on, you will be the gods of this world's phoenixes. Thank you, Master. The three phoenixes thanked him. The three phoenixes began their mission to give birth to their descendants. Lei Lou looked at the three phoenixes dancing in the sky. With phoenixes, there should be dragons. Lei Lou gathered countless magical elements in his hands, and the image of a golden dragon slowly appeared. Lei Lou felt that it was quite good. Looking at the dragon that was emitting a holy light, a thought suddenly occurred to Lei Lou, and his heart moved. The body of the holy dragon that had been created flashed with a golden light. After the golden light, a beautiful woman with golden hair appeared in front of Lei Lou. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Lei Lou did not have the mood to look at the beautiful body. He had already forgotten how many years it had been since he had seen anyone. Lei Lou began to awaken her consciousness. A blue light entered the blonde beauty's brain. The blonde beauty opened her eyes, and the 6 pairs of ascending dragon wings slowly spread open. The blonde beauty looked around. When she saw Lei Lou, she lowered her head and knelt. Greetings, Master. From now on, your name is Kana. In the name of Lei Lou, with the power of the Creator God, I will confer you the title of Great Dragon God King, one of the 8 great sovereign gods. You will be responsible for the creation and reproduction of the dragon race. Lei Lou said solemnly. Yes, Master. Kana replied. Only now did Lei Lou have the chance to properly size up this beauty, Kana. She was about 1.8 meters tall. She was only a little shorter than him, and her long, lake blue hair that draped over her shoulders emitted a blue radiance that was as azure as the sky. Her pretty snow-white face that was like a bright moon flickered with a sacred radiance. Under her slender blue eyebrows were a pair of golden eyes that were as deep as the ocean and a straight nose. She had a beautiful nose. Her facial features were so seamless. Lei Lou's mind moved. Kana was given set of golden soft armor. This time, Kana was even more attractive. Under Kana's fair neck was an infinitely beautiful body. She was wearing a dazzling golden soft armor. This soft armor was exquisitely made and had a unique style. It was as if a golden long skirt was wrapped around Kana's perfect body. Her tall, slender waist and floral school uniform made people daydream about her slender figure against the soft armor. Master, Kana said softly. Her head could not be lower. At this moment, Lei Lou noticed that he had lost his composure. He had been staring at Kana for a long time. He had not seen a beautiful woman for a few years, so he could not control himself. Kana, come dress me. Kana's beautiful golden eyes were secretly looking at Lei Lou with a red face. She did not say anything but nodded gently. One night later, Kana was sleeping on the bed at the side. Lei Lou had no choice but to get up from his beautiful body. He sighed and felt the condition of his body. Ever since he used the divine sparrow pearl to open the core world, he had been fusing with this world all the time. Now, the fusion was almost complete, but his spiritual power had been consumed too much. The current spiritual power was not as good as before. It was almost like falling into a deep sleep. Lei Lou thought that he had to speed up his world work. He turned around and had a good sleep. When he walked out of the room, the door closed automatically. The previous day, Kana was too fierce, and as a result, he still could not get out of bed. Let her have a good rest, Lei Lou said to himself. It seems that one is not enough. As he said that, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Thus, the hall began to flash with colorful lights again. Looking at the three beautiful women in front of him, Lei Lou was very excited. He spent a day to create 3 more goddesses. But he could not enjoy them for the time being, because Lei Lou knew that he did not have much spiritual power left. He had to hurry up and finish the task of creating the world. He thought for a long time between reason and lust. He could only temporarily put down the thoughts in his heart and continue to create the world. These 3 entities were all very beautiful. One of them was an elf. She had green hair and very big eyes. They were watery and beautiful. She had a delicate nose and bright red lips. She was so cute that it was as if water could drip out of them. However, the most special thing was her pointy ears and 2 pairs of transparent and nimble thin wings on her back. In my name, Lei Lou, the power of the god of creation, Elanis, the king of elves, use your power to create your people. Wake up. A green light entered Alanis's forehead. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around. When she saw Lei Lou, she shouted, "Master." Before Lei Lou could speak, Alanis slipped to his side and shook Lei Lou's hand. She said coquettishly, "Master, I just woke up and don't know anything. Can you take me out to play?" Alanis said excitedly. Hearing what Alanis said, Lei Lou shrugged. He was the god of creation of this world. Why was someone treating him like a big brother? Forget it. Since she was also created by him, he took Alanis to the human world to see the scenery. After arriving in the human world, Lei Lou realized that bringing Alanis was a huge mistake. She was simply a troublemaker. He did not know why she was interested in his power. Hence, she experimented with magic everywhere, but she did not know the severity of her attacks. Boom! Another mountain was flattened by magic. Lei Lou could not take it anymore. This was a world he created himself. Alanis, give me your assistant. Lei Lou roared in the atmosphere. Alanis slowly flew over and looked at the angry Lei Lou, lowering her head pitifully. Look at what you've done. The world I've worked so hard to create has been destroyed by you just like that. I'm sorry, Master, Alanis lowered her head and said softly. Her eyes were already starting to turn red. Seeing Alanis's pitiful look, Lei Lou also calmed down. With a gentle smile, he touched Alanis's face and sighed. He gently said, "Don't be so careless in the future." Got it. Alanis showed a smiling face with encouragement. Seeing Lei Lou doubt himself, he wondered if he had been deceived. There was no other way. Lei Lou's body emitted a 7-colored light of recombination, and the places that were illuminated by the light immediately returned to their original state. Ah! Master is so powerful. Alanis's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lei Lou had not been happy for long when Alanis turned her head and muttered in a low voice, "You can play to your heart's content in the future." Lei Lou was speechless, but looking at her appearance, he did not know how to control her. He had no choice but to take her back. When Lei Lou returned to the temple, Kana had already woken up. She smiled as she watched Lei Lou fly back. Seeing Kana, Lei Lou felt much better. But before he could say anything, Alanis immediately rushed forward and asked, "Master, who is this sister? This is Dragon God King, Kana, Lei Lou said. Here is Elf God King Alanis. After Lei Lou finished speaking, he found that the two of them had already run to the side and started chatting, and they both left Lei Lou to the side. Lei Lou was a little stunned. He was wondering if creating Alanis had become a mistake. Kana's laughter rang out loudly. Lei Lou walked over and hugged Kana in his arms. What are you laughing at, Kana? Kana blushed and said, Master, is it fun to go to the human world today? Lei Lou didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. Fun. I almost died from exhaustion. Next time, you can go with Alanis. I won't go anyway. Haha. The two girls laughed together. Lei Lou realized that the two girls were actually getting along quite well and that their relationship was blossoming. This wasn't good. He had to leave as soon as possible. Lei Lou came to the hall. He had almost forgotten that there were still two goddesses that had yet to awaken. He hoped that the next ones wouldn't be like Kana and Alanis and that what had happened earlier wouldn't happen again. In the name of Lei Lou, the power of the god of creation, the goddess of earth, Daya, and the goddess of life, Audrey, awaken. As Lei Lou chanted the incantation, the restrictions on the two goddesses gradually disappeared. Daya and Audrey woke up. When the two goddesses opened their eyes and saw Lei Lou, they immediately bowed respectfully. Audrey, goddess of life, pays her respects to His Majesty, the Lord God King. Daya, goddess of earth, His Majesty, the 100-year Lord God King. That wouldn't be wrong. Lei Lou smiled and walked over. He reached out and pulled the two goddesses into his arms. Their faces immediately turned red. Audrey, the goddess of life, even had slightly pink skin. Seeing this, Lei Lou couldn't help but feel proud. These two goddesses were very obedient. Master. You're bullying your two sisters again. Sisters, come over here and ignore this big pervert. Just as Lei Lou was fantasizing, he heard someone say this, and he was not sure whether to laugh or to cry. Kana came over at this moment. What made Lei Lou even more depressed was when he heard Kana say that. Daya and Audrey really ran behind Kana. They secretly looked at Lei Lou with blushing faces. Alanis, on the other hand, laughed without restraint. I'm the god who created you, Lei Lou said helplessly. How did I become a pervert? Kana and Alanis laughed. Daya and Audrey also secretly covered their mouths and laughed. All right. Kana walked over and held Lei Lou. She whispered in his ear, Can't I spend more time with you tonight? Lei Lou perked up when he heard that. There's no need to wait until tonight. We can do it now. Lei Lou pulled Kana over. He carried Alanis and brought Daya and Audrey to their room. One night later, they didn't expect Alanis to be the craziest one last night. However, they didn't feel good either. They probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed for even a day. After that night, it proved once again that Daya and Audrey were gentle little beauties. They thought back to how shy they looked last night, and they found it amusing. Although they were having fun, work was still necessary. Then, they should continue to create their subordinates. They couldn't just create beautiful women, or else they would lose their balance between yin and yang. Now that the continent was bustling with activity, there should be something in the sea. Since that was the case, they should create a sea god. In my name, Lei Lou, the power of the god of creation, the god of the sea, use your power to create your people. Awaken, Sea Emperor Boston. A handsome man appeared in front of Lei Lou. Although he was not as handsome as Lei Lou, he was still quite good-looking. However, Lei Lou could sense a slightly disloyal aura from him. Forget it. He would not bother about it for now. Neptune, you will live in the sea from now on. Use your power to fill the sea with life. It was better to let him stay away from him. He always felt that he was too gloomy, so it was better if he could not see him. Yes. Boston turned around and passed through the spatial barrier, heading to the sea of the human world. Master, I feel that he doesn't seem to be very loyal to you. Aren't you a little too? Kana's voice came from behind. I have the same feeling. Regardless of him, with me around, he wouldn't dare to do anything even if I gave him the courage. Lei Lou turned around and continued to create the main god. In my name, I, Lei Lou, create the power of this god. God Emperor Alpha, Demon King Lucifer, come out. 2 male angels, one black and one white, appeared. These 2 gods were created by Lei Lou intentionally. They were born enemies and Lei Lou had already made plans. He would let these 2 restrict each other to prevent a situation like the Sea Emperors. Godly Emperor Alpha pays his respects to Master. Demon King Lucifer pays his respects to Master. The 2 of them spoke in unison. Then, they glared at each other and turned their heads to the other side. All right. I will now give you 2 spaces to create your own race. Seeing the expressions of these 2 people, Lei Lou really wanted to laugh, but he held it back in the end. I'm dying of laughter. As soon as they left, Lei Lou couldn't hold it in anymore. Kana also laughed from behind. The 2 of them were bound to have a battle. After laughing for a while, Lei Lou was done laughing. Then, he continued to work. There was only one more person left to finish. In my name, Lei Lou, the power of the Creator God, the ruler of death, the Emperor of the dead, Myrick Clark, show yourself. Then, a black fog appeared in the temple. At the same time, an aura of death was emitted. Kana frowned. She didn't like this aura of death. The black fog gradually gathered into a human figure. A handsome man appeared. The Emperor of the Underworld, Myrick, greetings. Lei Lou was listening to the Emperor of the Underworld, Myrick, when he suddenly stopped. Underworld Emperor Myrick greets you, boss. Lei Lou felt that this Underworld Emperor Myrick was a little different, and he smiled. Underworld Emperor Myrick, from now on you will be in charge of death. Go to your underworld and create your own. Wow. Boss is great. Thank you, boss. Underworld Emperor Myrick turned into a black mist and disappeared. The gods today were really a little strange. At this point, they were composed of the Underworld Emperor Myrick, the Earth Goddess Dia, the Underworld Emperor Boston, the God Emperor Alpha, the Demon King Lucifer, the Elf God King Alanis, the Dragon God King Kana, and the Goddess of Life Audrey. Other than the God of Creation, the creation of the 8 most powerful God Kings was finally completed. The creation of the 8 main gods was completed. Lei Lou's spirit was also running out. They had to hurry up. Today, Lei Lou had also contacted the 8 sovereigns and the 3 phoenixes to discuss how to create life on Earth. That's it. The phoenix race has already taken shape. The rest of you have to create at least 1 race each. Alpha, Lucifer, Myrick, the 3 of you create in your own space. The rest of you will create in the human world. Try to bring the sample of the race over these few days so that I can have a look. Okay, everyone, let's go. There was no other way. Lei Lou had to finish all these things before his spiritual power ran out and he fell into a deep sleep. A few days later. Lucifer. What is the big meatball that you created? Is this the race that you created? Disgusting. Go back and create it again. Alanis, what is this little thing? An elf? Why is it so small? I can't even see it clearly. Make it bigger. Not bad. Audrey's creation isn't bad, but isn't it a little short? It's not even half my height. Just make it a little taller. Kana, isn't the dragon race that you created too fat? What? Fatter and cuter. Do you think it can fly? Alpha, what kind of birdman did you create? To think that you're a divine emperor, your people are too ugly. What do you mean they're not bad? Are you talking back to me? Mina? This is a skeleton. Have you really studied it? Why do you seem to have lost a few bones? Why are the vampire's teeth one long and one short? Are you really serious about doing it? What are you not done yet? Show me when you're done. Daya, what is this thing? A goblin? How are you going to enjoy the hybrid species created by Lucifer, Alanis, and Audrey? Did you combine the things made by 3 people together? Don't be too lazy. Boston, what is this? A whale? This is too big. Redo everything. The mission that was supposed to be completed in a few days had been delayed by a month. But after Lei Luo's knowledge, the 8 gods finally created a race that Lei Lou was satisfied with. Alpha created the angel race, also known as the god race. They were the holy representatives and had an innate ability to sense light magic. Lucifer created the demon race, also known as the demon race. They were the representatives of power and advocated violence. They had an innate ability to sense dark magic. Myrick created the skeletons, vampires, and ghosts. These were all known as the undead race. They were naturally immune to physical damage, proficient in undead magic, and worshipped darkness. Daya created the fairies and goblins. The fairies were proficient in spiritual magic, while the goblins were proficient in natural magic and earth magic. Boston created the sea tribe, also known as the mermaids. The mermaids were natural water mages. They had beautiful singing voices, and their speed in the water was faster than any other race. Alanis created the fairies. The fairies had unparalleled beauty, and they were the spokespersons for beauty. They were born to be archers. They had natural magic senses, loved peace, loved nature, loved music, and worshipped beauty. Audrey had created the human race. Although the human race was the weakest of all races, they were the only race that had strong learning and creative abilities. Kana had created the spirit race, whose strength even surpassed that of gods and demons. The dragons were naturally immune to magic and had incomparably strong bodies. Their unique dragon language magic was much stronger than ordinary magic. With the addition of the original Phoenix race, the life forms in the world had taken an initial form. All right. The task of creating has been completed successfully. In order to encourage everyone, I have added a new type of power to the spatial laws, the power of faith. When there are many lives who worship you, a portion of their power will be added to your body. In a short while, I will fall into a deep sleep. After that, I will leave the management of the world to you. There will inevitably be wars in this world. However, there is a principle. The 8 gods are not allowed to personally participate in the conflicts of the world. Otherwise, your power will be too dangerous. You can choose a spokesperson to carry out your orders. When I wake up next time, I will see who has the best race. There will be rewards. All right. Meeting adjourned. It was finally completed. There was still a month before Lei Luo would fall asleep. This month, Lei Luo would have a good time. All the goddesses will be waiting for me. The moment they returned to the temple, Lei Luo pulled the goddesses and began playing every day and night. This month had been awesome. However, although it was comfortable, Lei Luo didn't forget about the important matters. Kana, Alanis, Audrey, and Daya, you have to pay attention to the development of the various races. Be careful to maintain the balance between the races. I'll leave you with something. Don't forget to use it when you need it. After Lei Luo finished speaking, the 4 blue balls of light entered the foreheads of the 4 goddesses. The goddesses suddenly felt as though something had appeared in their minds. This is the call of the Creator God that belongs to me. If you encounter anything that you cannot handle, use this to wake me up. Lei Luo was still worried, so he made sure to keep an eye out. He wanted to prevent the world he had created from being inexplicably destroyed. Since he had accomplished everything, it was time for him to fall into a deep sleep. After bidding farewell to the 8 gods, Lei Lou entered the Temple of Creation. He controlled the temple to enter a sealed space. Lei Lou planned to enter a deep sleep here. He thought about how the 4 goddesses had cried as if they were going to die when he left. He really missed them. He didn't know how long Lei Lou would be in a deep sleep. Forget it. He didn't think too much. He just wanted to go to sleep. The god of creation entered a deep sleep. A great war was slowly forming in the world. After the 8 main gods created the world, the god of creation fell into a deep sleep. The various races also began to develop rapidly, and the 8 gods also began to create religions. They developed their own believers in order to obtain the power of faith. However, due to the problem of doctrine, the races began to have friction, and the 8 gods began to have differences. During the period when the god of creation fell into a deep sleep, the Protoss and the modular units, the 2 enemies, had countless battles. Because the world between gods and demons was the human world, every war between the 2 races was fought on the continent. The continent was riddled with holes, but after all, it didn't cause too much harm to the races on the continent, and nothing happened. Until one day. A bearded dwarf elder held an axe and roared, "We dwarves declare war on the elf race." "Respected leader of the dwarves, what happened?" asked a beautiful female elf. "Your elven god destroyed our altar." The leader of the dwarves said loudly. "Impossible. Our elven god wouldn't do that," the elf retorted angrily. "It is. Your god is so full of bullsh*t. He causes trouble every day." "Who doesn't know that?" the leader of the dwarves said angrily. This sentence angered the elves. Although Alanis was mischievous, she was still the god of the elves. "How dare you insult the elf god? We elves accept your declaration of war." Just like that, the war between the elves and the dwarves broke out. At this time, the demons and the gods invaded the human world. All the major races thought that this was a good opportunity to expand their territory, so they all joined in. In the history of the continent, the cruelest, bloodiest, most participating races, and the largest scale, the World War, had begun. The assassin, Alanis, was in the temple, receiving the scolding of the earth goddess, Dia, and the goddess of life, Audrey. "Alanis, you're too naughty this time. This has triggered a world war. If Master finds out, let's see how our Master will punish you." Dia was really angry this time. In a war between worlds, the fairies suffered the greatest losses. This was because the fairies were naturally proficient in spiritual magic and were roped in by all the races. In the end, the fairies declared neutrality and did not participate in the war. However, all the races were afraid of the fairies' spiritual magic, so they agreed to deal with the fairies together before starting the war. In the end, the fairy race suffered heavy losses under the siege of all the races. It was as though their race had been exterminated. Only a small portion of them had escaped into the mountains to hide. "Alanis, you've really gone too far this time." Audrey also sighed helplessly. This time, Alanis had really gotten herself into big trouble. She had no way to absolve Audrey. She only hoped that she could minimize the losses. He couldn't let his master get angry. After more than 100 years of fighting, each race had suffered heavy losses. The war gradually subsided. The demons were defeated and retreated to the demon world. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just when Alanis and the others were relieved, Neptune Boston, who hadn't participated in the war, rebelled. He led the Sea clan and 2/3 of the God clan to attack Alanis, Audrey, Dia, and Kana. God Emperor Alpha and Demon King Lucifer were injured in the battle and were in seclusion to recover. Yama King Mirik remained neutral. Alanis, Audrey, Dia, and Kana had all suffered great losses in the Battle of the 100 Races. The power of faith had also been greatly reduced. They were helpless against Sea Emperor Boston and gradually fell to a disadvantage. "Sister, we can't go on like this. Kana said anxiously. See, Emperor Boston had already occupied most of the regions. If this continued to develop, Boston might be able to monopolize the divine realm. I know as well, but Boston now has the support of most of the gods. By relying on the power of faith, he can already resist the four of us. In addition, Alanis has just recovered from her serious injuries and is completely unable to continue fighting. Our various races have suffered heavy losses. In addition, the Sea Emperor, Boston, has killed and invaded the human world, forbidding the development of our teachings. The power of our faith has also been greatly weakened. Our current strength is inferior to his, and the god race's troops are also unable to do so. Audrey sighed helplessly. Don't be so discouraged. We still have an ace in our hands. Daya walked in with a smile and said something that Kana and Audrey didn't understand. Sister Daya, do we still have a chance? Audrey asked hurriedly. Of course we do. It's the trump card that can instantly turn the tide of the battle, Daya said mysteriously. She then sighed. I just don't know what will happen after we win. Daya, don't tell me you're talking about the call of the god of creation. As expected of the big sister of the goddesses, Kana immediately understood what Daya had said. Indeed, the call of the god of creation could indeed turn the situation around. But what were the consequences? What would happen if Master woke up and saw the current situation? Anyway, as the person who had caused all of this in the first place, Alanis would definitely be punished. The four goddesses had a very good relationship with each other, and they couldn't bear to see Alanis being punished. Sis, if we use the call of the god of creation, what will Alanis do? Master will definitely not forgive her. Audrey said worriedly. This is our last resort. Other than the four of us, the other gods probably don't know that Master left this move behind, so there was no need to continue. The three people present understood. On one side were good sisters, and on the other side was victory. These two difficult choices made them hesitate. Alanis looked at them and said, Sisters, this is the trick, right? Don't worry about me. If Master is angry, I'll take the blame. After all, I'm the one who caused this. Just as everyone was hesitating, Alanis's voice rang out. Sister, your injuries have just recovered. Why did you come out? Hurry up and go back. Audrey hurriedly helped Alanis up. Alanis shook her head to prove that she was fine. Then, she continued, Everyone, please don't fail because of me. If we fail, see Emperor Boston will not let us off. Alanis nodded and said, All right, sister. We understand. You can go back and rest first. Audrey helped Alanis back to rest. Kana and Deja looked at each other. They nodded helplessly. The war continued, but the situation was still one-sided. Soon, Kana, Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and less than 30,000 angels were forced into the temple of the four goddesses by Neptune Boston and the 400,000 angel army. Goddess, the traitor Boston is currently stationed 30 kilometers away from the temple. Please give us your instructions, a female angel reported. Kana sighed and said, Ace, if we lose, what will you do? Boston will not let you go. Ace was the commander of the remaining 30,000 angel troops. Although she was not yet old, she was very talented in military affairs. She had won many battles with fewer victories. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, Ace will always follow the goddess. Alan said firmly. All right. Ace, gather all the angel corps immediately. Retreat to the temple and open the defensive barrier at the same time. Don't worry about the energy consumption. Turn the defense to the maximum. Kana gave the order. At the same time, Audrey, Daya, and Alanis nodded resolutely before turning around and entering the temple. The goddess, what is this? Ace didn't understand Kana's intentions. There wasn't much energy left in the protective barrier. If it was used to its maximum, it wouldn't last long. If the protective barrier had no energy left, then the war would be over. Kana didn't answer Ace directly. She could only smile and say, "Don't worry. We still have a trump card that can turn the tide of the war. It's time. Boston, you wouldn't believe that we have this trick, right?" Ace couldn't understand either. What trump card could turn the tide of the battle? At this moment, Kana said, "Ace, come here and protect the four of us." Ace followed Kana to the center of the temple. This was the forbidden area of the temple, and no one had ever come here before. After Ace entered, she first saw a huge silver statue. It was a very handsome man with 12 pairs of silver wings on his back. 12 pairs of wings. Ace wasn't shocked at all. She couldn't help but scream, "This is..." That's right. This is the statue of the god of creation. Audrey looked at Ace and said. Only then did Ace realize that Audrey, Dea, and Alanis were all here. There was also this huge blue magic array in front of her. "Greetings, my three goddesses." Only then did Ace notice that she hadn't bowed yet. She hurriedly went forward to pay her respects. "All right, there's no need to go too far. Guard the door and don't let anyone disturb us. Sisters, let's begin." Kana went forward and stood at a corner of the magic array. Ace was extremely curious. What kind of magic was it that required the four goddesses to cast it together? And could it turn the tide of the battle? Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and the others didn't care about this. The four of them activated the magic array. Endless space. A spatial barrier that can resist everything. We shall abide by the ancient agreement. Please tear a crack in space. Convey my will over. Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana chanted the surrounding spells together. A black hole appeared in the middle of the huge magic array. Ace was stunned by what she saw. Following that, Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana began chanting again. In the name of Kana, the dragon god king, in the name of Audrey, the goddess of life, in the name of Daya, the goddess of earth, in the name of Alanis, the elven god king, please, master of the world, awaken the great god of creation from his slumber. If the first sentence had stunned Ace, the last sentence was even more astonishing. At the same time, in another sealed space. Ha! This is... In the temple floating in the air, a silver ball of light began to change. The silver ball of light split open from the middle and a silver-haired man walked out. The ball of light formed 12 pairs of silver wings behind him. Lei Lou slowly opened his eyes. Kana and the others had used the call of the god of creation to awaken Lei Lou. What had forced them to use this move? Forget it. Let's go take a look first. At this moment, Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana were quietly waiting for the results in the temple. They were very anxious, and their magic power was rapidly being consumed. Threads of silver thread emerged from the black hole. Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana immediately revealed ecstatic expressions. Ace was also watching from the side. This was something that Ace had never expected to happen. The silver thread quickly pierced into the foreheads of the four goddesses. Ace turned pale with fright and hurriedly slashed her sword at the silver thread. However, Kana waved her hand to stop her. She smiled to indicate that she was fine. Lei Lou read from the minds of Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana about what had happened after she fell asleep. Lei Lou had never expected that Alanis would be the cause of the world war, nearly destroying the world he had created. This time, Lei Lou made up his mind to give Alanis a deep punishment. Ace watched nervously as more and more silver threads poured out of the black hole. Gradually, they weaved into a silver ball in the magic array. Then, the magic array on the ground began to dim. The black hole also slowly collapsed and disappeared, leaving only a silver ball. The silver ball of light began to change. The silver ball of light split open from the middle, and a silver-haired man walked out. The ball of light revolved around 12 pairs of silver wings behind him. Instantly, a rush of energy burst forth. Ace could not stand under this kind of divine might at all. She fell to her knees with a plop. The sound alarmed everyone. Lei Lou turned around and saw an angel kneeling beside her. From Kana's memories, she was an angel. Lei Lou knew that this was the current commander of the angel army. She was a pretty good little girl. Hence, with a thought, a silver thread extended over. Ace was kneeling there, unable to move at all. As a result, she was almost suffocated by the pressure. Although he was an angel commander, his strength could only be considered a low-level angel with a pair of wings. In front of the supreme god of creation, she could only resist bitterly. At this moment, a silver thread reached out and pierced towards Ace's forehead. Although Ace instinctively wanted to dodge, under this divine might, she couldn't move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the silver thread pierced into her forehead. A pure light energy entered Ace's body. Her strength instantly increased exponentially. Suddenly, Ace felt a sharp pain in her back, and 2 pairs of wings burst out of her body. Ace had evolved. Ace understood that this was a gift from the Lord God of creation. She hurriedly stood up and said, "Thank you for your grace, Lord God of creation." Lei Lou looked at Ace and waved his hand carelessly. As the commander, how could she be so weak? He turned around and looked at the 4 goddesses. Audrey, Daya, and Kana looked at Lei Lou with tears in their eyes. Alanis, on the other hand, lowered her head and looked at Lei Lou timidly like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't dare to speak. "All right. Let's wait until the war is over before we talk. Let's find a place to discuss the current situation." Looking at the 4 goddesses' sorrowful eyes, Lei Lou felt a headache. He could only change the topic. At this moment, Boston did not know that his plan would never be realized. In the temple, the 6 of them were discussing the issue of the war. "What about the angels who have defected to Boston? I am confident that I can destroy them in an instant, but this will cause too great a loss to the Protoss." Lei Lou had always been troubled by this problem. No one could resist his light of disintegration. However, most of the Protoss troops were in Boston now. It would be a great loss if he could destroy all of them. After all, this was a world he had created. He valued every living creature in this world. Lei Lou wanted to reduce his losses when it was not necessary. If there was one less angel in this world, Lei Lou would feel that he had lost something more than just an angel. "I can't think of anything either. It would be great if someone could persuade them to surrender." Kana sighed. At this moment, Ace's body suddenly trembled. Everyone's eyes turned towards her. "Reporting to my lord, we just received news that Boston led an army and started to attack." Ace said worriedly. "All right, then let's teach them a small lesson first." Lei Lou was calculating his own plan. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled into an evil smile. He felt a little uncomfortable looking at Audrey, Daya, Alanis, Kana, and Ace. If he angered the god of creation, then Boston would be finished. "Ace, gather all the angels and gather in front of the temple." "Yes." Ace turned around and gathered the troops. Lei Lou turned around to Audrey, Daya, Alanis, and Kana, who had puzzled looks on their faces. He said, "I'll show you a perfect battle where we win by numbers." Lei Lou walked out of the temple and arrived in front of the square. At this moment, Lei Lou had already returned to a silver ball of light. The 30,000 angels below knelt silently. They obviously knew Lei Lou's identity. Lei Lou didn't say anything either. He waved his hand and cast a God's protection. The 30,000 angels knelt quietly, not daring to make a sound. Just now, Ace ran out happily and shouted, "We can defeat Boston." At first, the angels didn't know whether to believe it or not. Ace ordered all the angels to gather. Everyone thought that the time for the final battle was coming. However, at this moment, Isis said something that shocked all the 30,000 angels. The god of creation had awakened. This time, all the angels were filled with sheer excitement. The fear in their hearts immediately disappeared. It was the god of creation. How could Boston defeat the god of creation? The 30,000 angels immediately knelt down and quietly waited for the arrival of the god of creation. Do you like this video? Let me know in the comments below. And remember to like, subscribe and click the notification bell to stay updated. See you soon. At this moment, a powerful aura pressed down on them. It was an aura that was 100 times stronger than the 8 great gods that appeared on everyone's bodies. Fortunately, this aura did not have any malicious intent. Otherwise, all the angels would have exploded and died. Just as everyone was panicking, a white light shot out from the front. All the angels seemed to be covered in a layer of white gauze. At this moment, a bright voice rang out. All angels will battle for 2 hours. You will not be harmed for the next 2 hours. Now, set off. Everyone raised their heads, wanting to see the appearance of the god of creation. However, everyone was disappointed. They only saw a shiny silver ball of light above the 4 goddesses. After a short while, everyone felt relieved. How could everyone see the god of creation as they wished? They had just seen Ace's sorrow and 2 extra pairs of wings. Perhaps she had already seen the real god of creation. While Boston was resting, he suddenly received a notification. The protective barrier of the temple suddenly opened. And it was obviously open to the maximum. Boston felt strange. The energy stored in the temple was not much anymore. It was impossible to waste energy for no reason. Was this their last struggle? Boston felt that this was a good opportunity, so he ordered 2/3 of the angel troops to attack the temple. Just as Boston was about to reach the temple, something strange happened. The protective barrier suddenly closed, and countless angels flew out. Boston smiled. It seemed that the 4 goddesses were ready to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Boston could not help but speed up, but the more he flew, the more he felt that something was not right. The angel army that guarded the temple was shrouded in a layer of white light. What made Boston even more uneasy was that these angels all had smiles on their faces. They looked as if they had already won. However, in this world, there was no time for Boston to think. The 2 armies soon met. Boom! As soon as the 2 armies met, Boston knew that something was wrong. These angels couldn't be beaten to death. They were invincible. At this moment, Lei Lou was drinking fine wine in the temple. Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, the 4 goddesses, sat opposite Raylo. As for Ace, she sat directly in Lei Lou's arms. Ace was both shy and afraid. Ace was flattered that she was being held in the arms of the Lord God of creation. However, Ace was still a little girl and had never touched a male's body. Now, under the influence of the strong male aura, Ace felt extremely shy. In addition to the fact that he was the god of creation, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. At this time, Lei Lou couldn't care less. He took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "Now, Boston must be very angry. He can't imagine that I'm already back." The 4 goddesses immediately imagined when Boston met those invincible angels, and they all laughed at the same time. Indeed, just as Lei Lou and the others had expected, Boston was now fighting while running away in a sorry state. These damn angels were obviously sent flying by his Neptune trident. However, they charged back as if they weren't injured. Moreover, they were all fighting with their lives on the line. On his side, he didn't have such an absolute defense ability. Even his body was covered in countless tiny wounds. Not to mention the ordinary angels. The angels on the temple's side were getting more and more courageous as they fought. They didn't need to care about their strength at all. All they needed to do was to charge forward with their weapons. All the pent-up anger that had been bottled up in their chests these past few days had been vented out. When they saw that one of the 8 great sovereign gods, Boston, was injured, they attacked even more fiercely. They had to fight to their heart's content. Boston was incomparably furious. The enemy was flying around in front of you, but you just couldn't injure him. When Boston's angel army found that they couldn't do any harm to the enemy, they simply didn't do much. They flew around in the sky, trying their best to avoid the attacks of these invincible angels. Immediately, Boston's angel army was in chaos. 2 hours passed quickly, and the angel army of the temple reluctantly retreated. Almost all the angel army in Boston fled. The battle was finally over, and the angel army in Boston suffered a crushing defeat. With 170,000 casualties, the angel army of the temple won a great victory. They had 0 casualties. Neptune Boston returned to his camp with a murderous look on his face. The losses of this battle were too great. He had no idea what was going on. What trump cards did the 4 goddesses, Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana have? After all, ever since they were created, as the first 4 goddesses to be created, they had never used all of their powers. No one knew if this was a special power given to them by the Creator God. They had planned for 4,000 years to provoke a war between gods and demons when Alanis started the World War. Then, he would take advantage of the time when Alpha and Lucifer were injured and in seclusion to launch a rebellion. He would seize the highest authority while the god of creation was sleeping. He would force the 4 goddesses to tell him where the god of creation was. He would destroy the god of creation. This was all Boston's plan. In order to make up for his lack of power, he would kill the followers of the 4 goddesses in the human world. He publicized his power and used it to obtain the power of faith to supplement his power. However, the appearance of the invincible angel army had made his plan out of his control. Only then did he realize that his plan was wrong. Therefore, Boston began to panic. Men, quickly contact the spies of the temple army and find out what happened. Boston, who had finally calmed down, immediately sent someone to find out what had happened. But, Lord Boston, the protective barrier of the temple has always been open. The communication crystal can't transmit the information, an angel said carefully. Anyone could see it. This lord was in a terrible mood. What? The protective barrier of the temple should have been used up long ago. How can it be open all the time? The poor angel trembled under Boston's anger. Okay. You can go down first, Boston said these words with difficulty. The angel immediately abandoned the tent as if he had been granted amnesty. Not long after he walked out, he found that the tent was covered by a barrier, and then the magic elements inside began to go berserk. The angel secretly shivered. Without thinking, it was obvious that Boston had already started to go berserk. His current mood should be extremely angry, which led to the elemental riot. It was a close call. Boston was famous for being temperamental. If he was still in the tent just now, the angel would have already died. The defensive barrier was always open. Of course, it was Lei Luo's idea. Lei Luo didn't want Boston to know that he had woken up. He was still prepared to play with Boston. In the past few days, Lei Luo had been thinking about the reason for the outbreak of the war. In the end, Lei Luo confirmed that it was because the forces of the 4 goddesses, Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, were too weak. This gave Boston an opportunity. For this reason, Lei Luo had Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana create their own strength after the battle. More secondary gods could be developed to prevent such a situation from happening in the future. The Protoss and gods were also different. The Protoss were only a race created by Alpha. When a creature possessed a divine spark, it could be called a god. A divine spark was equivalent to a spiritual brand. These past few days have been really fun. Boston, you actually dared to betray me. You will definitely receive the punishment you deserve. Lei Lou drank the red wine and laughed. These past few days, Lei Lou had sent the Angel Corps with the protection of God to Boston's military camp to cause trouble. Boston was so angry that he would throw a tantrum every day. Lei Lou was extremely happy when he imagined Boston being angry. Poor Boston still did not know the truth and could only be played like a monkey. "Master, can I discuss something with you?" Dia sat in Lei Lou's arms. "What is it?" Dia lay on Lei Lou's body and softly said, "Master, this war has been going on for so long. Can you let it end as soon as possible? My people have suffered great losses." As soon as she finished speaking, Dia thought of the almost extinct fairy race and her eyes started to turn red. "All right, Dia, don't be sad. I will let the war end." Through Dia's memories, Lei Lou knew the reason why the fairy race had been exterminated. "Someone!" Lei Lou shouted at the door. Immediately, a female angel flew over. This angel was Ace. She knelt respectfully in front of Lei Lou, as if she was listening to his teachings. "Send someone to send a message to Boston. Tell him that the temple will fight to the death with him the day after tomorrow." "Yes." Ace turned around and flew out. Just as she stepped out of the door, she heard a sentence from behind. "Ace, after you finish your mission, go to my room and rest for a while." When Ace heard this, she flopped and almost fell from the sky. Then, she flew away with a red face. "Master, why do you only know how to bully innocent little girls?" Dia laughed softly in Lei Lou's arms. "What? Are you jealous?" "Let me comfort you," Lei Lou said as he carried Dia into the bedroom. 3 days later, the angel legions from both places gathered in the sky one after another. Only the angels in Boston were obviously much more than those in the temple. However, Boston also had a headache. Although the enemy's angel army was only 30,000 strong, each angel had a layer of white gauze-like radiance on their bodies. This meant that within 2 hours, there would be a one-sided massacre. Boston secretly decided that within 2 hours, he would first protect his troops. However, in the blink of an eye, 4 figures flew out and broke his plan. Audrey, Dia, Alanis, and Kana, the 4 goddesses, were his sworn enemies. Boston flew forward and said, "The day of the final battle has finally arrived. Do you have anything else to say?" The 4 goddesses looked at each other and smiled. "Of course. I want to tell you that you will lose miserably this time." Boston couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Why were they still talking and laughing at this time? Was there something that he had overlooked? Therefore, he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked, "What right do you have to say that? Do you have to rely on this kind of unharmed magic?" Dia smiled lightly and stepped forward. "Of course not. Don't you want to know what our real trump card is?" "What trump card?" The unease in Boston's heart gradually grew. "It's the magic that Master left for us, the call of the God of creation." Kana said something that shocked all the angels. That is to say, Boston's eyelids began to twitch uneasily. He began to feel a familiar aura. "That is to say, I have woken up from my slumber." A voice sounded from midair, and a bright silver ball of light appeared from the void. Immediately, the Boston army was thrown into chaos. "Those who don't want to die, surrender and stand aside." Lei Lou shouted at the Boston army solemnly. Lei Lou didn't want the Protoss to suffer too much losses. As soon as he finished speaking, half of the angel army immediately flew away from the battlefield and hid far away. Seeing this, Boston couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The remaining people were his trusted aides and some new generation Protoss who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They had never seen the glory of the God of creation. "I never thought that you would love them so much. How could you not leave something behind to protect them? All right. Today is the day you either die or I live. Everyone, attack together." Boston used all his strength and brandished the Neptune trident to stab at Lei Lou. The remaining angel troops followed behind. All right. Goodbye, Boston. Lei Lou shook his head and said regretfully. After all, he was a subordinate that he created himself. Although it was a pity, Lei Lou would never forgive betrayal. Gods of Dusk. Instantly, Boston and the remaining angel troops were enveloped by a layer of yellow light. All the angels were fixed in the air, including Boston himself. What made the angels even more terrified was that their bodies were being disintegrated. Some of the weaker angels had already turned into powder and disappeared into the void. What, twilight of the gods? Its essence is the light of disintegration, right? Boston said with difficulty as he stabilized his body. That's right, things have already come to this. What else do you have to say? Lei Lou said emotionlessly. Boston laughed bitterly for the first time and helplessly said, when I started this war, I also thought that this would be the result, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Boston sighed deeply. Now, I only hope that you can look at the past and let go of my daughter. She's a good girl. This war has nothing to do with her, okay? All right, I promise you. Lei Lou nodded. Boston might not have been a good subordinate or a kind god. But at the very least, he was a good father. When his life was about to end, the first person he thought of was his daughter. That's great. Now I have no regrets about dying. Her birthday is coming up soon, so I'll have to trouble you to give her this Sea Emperor trident. Boston dispersed his power and stopped resisting. His body began to disintegrate into powder and scattered in the void. I will deliver it. Lei Lou sighed. No matter what, he had to agree to it for the sake of his father's love. After Boston disappeared, the twilight of the gods was fully activated. Boston's remaining angel core instantly turned into dust and disappeared into the void. This time, the true destruction. The soul and body were all disintegrated. Lei Lou was also relieved. He turned around and said to the angels, retreat. Returning to the temple, Lei Lou's mood was still somewhat sad. After all, he had personally destroyed his subordinates. Kana and the others were also in a bad mood. After all, Boston had worked with them and created this world together. They had also been brothers and sisters. All right, Master, don't be sad. We still have a lot of things to do. Kana sat beside Lei Lou and leaned gently on his body as she spoke to him. Yes, there are still a lot of things to be dealt with. It's time to end this war. Go and call Alanis over. It's time to consider punishing her like this. Lei Lou clutched his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After the war, there were still many things to deal with. However, Alanis was the main culprit. It was better to deal with her first. Ah. Master. Can you spare her? The losses in this war are already huge. Boston just died, and Alanis has always been like that. Let her off this time. Otherwise, our sisters will be very sad. When Kana heard that she was going to punish Alanis, she immediately became anxious. Alanis has to bear a lot of responsibility in this war, so we can't let her off. However, I'll do my best to reduce her punishment and call her over. Audrey and Dia will also be called over. Lei Lou decided that he would be ruthless and punish Alanis this time. If he didn't teach her a lesson, her character wouldn't change. Who knew how much trouble she would cause in the future? All right, Kana sighed helplessly, turned around, and walked into the temple. A moment later, Audrey, Dia, Kana, and Alanis walked over. Lei Lou motioned for Audrey, Dia, and Kana to sit beside him. Alanis could only kneel on the ground. Alanis, do you know that you're wrong? Lei Lou said expressionlessly. It was as though he didn't know Alanis. Audrey, Dia, and Kana all had a bad feeling. This meant that their master was very angry. Alanis was crying in her heart. At this moment, she felt lonely and regretful. She really regretted everything she had done. I know that I'm wrong. Lei Lou drank a mouthful of wine and leaned against the throne behind him. He looked at Alanis and asked, if you know you're wrong, then you should change. Tell me, how should I trigger you? Alanis didn't know what to say. After all, she had never experienced such a thing. Ever since she was created, she had always been mischievous. She thought that her master would like her too. But she had never expected that she would cause so much trouble. This was a seriousness and solemnness that she had never felt before. That kind of anger made Alanis feel afraid. When Lei Lou saw that Alanis was about to cry, he also sighed helplessly. Then I'll seal you temporarily. When you've finished reflecting, I'll let you out. Do you have any objections? I don't have any objections. Alanis's tears fell one by one. Audrey, Daya, and Kana were also extremely distressed. Kana gritted her teeth, stood up, and knelt in front of Lei Lou. Master, Alanis already knows that she's in the wrong. Please let her go. Seeing this situation, Audrey and Daya also knelt in front of Lei Lou. Seeing this, Lei Lou felt even more troubled. Lei Lou could only pretend to be angry. What are you trying to do? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? Get up. This is the lightest punishment. Seeing this, Alanis didn't want to implicate her sisters. She hurriedly said, Get up. Sisters, get up. This is the punishment that Alanis should receive. Do you want to make Alanis feel uneasy? When Kana and the others heard what Alanis said, they could only stand aside. Alanis turned around and said, I am willing to accept the punishment. All right. Lei Lou sighed. In my name, the power of the god of creation, elven god Alanis accepts the seal. A green light shot out from Alanis' body, and her body slowly turned into a green light. Seeing this situation, Lei Lou couldn't bear it. He secretly transmitted his voice to Alanis, all right, don't cry anymore. Reflect on yourself. When you come out next time, you'll still be my good Alanis. Hearing this, Alanis' mood immediately improved. She originally thought that Master would abandon her from now on. But now it was different. She could still be with Master in the future. In the blink of an eye, Alanis turned into a green light and disappeared. At the same time, in the human world, a battle of trapped beasts was taking place on the ground. Dozens of orcs were surrounding 8 female elves. One of the elves was holding an emerald green longbow. Hand over the elf divine bow quickly. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape, a tiger-headed orc shouted. At the edge of the cliff, there were 8 elves. The orcs were covered in blood, but it could not hide their beauty. The female elf holding the elven divine bow said angrily, the elven divine bow is the holy item of our elven race. It must not fall into your hands. Humph, since you don't know what's good for you. Then let's attack together. The orcs waved their hands and began to fight again. In a moment, the 8 elves were forced to the edge of the cliff. There were cliffs on both sides. Behind them was the cliff. This time, there was really no way out. The 8 elves looked at each other and sent the remaining power to the female elf who was holding the elven divine bow. After the female elf obtained the power, she pulled the elven divine bow with force. An emerald arrow appeared on the divine bow. The orcs also stopped attacking and huddled together to defend. Everyone knew that this was a desperate fight between the elves. They didn't dare to be careless. After all, they had experienced the power of the elven divine bow. If they weren't afraid of the power of the elven divine bow, these 8 elves wouldn't be a threat at all. At this tense moment, an elf suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look! A meteor is coming towards us." Everyone looked up and saw a green meteor directly smashing towards them. However, no one could react in time. The meteor directly smashed into the female elf who was holding the elven divine bow. Instantly, that elf felt an unimaginably powerful force surging into her body. The green arrow on the elven divine bow also rapidly expanded. The female elf felt that her body was about to be broken by this power. At this moment, she only had one belief. That was to use this power to destroy the enemy in front of her. Thus, she poured all the power in her body into the elven divine bow and used all her strength to shoot this arrow. Boom! The ground shook and the other elves fainted. It had been a long time since they woke up. The elves woke up slowly. When they woke up, they looked around and were shocked. There were no more cliffs around. Everything within a kilometer was flattened. Everyone looked at the female elf holding the elven bow and saw a green grass mark on her forehead. The mark glowed green. The female elf holding the elven bow woke up and found that she had adapted to this terrifying power. The green grass was the mark of the elven god. The meteor was Alanis. From then on, Alanis was sealed in the elven bow, and the female elf became the spokesperson of the elven god. Her name was Ing. After sealing Alanis, Audrey, Daya, and Kana all looked at Lei Lou with resentment. Lei Lou was very depressed. He felt that they were giving him goosebumps, so he had no choice but to divert his attention. Men! Lei Lou shouted at the door. In the blink of an eye, Ace flew in. Ace greets the Lord God of creation. Ace bowed to Lei Lou. There was nothing she could do. Although Ace was already one of Lei Lou's men, she didn't dare to face Lei Lou directly like Kana and the other goddesses. Ace, gather 200,000 angels. We're preparing to head to the human world to attack the mermaids. We're going to wipe out all the participating factions in Boston. Lei Lou stood up and turned into a silver ball of light once again. Kana, Daya, you guys stay here and organize the surrendered Juntan. Audrey and I will make a trip to the human world. In the blink of an eye, Ace had gathered 200,000 angel corps. They had all been blessed with the protection of God. At the same time, they had opened a spatial door to the human world. Let's go. With Lei Lou's order, 200,000 angel corps surged into the spatial door. After all the angels entered, Lei Lou and Audrey entered and closed the teleportation passage. At this moment, at the bottom of the sea in the human world. Miss, don't worry so much. His Excellency is fine. His Excellency Boston is many times stronger than the four goddesses. A mermaid woman was trying to persuade a woman beside her. From the surrounding environment, it was obvious that this woman was noble. Then why did my father's aura suddenly disappear? I was afraid that father would fail. This woman's name was Xiluo. She was the daughter of the Sea Emperor, Boston. It's probably because your father is fighting with the four goddesses, so he temporarily hid his aura, the maid speculated. Is that so? I hope father will be fine, you know what? Actually, I don't agree with this war. The casualties are too great. Before Xiluo could finish, a mermaid warrior rushed in and said, Miss. Something bad has happened. A large-scale teleportation array has appeared on the surface of the sea. Countless angels have gathered outside and are coming for us. Instantly, the worry in Xiluo's heart became even more intense. It was almost time for the final battle. How could the four goddesses still have the strength to attack here? However, worrying was futile, and she still could not lose her cool. Xiluo thought for a moment and immediately gave the order. Gather all the mermaid warriors. Follow me to the surface of the sea to take a look. At this moment, Lei Lou was making his final preparations on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, countless merfolk warriors emerged from the sea. As expected of the people of Poseidon, they all used tridents as weapons. Among the heavy merfolk, there was one girl that stood out. According to Audrey, this was the daughter of Poseidon, the princess of the merfolk tribe. Her name was Xiluo. Her temperament was extremely noble. Surrounded by countless mermaids, she was also incomparably beautiful. Shui-er looked at the sky, her mood growing heavier. The four goddesses didn't have this many troops. Could it be that her father's army had rebelled? At this moment, Shui-er saw a familiar figure. It was the goddess of life, Audrey. However, there was an existence besides Audrey that she was even more worried about. It was a silver ball of light. Shui-er could only tell that there was a person inside. Furthermore, it was an absolutely terrifying power. This was because Shui-er realized that when she faced that silver ball of light, she would always feel inexplicable fear and reverence. Sister Audrey, where's my father? Shui-er summoned her courage with great difficulty and asked Audrey, although it wasn't the right time to ask this question. Your father, Audrey was also worried. Shui-er had a good relationship with the four goddesses, but her father was bent on rebelling. Should she tell her directly that Boston was dead? Audrey couldn't bear to do so. What happened to my father? Did something happen to him? Seeing Audrey stutter, Shui-er became even more anxious. A voice came from the silver ball of light, your father was killed by me because of a rebellion. What? Immediately, the mermaids were in an uproar. Shui-er refused to believe it. Nonsense. My father is so powerful. How could he be killed by you? Audrey suddenly said sternly to Shui-er, Shui-er, don't be disrespectful to the Lord God of creation. Ah! The mermaids were shocked once again. They had suffered too many blows today. Shui-er's tears fell one by one. She asked in tears, Sister Audrey, is what he said true? Audrey nodded helplessly. Shui-er couldn't help but cry out. Lei Lou didn't like to see such a scene of crying. After the order was given, the 200,000 invincible angels behind him swarmed forward and began fighting the mermaid warriors. There was already a difference in numbers, and with the price rising, the angels by the river had been blessed with the protection of God. The situation was even more one-sided. It was simply a one-sided massacre. When Shui-er saw this situation, she hurriedly ordered the mermaids to dive into the sea. This time, the angel corps was in a difficult situation. It was difficult for them to fight underwater, so they could only look at Lei Lou for help. Lei Lou gently landed on the surface of the sea. He took out Boston's Sea Emperor trident and gently cut across the surface of the water. Instantly, the sea rolled and receded to both sides, revealing the mermaid palace at the bottom of the sea. The 200,000 angels rushed down again. Shui-er attacked with all her might, but she couldn't harm the other party at all. She could only watch as her own clansmen died. They were friends who had grown up with her and played with her. Those elders who loved and cared for her all died under the other party's attack. The silver ball of light was even more terrifying, constantly emitting rays of yellow light from within. No matter how powerful the merfolk warriors were, as long as they came into contact with the yellow light, they would immediately turn into dust and disappear into the air. Tears blurred Shui-er's eyes, and blood dyed her clothes red. After a while, she was the only one left of the merfolk warriors. All the merfolk warriors had died in battle. Her physical strength could no longer hold on, and under the circumstances of unwillingness, she helplessly knelt down. Lei Lou gazed out into the open and asked, Ace, how's the result of the battle? My lord, all the warriors of the mermaid tribe have been wiped out. Only the old and the young are left. Ace knelt down on one knee. No, don't kill any more. Please don't kill any more. Hearing Ace's words, Shui-er hurriedly crawled in front of Lei Lou and begged. Lei Lou looked at Shui-er, who kept kowtowing, and sighed heavily in his heart. He placed the Neptune trident in front of Shui-er. He said softly, Boston might not be a good god, but he's a good father. This is the birthday present he entrusted to me at the last moment of his life. Lei Lou turned around and nodded at Audrey, then he turned around and flew into the sky. All the angels followed him and left the battlefield, leaving Xiluo holding the trident and crying silently. At this point, the battle that had lasted for hundreds of years was finally over. The elven god king had been sealed, the fairy race was on the verge of extinction, the demon race had suffered heavy losses in the battle, and the strength of the rebellion of the god race had been greatly reduced. The Sea Emperor, Boston, had been eliminated, and the mermaid race had been massacred. In this war, humans relied on their unique ability to learn and create, rapidly rising to become the masters of the continent. The remaining forces in Boston were also eliminated. Audrey, Daya, and Kana all went to the human world to help their races. Kana also helped Alanis's elf race, and peace gradually returned to the continent. As for Lei Lou, he had nothing to do. If he had time, he would check the space laws to see if there were any loopholes. He would also strengthen the space barrier from time to time. It was laughable when he thought about it. The biggest beneficiary of this war was the Hell Emperor, Mirik. Countless lives were lost in this war. Naturally, Mirik had received countless souls. After the war on the continent had finally subsided, the relationship between the races on land had changed a lot. The demon race had been driven back to the demon world because of their defeat. Even the space passage between the human world and the demon world had been sealed countless times. The fairy race was almost wiped out. They were forced to move into the deep mountains. Daya had set up a huge protective barrier so that the fairy race could slowly recover. In this war, the dragon race had suffered a lot of damage. As a result, Kana ordered all the dragons to retreat to the valley to recuperate. They were not allowed to participate in the battles between the secular world. With the help of Audrey and the other goddesses, the human race developed rapidly. As a result, the human race had become the ruler of the continent. At the same time, Audrey had obtained the most power of faith. However, with the rapid development of humans' ambitions, greed, and other negative emotions also came out. As an assassin, Lucifer the Demon King was very satisfied. This was because he could obtain a certain amount of power from the negative emotions of humans. Therefore, Lucifer sent demons to lure humans into depravity. Because of their beauty, the elves were known as the spokespersons for beauty. However, due to humans' greed, elves were often caught and forced to sign master-slave contracts. As a result, the relationship between the elves and the humans deteriorated rapidly. Finally, with Kana's help, they set up a barrier in a forest in the center of the continent. At the same time, they helped all the elves to migrate to the elf forest. The barrier that Kana set up could only be passed by the elves. Other races could not pass it. During the massacre of the mermaids, the young lost all their strength. Only the old and the young were left. Fortunately, the mermaids did not have a long lifespan, and they had been hiding at the bottom of the sea to recuperate. It was estimated that they would not be able to recover in less than 1,000 years. After the Emperor of the Hesitant Sea, Boston, was destroyed, the mermaids were known as the race abandoned by the gods. Xiluo also slowly recovered from the blow and now ruled the mermaids. The gnomes also gradually merged into the lives of humans. Gradually, they were assimilated by humans, and the pure goblins were rare. Now, the Protoss had encountered a lot of trouble. When Boston made his judgment, they lost a lot of their main forces, and then, they lost hundreds of thousands of angels in the twilight of the gods. They began to slowly recover. The God King, Alpha, was still recovering from his serious injuries. He seemed to have comprehended a new power and was in seclusion to study it. In short, all the races were recuperating. The continent was temporarily in a short period of peace. All the races were working hard to develop their economy. Under the trend of common interests, all the races began to trade with each other. After waking up this time, Lei Lou discovered a terrifying problem. That was, almost all of his power had been developed. But at the same time, he comprehended the heart of darkness in thousands of years. As Lei Lou's personality began to develop into the dark side, he later comprehended the heart of light. Thus, he suppressed his dark personality. However, he found that he couldn't merge these two personalities. Therefore, sometimes he was kind and sometimes evil. After discovering this situation, he felt that he could not continue like this. If he was unable to fuse the two personalities, then he might split into two people. A god of creation who was in charge of light and creation. A god of destruction who was subject to darkness and destruction. Lei Lou did not want to be with all of them, because that might lead to mutual destruction. After careful study, he found that as long as he experienced a series of emotional changes, the two different personalities could possibly fuse. Moreover, the heart of light and the heart of darkness had to grow at the same time. When the two powers reached their limits, it was possible to fuse. In the process of dealing with matters, both the heart of darkness and the heart of light would affect his way of doing things. When he was slaughtering the mermaids, the dark side of Lei Lou took the lead. Then, under Shue'er's pleading, the heart of light gradually overpowered the heart of darkness. That was why Lei Lou did not continue slaughtering the remaining mermaids. After thinking about it, Lei Lou decided to sleep again and accumulate spiritual power for future fusion. After waking up again, Lei Lou had to go to different worlds to experience. Only when he tried light and darkness could all the emotions fuse. During this time, Lei Lou carefully studied fate. Because in a fortuitous study, Lei Lou found that there was fate in this world. And through the existence of fate, a person's future can be predicted. But Lei Lou's fate found his own fate in it. According to fate, every living creature has a fate. Even gods have the same fate, but here, there is no fate. It's a little strange. But in his own world, he can change the fate of any living creature in this world. This required a huge amount of spiritual power. Lei Lou also studied spatial laws carefully. If Lei Lou's world was like a game that he had created, then spatial laws were like the rules of the game. As the supreme god, Lei Lou could change spatial laws. At this point, Lei Lou also comprehended a new power, a domain power. When a life form obtained a divinity, he could change certain spatial laws within a certain area. Daya's domain power is nature. Audrey's domain power is life. Alanissa's domain power is magic. Alpha's domain power is energy. Lucifer's domain power is devour. Hell Emperor Miric's domain power is death. Kana's domain power is pure power. The domain power of the three fire phoenixes is fire. Lei Lou's domain power is simulation and control. In other words, Lei Lou could simulate any domain. Furthermore, he could control everything, including his own and others' domains. These were the highest level domains. There were also some low-level domains that level 1 and level 2 gods had comprehended. After a lot of him, Lei Lou once again entered the slumber of the three goddesses, Audrey, Daya, and Kana. But this time, they said that when they were done, they would also enter a deep sleep to recover their powers. We agreed to meet again in 2000 years. A few days before Lei Lou went into a deep sleep, he had fun with all the goddesses for a few days. Finally, Lei Lou returned to the island he had created. He turned into a silver ball of light and fell into a deep sleep again. Audrey, Daya, and Kana entered a deep sleep 6 years after Lei Lou slept. They were used to recover the energy consumed in the battle of the gods. After the god of creation went into hibernation, the god clan and the module gradually recovered their vitality. However, Alpha and Lucifer agreed that neither of the two gods could personally come to the battlefield. They could only command from behind the scenes. Thus, a great war between gods and demons broke out on the continent again. However, with the support of the human race, the god clan gradually suppressed the demon clan. In the end, the demon race was defeated. While the god of creation was sleeping, the continents began to separate, gradually forming 5 continents. The central continent, the northern continent, the eastern continent, the western continent, and the southern continent. Among them, the southern continent was connected to the central continent. The other continents were separated by the ocean. Each continent had its own kingdom. The central continent had 2 empires, and the southern continent had 1. But the southern continent still had an orc empire. The western continent didn't have an empire, and there was only chaos. The northern continent had been unified, and the eastern continent was still in chaos. This situation had continued for 2,000 years. Lei Lou yawned as he muttered, "Ah. I'm finally awake. 2,000 years have passed so quickly." At the same time, he released his divine sense. He discovered that Audrey, Daya, and Kana were still in a deep sleep. It seemed like they had been quite busy after the battle of the gods. Since that was the case, he could only play by himself first. All right. Let's set off. Their goal was the human world. The space in the temple distorted as Lei Luo's figure disappeared into the void. In the central continent's magical beast forest, there was a person who was walking with difficulty. If one looked carefully, it was a very beautiful woman. Her long fiery red hair hung behind her back. Her curvaceous figure was even more attractive. It was just that the large and small wounds on her body ruined the overall beauty, but she looked delicate and pitiful. The girl walked through the forest with difficulty, but her swaying body showed her weakness. After a long time, the girl finally passed through the forest and came to a lake. But the girl could no longer hold on to the lake, and her movements became slower. Her vision became more and more blurry, and blood flowed down her arm. She staggered a few steps, and her body went limp. She fell to the lake and fainted. At this moment, no one saw that the space behind the girl began to distort. Countless silver lights emerged from her back. This was because Lei Luo didn't know where he should go to experience the experience of the heart. Then he could only teleport randomly. After passing through the spatial barrier, Lei Luo came to the human world. At first glance, it was all beautiful lake water. However, after taking just 2 steps, Lei Luo discovered the beautiful girl who had fainted by the lakeside. After reaching out to flip her over, he discovered that she was actually a great beauty. This was also a very coincidental coincidence. Lei Luo thought to himself how he had just arrived in the human world and was still not familiar with it. It just so happened that he needed a tour guide. Then, Lei Luo cast the light magic, healing light. A white ball of light shot out from Lei Luo's hand and entered the girl's body. The wounds on the girl's body, big and small, were gradually healing. Not a single scar was left, but because the girl's body was too weak, although the wounds on her body had healed, she still needed to rest. Looking at the sleeping girl, Lei Luo set up a barrier around her, then turned around and walked into the forest to search for food. At this time, the girl who had fallen into a deep sleep woke up in a daze. Her first consciousness was very blurry, and her head was very dizzy. What followed was confusion. Where exactly was this place? She did not know if she had escaped or not. The girl's name was Lei Lou. She was a student of the Central Continent's Magic Martial Academy. She was one of the top 10 beauties who had the title of Fire Phoenix. A disciple of an aristocratic family had taken a liking to her, but she hated that lecherous person. Hence, she rejected him without any hesitation. However, he had actually killed all her family members when they were caught off guard. He had even forced Lei Lou to be his woman. Lei Lou had managed to escape with the strength of an intermediate swordsman after much difficulty. In the end, she was still being hunted down. With great difficulty, she managed to run into the forbidden area, the magic beast forest. The people who were chasing her were afraid of the magic beasts inside, so they did not follow her in. Lei Lou would rather be eaten by the magic beasts than be captured and brought back. Am I dead? This place is, Lei Lou said in a daze. But suddenly, the fragrance of meat drifted over. Her stomach immediately growled. She was hungry. Then, she realized that she was not dead yet. Lei Lou sat up and looked around. The sky had completely darkened. The stars in the sky were constantly twinkling. It was so beautiful. Lei Lou could not help but be mesmerized by it. After Lei Lou discovered the girl, he helped her to heal her injuries and then went to the forest to look for food. After a while, he discovered that there were countless wolf-like magic beasts surrounding him. Lei Lou looked at the wolves in front of him with fierce eyes and couldn't help but smile. Thus, a massacre began. Lei Lou didn't use any magic and punched the wolves one after another. Whether it was wolves, trees, or rocks. Everything was blasted away by Lei Lou. Seeing this, the wolf pack quickly retreated. Only a few wolf corpses were left. After putting the dead wolves into his space bag, he turned around and returned to the lakeside. The girl was still not awake. Lei Lou went to the lakeside to wash his hands and wash off the blood. Looking at the blood on his hands, it was time to consider making a weapon. Sitting on the grass, Lei Lou began to use his recombination ability. The magic elements around him were constantly broken down into molecules and atoms. Then, they formed all kinds of metals again. Gradually, a long sword appeared in front of Lei Lou. After the long sword was fully formed, a thin black line appeared on the blade of the long sword. It was made of collapsed space and carried an absolutely sharp power. This way, the sword would have absolute damage and be able to cut through everything. Holding the sword in his right hand, Lei Lou casually waved it in the air and memorized it. Looking at the large and small spatial cracks drawn by Lei Lou, he smiled in satisfaction. Following that, Lei Lou made a pair of silver gloves. These gloves began to possess the power to control time. With a wave of his hand, a patch of grass became blurry. The grass sprouted and grew rapidly, before quickly withering and disappearing. His left hand could speed up time, while his right hand could reverse time. Just as Lei Lou was carving the magic array of the armor, Lei Lou suddenly said something in her sleep. In the end, her hand was accidentally drawn askew. The magic array was declared a failure. She sighed helplessly. The armor had failed. Then, she threw it into the spatial rift. Forget it. A sword and a pair of gloves were enough. Lei Lou washed the dead wolf's body clean and began to roast it. Lei Lou suddenly saw the girl next to him move and quickly sit up. She raised her head and looked at the quiet headband in the sky. Lei Lou also followed her gaze and looked up. Seeing the stars in the sky, he couldn't help but sigh at how beautiful it was. However, after the wolf meat was cooked, Lei Lou saw that the girl was still wearing her headband. He could only helplessly remind her, "Miss, are you eating or not?" Lei Lou still didn't know that it was already a mess outside. On the 12 divine weapon records, 3 divine weapons made by Lei Lou appeared at the same time. The divine weapon records were created by 8 sovereign gods to test the divine weapons in this world. They could also test the effects of the divine weapons. Even if the armor failed, it was created by the god of creation himself. It was a sword of order that could cut through everything. It was an armor that was immune to all magic, and it was blessed by the elements. It also had a terrifying pair of hands that could control time. All the countries and races were searching for the 3 divine artifacts. However, at this time, as the creator of the divine artifacts, Lei Lou did not care at all. He was looking at Lei Lou. Lei Lou stared blankly at the sky. Suddenly, a voice pulled her back to reality. Lei Lou was shocked. When she had just woken up, she had clearly not felt anyone around her. She turned around and saw a silver-haired man looking at her. Lei Lou stared blankly at the man. He was really perfect. He was the most perfect and handsome man she had ever seen. After Lei Lou called out to Lei Lou turned around and stared blankly at Lei Lou. Could he have bewitched her? "Hello. Miss, do you want to eat something?" Lei Luo repeated himself and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Ah. Lei Lu immediately blushed. Was she thinking of staring at someone else in a daze? She tried her best to calm her emotions and sat beside the bonfire. In the end, Lei Luo handed her a piece of barbecued meat and thanked her before starting to eat. Lei Luo looked at the woman in front of him as she slowly ate the barbecued meat. He could not help but think that she must be a wealthy lady from some family. She was always so refined when eating. Lei Luo saw that she was almost done eating, so he asked, "What's your name?" Lei Lu finished the last bit and raised her head to reply, "My name is Lei Lu. Lei Lu Mayanis. My name is Lei Luo, Lei Lu. How did you suffer such heavy injuries?" Lei Luo introduced himself after he got hold of her name. He really did not know how a girl like her could suffer such heavy injuries. Injuries? Lei Lu quickly checked her body. Other than the bloodstains all over her body, there were no wounds at all. She tried to circulate her combat aura and it was very smooth. She closed her eyes and used her combat aura to sense the situation around her. Phew, she did not discover the enemy. She had finally escaped. There was no one around her. Suddenly, Lei Lu opened her eyes and looked at Lei Luo in disbelief. However, she could not sense her aura. It was as if she did not exist. In other words, he had perfectly blended into nature. If her eyes were not open, Lei Lu would not have believed that there was someone in front of her. Lei Lu tried her best to calm her beating heart. She knew that she had met an expert. However, could he help her take revenge? The other party's background was the #1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Empire. They had the protection of the god of Phoenix. No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible for them to fight against a god. At the thought of this, Lei Lu could not help but let out a deep sigh. Lei Luo looked at Lei Lu strangely. At first, he was shocked, then he was very excited. Then, he was sad, then he was filled with hatred, and finally, he was disappointed. It was hard to imagine that a girl's face could reveal so many emotions. He really did not know what she was thinking. "Lei Lu, are you alright?" Lei Luo could not help but ask. Lei Lu took a deep breath and gave Lei Luo a bitter smile. "I was just thinking about some sad things." It was not appropriate for Lei Luo to continue asking about such things. He did not have much interest in asking. He could only lie on the grass and admire the beautiful stars. Suddenly, Lei Lu turned around and asked Lei Luo, "Do you believe in fate?" "Yes." Lei Luo answered without hesitation. He had studied fate before he fell asleep. Lei Lu was stunned. She did not expect Lei Luo to answer so quickly. She pondered for a moment, then continued to ask Lei Luo, "What exactly is fate? Why can someone predict the future?" Lei Luo thought for a moment and answered, "Fate is like a river. People want to say that a small fish in the river swims along the river. Those who can predict the future are just fish jumping up from the river. They can only see a short distance ahead." Lei Lu smiled. What an interesting insight. But it is quite vivid. Then, can you tell me what God is? Can God change a person's fate? God. Lei Luo thought for a moment, then sighed and said, "God is just a bird flying in the sky. When it brings a fish from this river to another, then the fish's fate will be changed. Could it be that this is my fate?" Lei Lu's eyes were filled with sorrow. "What's wrong?" Lei Luo looked at Lei Lu. She must have met with some trouble. "Are you very strong?" Lei Lu suddenly asked Lei Luo. "Me? I'm all right." Although he did not know why Lei Lu asked him this, Lei Luo still answered. This was a joke. In this world, he was the supreme god. If he was not strong, who was? The corners of Lei Lu's mouth twitched. She wanted to say something, but she hesitated. In the end, she did not say it out loud. Have you not taken your revenge? Lei Lou thought of the hatred in Nei's eyes and asked tentatively. Yes. Nei nodded. She wiped the tears from her eyes and said helplessly, all my family members have died. I was the only one who escaped. Why didn't you take revenge? Logically speaking, she should have gone back to take revenge. It's useless. No one can defeat a god. Nei smiled bitterly and tears fell again. God? Lei Lou was shocked. This could not be God, right? God was not allowed to interfere in matters of the human world. Lei Lou tentatively asked, is God your enemy? No, Nei gave Lei Lou an unexpected answer. My enemy is the #1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Empire. However, the ancestors of the #1 aristocratic family had once helped the evil Death Phoenix of the 3 gods of the Phoenix during the Battle of the Gods, so the evil Death Phoenix had left a summoning crystal for their family. When their family was in danger of being exterminated, they could summon the evil Death Phoenix, so. Nei was already crying. Dead Dark Evil Phoenix? So it's her. Lei Lou smiled. He remembered that he had not seen her for a long time. He turned around to see how she was doing. If it's the dead Dark Evil Phoenix, I really have a way to help you get revenge. Nei answered unconsciously. She suddenly turned around and looked at Lei Lou in disbelief. You can help me take revenge? You can defeat God? Hee. I don't have to fight her to take revenge for you. I can make her give up on protecting that so-called aristocratic family. Lei Lou was 100% certain of this. Then, can you help me? Nei turned around and knelt beside Lei Lou, pleading. Why should I provoke an aristocratic family? Lei Lou looked at Nei, who was looking pitiful in front of him. He could not help but have mischievous thoughts. Nei lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She bit her lips, as though she had made a decision. If I were to become your female slave, would you be able to help me take revenge? After saying that, Nei's face turned red. She then lowered her head deeply. This time, it was Lei Lou's turn to be stunned. Lei Lou did not expect her to say such a thing. Now that he carefully examined Nei's words, he realized that she was indeed a great beauty. Although she was not as pretty as the 4 goddesses, she was definitely one of the top beauties in the human world. However, since she was the one who raised this condition, Lei Lou naturally would not reject it. It was likely that not many men would reject such a good thing in front of them. All right. I will help you take revenge. Lei Lou said solemnly. Thank you. Nei heaved a sigh of relief. Nei became Lei Lou's first woman on the mainland. After hearing Nei's words, Lei Lou understood what had happened. However, what Lei Lou did not expect was that an aristocratic family could actually live in an empire. This is really interesting, Lei Lou thought to himself. He had not seen Sanfeng and the others for a long time, so he decided to go and greet them. Lei Lou was prepared to help Nei take revenge first before going to school to learn. Right now, Lei Lou had great power, but he was not good at using it. Other than light magic, he was fine, but he did not know anything about other magic. However, Lei Lou's martial techniques were completely useless. He had never learned them before. Even though these techniques were not very useful in the battle between gods. At the moment, Lei Lou could only use pure energy attacks. The power of these attacks was too great, and they were not suitable for use in this world. Actually, there was another purpose for going to the Magic Academy, and that was to undergo the necessary training of the heart. Up till now, Lei Lou's Heart of Darkness and Heart of Light had not shown any signs of activity. Many things would happen in the academy. Lei Lou thought quietly as he looked at the night sky. Suddenly, he realized that he had not finished speaking to Nei. Nei, do you wish for you to take revenge yourself, or do you wish for me to take revenge for you? Lei Lou suddenly thought of a plan, so that Lei Lou would never leave his side. At this moment, Lei Lou did not notice that his heart of darkness was showing signs of movement. Of course, I wish that I could kill my enemy with my own hands, but my power is too weak. Lei Lou started crying again as she spoke. That's right. If she had been stronger, her family would not have died. In terms of power, scolding me will allow you to temporarily reach a very high level, Lei Lou said to Lena. Really? Lena asked doubtfully. After all, she hoped that she could take revenge herself. Lei Lou chuckled and did not answer her. Only his fingers continued to draw in the air. They left streaks of greenish-silver light in the air. After a while, a complicated magic array appeared in the air. This is... Even though Lei Lou did not know much about magic, she could tell at a glance the complexity of this spell. This is a sacrificial spell. Through it, you can borrow my power, Lei Lou explained with a smile. Lei Lou had found this spell when he was searching through Daya's memories. He had felt that it was fun and had memorized it. Sacrificial magic. Lena looked at Lei Lou in disbelief. Isn't this magic already lost? Lei Lou was already shocked enough today. There were too many mysteries surrounding the man in front of her. Lei Lou knew the function of this magic, which was to sacrifice herself to a god or demon. From there, she could temporarily borrow the power of a god or demon. Lei Lou made up her mind. No matter what Lei Lou was, even if he was a demon, as long as he could help her get revenge, it did not matter what she had to do. Do you want to sign it? Lei Lou looked at Lei Lou's uncertain expression. She must have known the consequences of this spell. Once she signed it, she would never be able to leave her master. It would be with her master. As long as her master did not die, the contestant would not die. The spokesperson of the 8 major gods in the human world had signed this contract with the major gods. All right. I'll sign it. As long as I can get my revenge, it doesn't matter what I have to pay. Lei Lou firmly said as she took a deep breath. All right, in my name, Lei Lou, God of Creation. Sign a sacrifice contract with the life in front of me as the master. I allow the life in front of me to borrow my power. The contract will be completed. Since Lei Lou had agreed, the rest of the matters would be easy to handle. Lei Lou immediately activated the magic array. In my name, Lei Lou. I am willing to offer everything I have to the life in front of me. Sign a sacrifice contract with me as a slave. The contract is complete. Just as Lei Lou finished speaking, the silver light of the magic array intensified. A small hexagram shot out from the magic array and imprinted itself on Lei Lou's forehead. Let's try it now. Lei Lou said to Lei Lou. After all, this was the first time he had signed a sacrificial contract. Lei Lou walked to the side and circulated all the power in her body. Immediately, bright red combat aura gushed out of her body, making her look even more beautiful. The small hexagram on her forehead looked even cuter. In my name, Lei Lou. I follow the ancient contract and ask my ID's master to bestow power on your servant. Lei Lou began to borrow power from Lei Lou according to the contents of the contract. Suddenly, Naisi felt an unimaginable power gushing out from the hexagram on her forehead. Her combat aura immediately turned a solid golden color. This time, by borrowing the power of Lei Lou, she had already grasped the power well. This was the maximum that Lei Lou's body could withstand. Unless she helped Lei Lou transform her body in the future. Grand Sword Master. I have reached the rank of Grand Sword Master. Lei Lou said excitedly. Grand Sword Masters were practically invincible on the mainland. They were only the spokespersons of the 8 great gods. How is it? Is the power enough for revenge? When Lei Lou saw Lei Lou's excited look, he thought that she must be very happy. It's enough. It's definitely enough. I must make them pay for what they have done. Lei Lou's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at the golden combat aura all over her body, her red face illuminated by the bonfire and her curvy figure. All of this made Lei Luo's interest soar. Lei Lou suddenly saw Lei Luo's originally black eyes turn blue. A strong desire was revealed from within. Seeing this, Lei Lou could not help but blush. She walked over timidly and sat beside Lei Luo, slowly moving closer to his embrace. Seeing this, Lei Luo could not help but laugh. Naisi would definitely belong to him tonight. At this moment, Lei Luo's heart of darkness revealed his emotions. In a huge villa far away from here, the people there did not know that their fates had been decided by someone else. Since Naisi knew of Lei Luo's intentions, he did not hide it anymore. He hugged Lei Lou in his arms and hugged her soft body. It was extremely comfortable. However, Lei Lou was so embarrassed that she could not raise her head. Lei Luo smiled smugly and lowered his head to block Naisi's red lips. Moo moo. Moo. Lei Lou's body stiffened and her small hands struggled wildly. It was obvious that she had no experience. Slowly, Lei Lou's eyes began to lose focus, and her body began to collapse. In the end, she broke through her defenses. It was an extremely satisfying S***X. In order to get Lei Luo to help her take revenge, Lei Lou did not care that it was her first taste of the forbidden fruit and only satisfied Lei Luo. She only ended it when she could not take it anymore. Lei Lou quietly crawled into Lei Luo's arms to rest. She was exhausted. She looked at the stars that were still twinkling in the sky. At that moment, Lei Luo's heart of darkness could not help but start to beat. Lei Lou moved uneasily in his arms before she fell asleep again. Lei Luo lowered his head and kissed Lei Lou's forehead gently. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Lei Luo opened his eyes and looked at Lei Lou in his arms. He smiled and kissed her forehead. He gently patted Lei Lou's smooth buttocks to wake her up. Naisi opened her confused eyes and looked around blankly. She had no idea that her expression was so alluring. Lei Luo could not help but feel excited again. He picked Naisi up and gently patted her perish. The slave calmed himself down from the lust that Lei Lou had aroused. Naisi used her sword to pacify him. It was obvious that he was relieved. He lay in Lei Luo's embrace and said faintly, "Master, Lei Lou is really out of strength. Can we wait until tonight?" Lei Luo kissed Lei Lou's red lips and said softly, "Little fool, of course. I will take care of your body." "Oh yes, master." Lei Lou seemed to have suddenly discovered something very interesting. "How can your eyes change color?" Thinking of this question, Lei Luo could not help but smile bitterly. Back then, Kana had suggested that they add this special function to Lei Luo's eyes. Different colors would reflect different emotions. That way, their clothes would be more thoughtful. Even if Naisi did not mention it, Lei Luo had almost forgotten about it. Of course, blue represented lust. My eyes can reflect my different emotions. Each color represents a different emotion, Lei Luo patiently explained to Lei Lou. There really is such a thing. Lei Lou tried to get up, but the moment she moved, she immediately let out a painful cry and fell onto Lei Luo's body. "All right, have a good rest." Lei Luo could only smile bitterly. He knew that Lei Lou would never fall in love with him. She had worked so hard to please Lei Luo only because she wanted him to help her get revenge. However, Lei Luo had never fallen in love with her. Lei Luo only wanted to have someone on the mainland who could accompany him. As for their relationship in the future, he was unsure. They could only take things one step at a time. Maybe in the future, Lei Lou would become his woman. "Master, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed?" Lei Lou looked at Lei Luo in a daze and could not help but ask. "Nothing. I am just thinking about my past." Lei Luo would not tell her his true thoughts. "Oh right, how should we take revenge?" Speaking of revenge, Lei Lou's eyes were filled with hatred once again. We will pass through the Magic Beast Forest, then head north, around the Magic Dragon Valley, and then to the first mountain village. After taking revenge, we can head west to the capital of the Misty Wind Empire. The Magic Martial Academy is there. Magic Dragon Valley. Are there dragons there? Didn't Kana order the dragons not to be allowed to participate in the battles of the human world? Why would dragons appear there? There is a demonized black dragon there. It was sealed by the spokespersons of the 8 great gods. Because the dragon was too powerful, the spokespersons of the 8 great gods were unable to destroy it, so they had to seal it, Lei Lou explained. The spokesperson of the 8 sovereigns? Lei Lou asked curiously. Don't you know? The 8 sovereigns have all chosen a spokesperson in the human world. However, ever since the death of the Sea Emperor, Boston, his spokesperson's powers have been greatly reduced. However, it is not something that people like us can withstand. Lei Lou explained to Lei Lou. However, she had always been curious as to why Lei Lou did not even know the basics. I did not expect so many things to happen after a nap. Lei Lou could not help but sigh. Suddenly, he realized that Lei Lou was looking at him curiously. He suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and quickly changed the topic. This time, we will pass through the Magic Dragon Valley directly. I will go and meet the Magic Dragon. Okay, but be careful, Lei Lou said. However, various thoughts were running through her mind. From what Lei Lou said, she knew that he must have been in a deep sleep for a long time. He must have been in a deep sleep for more than 1,000 years. Otherwise, there was no way that he would not know about this. Either he was not from this world and the people here could not possess such powerful powers, then who exactly was he? Lei Lou and the rest rested quietly by the lake until the afternoon when they began their journey. Boom! 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 Damn it, why are there so many magic beasts here? We can't even finish them off. Lei Lou grumbled as he casually killed the magic beasts. Lei Lou followed behind Lei Lou silently as she continued to collect the magic nuclei from the magic beasts' corpses. Lei Lou could not help but feel a lingering fear as she looked at the various magic beasts in front of her. She really did not know how she had been so lucky that day. She had not encountered a single magic beast when she was passing through the magic beast forest. Lei Lou did not know how long he had been killing them. Anyway, he had used an energy bomb when he saw the magic beasts coming out, and that entire area had been blown to smithereens. After a long time, the two of them finally walked out of the magic beast forest. Phew, the battle is finally over. Lei Lou, take a rest before you leave. Lei Lou looked at Lei Lou and felt a little tired. After all, she had just recovered from her injuries. Yes, master, there's no need. If we continue walking, we can reach a large city near the Magic Dragon Valley before nightfall. We can rest there at night. Lei Lou shook her head and replied obediently. Lei Lou stretched and muttered, then let's continue walking. I am penniless now. I hope those magic beast nuclei can be exchanged for some money. Behind him, Lei Lou broke out in a cold sweat. There were at least a few hundred magic beast nuclei and they were all high-grade magic beast nuclei. There were more than a dozen grade 9 magic beast nuclei. It was estimated that selling these magic nuclei would be comparable to the wealth of a country. On the way, Lei Lou and Lei Lou chatted for a while, gradually understanding the situation on the mainland. At dusk, a huge city appeared in front of them. Looking at the bustling city in front of them, Lei Lou asked, "Is this the city?" "Yes, this is it. Let's sell the magic nuclei quickly and find a place to stay." Lei Lou seemed to have more travel experience. When Lei Lou took out a pile of magic nuclei that was as tall as a small mountain, not only were the merchants buying magic nuclei, even the surrounding passers-by were shocked. How many magic beasts had they killed with so many magic nuclei? Even with these, the merchants could not eat them. They only bought half of them and gave Lei Lou 10 amethyst cards that could be used without restrictions. Whoever had an amethyst card would be rich enough to rival a country. This time, they had 10 at once, mainly because of the contribution of the grade 9 magic beasts. The magic nuclei of the grade 9 magic beasts were things that could only be found by chance. How could a dozen of them not drive people crazy? However, in this city, they had actually met Lei Lou's classmate. Hey! Lei Lou. Just as Lei Lou and Lei Lou were walking on the street, a girl's voice sounded. Lei Lou turned around curiously and realized that it was another little beauty. Fortunately, Lei Lou was used to looking at the 4 goddesses and did not show any signs of being distracted. However, it was different for passers-by. When the girl shouted, everyone's attention was drawn to her. The people who were petrified along the way were shocked by the beauty of this girl. Ah! Your Highness! Lei Lou could not help but exclaim. Princess! Lei Lou could not help but be puzzled. This petite blue-haired beauty in front of him was a princess. Don't call me a princess. Who is this? The little beauty sized up Lei Lou curiously. He is. Lei Lou did not know how to answer this awkward question. Lei Lou turned around and smiled. He gave Lei Lou a reassuring look and introduced himself. My name is Lei Lou. I am Lei Lou's boyfriend. Ah! The little beauty covered her mouth in surprise. You are so capable. Lei Lou is famous in our school for being hard to woo. You still dare to say? Lei Lou blushed and started to fight with the little beauty. All right. I will stop playing. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bing, the princess of the Blue Moon Kingdom. I will not say my full name. It is too long, the little beauty said. Lei Lou knew this name. The Blue Moon Kingdom was a name that was added up from generation to generation. It was unknown how long it would be in this generation. The 3 of them found an inn to stay in together. After eating, the 3 of them chatted in the house. Oh right, Lei Lou, I heard that your house was attacked. Is that true? Bing asked curiously. When Lei Lou heard about this, she could not help but cry again. Lei Lou quickly hugged Lei Lou to comfort her and explained to Bing who was panicking. Lei Lou no longer has any relatives. Ah! Bing was stunned when she heard the news. After a long while, she came back to her senses and comforted her. Lei Lou, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't cry. Lei Lou tried her best to calm herself down and lifted her tear-stained face. She smiled bitterly and said, It's all right. I'm fine now. Lei Lou, who is so cruel? Bing asked through gritted teeth. It's Lancet, Lei Lou said hatefully. Him. Bing said in surprise. Everyone on this continent knew that the number 1 aristocratic family in the Misty Wind Kingdom was guarded by the god of Phoenix. Bing took a deep breath and said, Lei Lou, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. It doesn't matter. I already have an idea. This time, I am going to the manor of the first family. By the way, Bing, what are you doing here? Lei Lou asked curiously. I am going to look for the magic dragon. Bing brought out a piece of news that stunned them. Magic dragon? Little girl, you are not going to die, are you? Lei Lou could not help but look at Bing strangely. You're the one who's going to die. She rolled her eyes at Lei Lou. I signed a contract with the magic dragon, a master-servant contract. Lei Lou looked at her in surprise, while Lei Lou looked at her strangely. He could not see how she could defeat the magic dragon. That's what it is, Bing said proudly, but then her face turned red and she said, Magic Dragon Master, my servant. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Lei Lou laughing recklessly, Bing said angrily, if you have the ability, go and subdue the demon dragon. Lei Lou looked at the red face of Bing and could not help but laugh. He then said, if I subdue the magic dragon, what will you do? I. Bing stuttered and then said in a fit of pique, if you subdue the magic dragon, I will become your woman. Ha 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 ha. This time, not only Lei Lou laughed. Lei Lou burst out laughing too. Bing suddenly realized what she had said. She could not help but bury her head in Lei Lou's embrace and said coquettishly, you guys are bullying me. I know why Bing is called a mage killer. I think your magic immunity is inherited from the magic dragon, Lei Lou said. After signing the contract with the magic dragon, my body will be immune to magic, Bing said. Hey, don't forget our bet. We are going to the Magic Dragon Valley tomorrow. Don't go back on your word, Lei Lou teased her with a smile. Oh. Lei Lou bullied me, Bing blushed again. Ha 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 ha, laughter echoed all over the inn again. Bing, do you think there's really a magic dragon here? After walking in the dense forest for half a day, they didn't even see a shadow. There's no mistake. The magic dragon is in the valley ahead, Bing said seriously. Until now, we haven't seen a single magic beast. Is there really a magic dragon here? Lei Lou couldn't help but mutter. Bing rolled his eyes at Lei Lou and said, the magic beasts here either escaped or were eaten by the magic dragon. How could you see it? Lei Lou couldn't help but smile awkwardly. That's right, how could I possibly meet a magical beast here? Oh right, Bing, why weren't you eaten by the demon dragon at that time? Lei Lou asked curiously. Bing couldn't help but sigh and said, a few years ago, I ran out to play and met an adventuring team. They said that they were going to the Demon Dragon Valley to slay the dragon. I followed them out of curiosity. Bing couldn't help but show a terrified expression. But when we met the demon dragon, we realized how childish our thoughts were. The adventurer team evaporated under the dragon's breath. At that time, I was the only one left. After the demon dragon found out that I was a princess, it forced me to sign a master-servant contract with her and asked me to bring it a large number of magic nuclei every year. Oh, that demon dragon is really strong. Lei Lou said with her hand supporting her chin. And this is in the sealed state. It can only use 1/10 of its power. Bing spoke with some lingering fear. Oh right, aren't you afraid of encountering danger this time? Since I dare to go, I'm fully prepared, Lei Lou said confidently. But Bing, don't forget our bet. Sure enough, this bet became her weakness, and Bing's little face immediately turned red. After walking for half a day, they gradually approached the valley. Lei Lou finally stopped smiling, because he could already feel a powerful dragon's might. Indeed, such a level of dragon's might was indeed rare in the human world. No wonder even the spokesmen of the 8 great gods were unable to destroy it. The closer they got to the dragon's might, the greater it became. This did not affect Lei Lou much, but Lei Lou and Bing were already trembling. Lei Lou could not help but exclaim, what a powerful aura of darkness. Before the magic dragon was demonized, it was already the #1 expert of the dragon race. Then, for some unknown reason, it betrayed the Dragon Valley and went to the darkness to be demonized. Bing led the way and said, after it was demonized, its power skyrocketed. Then, it came to the Dragon Valley for a big battle. However, it was outnumbered and was heavily injured. It returned in defeat. On the way back, it encountered people who had laid in ambush. Although it killed all the people who had ambushed it, its injuries worsened. In the end, it flew here and met the spokesperson of the 8 great gods. It was sealed here. Oh, no matter what, it was still defeated by the will tactic. Lei Lou cupped his chin. At that moment, Bing realized that the draconic aura had no effect on Lei Lou at all. She and Lei Lou had no choice but to channel their combat aura to resist it. The draconic aura was only effective against life forms that were much stronger than the dragon itself. Could it be that Lei Lou's strength could really defeat the magic dragon? Lei Lou was surprised. In the month since her holiday, her combat aura had already risen to orange. She had probably reached the level of a high-grade swordsman. Bing did not know that this was the effect of Lei Lou and Lei having a good time, but when she thought about the bet, her heart started to race. After turning a corner, the dragon's might suddenly increased. The group finally saw the legendary magic dragon. It was dozens of meters tall, covered in pitch-black scales, and had purplish-red eyes. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, Lei and Bing were already kneeling on the ground, trembling. Only Lei Lou was still sizing up the magic dragon with his shining eyes. This time, the magic dragon could not help but feel happy when he sensed his servant coming over. The magic beasts in this valley had long run dry, causing him to starve every day. Fortunately, he had taken in a princess as a servant a few years ago, so he could eat a lot of magic nuclei every year to recover his strength. This time, he discovered that his servant had brought 2 humans. One of the women was like an ordinary person, trembling under his draconic might. However, that extremely handsome man was not affected at all, and his eyes were shining as he sized himself up. Not bad, not bad, not bad, very cool. Very impressive. Lei Lou could not help but praise it. The magical dragon could not help but become proud, and he had a good impression of Lei Lou, but the next sentence made him fly into a rage. "It's just right to be my little brother," Lei Lou said with a smile. Roar! The magic dragon flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Seeing this situation, Lei Lou knew that the only way to subdue it was to defeat it. He turned around and cast a God's Protection and Absolute Defense enchantment on Lei and Ice before flying into the sky as well. Despicable human, go to hell. A high-temperature flame spewed out of the magic dragon's mouth and engulfed Lei Lou in an instant. The 2 women below let out a low cry, but the purple light within the flames suddenly triumphed. Lei Lou grinned as he appeared, but the amethyst combat aura that was constantly flashing on his body reminded the demon dragon of the danger he was in. "Ah, official move Marceluad," the demon dragon spat out a bunch of strange words. This was the dragon language spell. Dragon language spell, Black Dragon Flame. A large mouthful of black flame was spat at Lei Lou. Seeing this flame, Lei Lou's expression finally changed. This was formed by the high-temperature flame and the flames of hell. If Lei Lou was spat at, although he would be fine, he would still suffer for a while. Non-elemental spell, Mirror of Reflection. Instantly, Lei Lou was surrounded by a layer of silver barrier. The black dragon flame hit the barrier and shot back in its original trajectory with a bang. The magic dragon was caught off guard and was hit directly. It was sent flying to the cliff behind it, but it immediately flew up. Brother Lei Lou, the magic dragon is immune to all magic outside of the forbidden spell. Bing couldn't help but say when she saw this situation. Forbidden spell? Ha! The heavens are on my side. Lei Lou only knew forbidden spells. Fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment. A scorching white fireball instantly appeared in Lei Lou's hand and quickly struck the demonic dragon's body. The demonic dragon screamed and fell to the ground. The demonic dragon had just gotten up when another forbidden spell was already prepared. Water-type forbidden spell, Absolute Ice Seal. A blue magic array immediately appeared under the demonic dragon's feet. With a crisp creak, the demonic dragon was sealed into an iceberg. Boom! The demonic dragon broke free from the iceberg. Due to the uneven heat and cold, the demonic dragon's body was already riddled with many wounds and purple blood was flowing out. The pitiful demonic dragon did not even have time to recover before it was beaten down by the next forbidden spell. Thunder-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Thunder Destruction. Wind-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Light-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Sun Sword. Earth-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Spirit-type forbidden spell, Forbidden Spirit Storm. Space-type forbidden spell, forbidden spacetime storm. Nature type forbidden spell, forbidden life destruction. Death type forbidden spell, forbidden death spirit country. Dark type forbidden spell, forbidden hell calamity. Lei Lou and Bing were stunned by what they saw from within the barrier. Lei Lou was even more in awe of Lei Luo's strength. At the same time, she was more confident in taking revenge. Bing watched in disbelief as the forbidden spells were released from Lei Luo's hands. At the same time, she thought of the bet between them and could not help but feel worried. The demon dragon was really depressed. He was feeling really unlucky. He was originally prepared to eat the magic core, but he met a human who dared to disrespect him. He wanted to teach him a good lesson, but that human released forbidden spells as if they were free, and all the forbidden spells from different elements were thrown at him. Even the spiritual and spatial forbidden spells that he had never heard of appeared. The spirit storm almost shattered his soul, and his powerful body was almost torn into pieces by the space-time storm. If it wasn't for the fact that he could absorb the dark-type forbidden spell, he would really have died here today. Satisfying. It was so satisfying to watch. Lei Luo looked at the pitiful demonic dragon and drew out a stream of silver blood from his fingers, which landed on the dragon's forehead. In my name, Lei Luo, I am willing to sign an unchanging contract with the life in front of me. The contract is compulsory and belongs to the master and servant. The contract is completed. Lei Luo could not be bothered to ask for its consent and directly used the compulsory contract. The demonic dragon's spiritual power had been greatly damaged by the spiritual storm. It was unable to resist the enormous spiritual power and the contract was successfully completed. In the future, you will be my mount. Work hard. I will reward you. Lei Luo said arrogantly. This was called carrot and stick, it was meant to strengthen the dragon's heart. The demon dragon greets master. The demon dragon only obeyed experts. Thus, Lei Luo was able to successfully gain the respect of the demonic dragon. Lei Luo's laughter rang out throughout the entire demon dragon valley. At this moment, the outside world was in a state of chaos. All the experts could sense the changes in the magic dragon valley. The spokesmen of the 8 great gods were rushing over. Lei Luo did not know that this battle had attracted the attention of the demons and gods. Of course, this was something for later, so he did not bring it up for the time being. Here. This is my welcome gift to you. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a large pile of top-grade magic nuclei swarmed out. The magic dragon and Bing were stunned when they saw this. It was not easy to obtain so many top-grade magic nuclei. Lei Lou, where did he get so many magic nuclei? Bing asked softly. When Lei Lou heard this, she could not help but smile wryly and say, we got lost in the magic beast forest and ended up wandering around randomly. We killed our way through and ended up like this. There was still something that Lei Lou did not say in her heart, but she had killed a bunch of them with a single punch. The magic dragon was so happy that it started eating. After it finished eating, it said pitifully, Master, can you remove the seal on my body? I'm too lazy to go. Besides, your power is too weak and small. It's not enough for you to be considered to be my underling, Lei Luo said as he raised his hand. Black light kept gathering in his hand until it formed a black bead the size of a basketball. He waved his hand and threw it to the demon dragon. This is the energy gathered from the 20 hellish catastrophes. There is still some of my power inside. After you absorb it, your power will increase rapidly. The demon dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the energy pearl. The wounds on its body quickly healed, and its body was covered by a layer of dark aura. After the dark aura dispersed, a huge black dragon egg appeared in front of it. Lei Luo waved his hand and added a protective barrier around the dragon egg. He turned around and said to the 2 girls who were still in a daze, she is transforming now. We don't need to care about it. Lei Luo winked at Bing and teased her, our bet. Oh. Bing's face was flushed red as she lay in Lei Li's arms, not daring to look at Lei Luo. Ha! Are you going to fulfill your bet? Lei Luo continued to tease Bing. Bing raised her head after a long while and said in a low voice, so what if I fulfill it? What's the big deal? If it was not for Lei Luo's extraordinary hearing, he would not have been able to hear what she said. Lei Luo looked her up and down, then with a serious face, said, your face is okay, your figure is good too. Not bad, not bad. I am very satisfied. Woo, you bully me. Bing threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and used her pink fists to beat him continuously. Huh, Lei Luo laughed out loud proudly. Alright, the magic dragon still needs some time to finish absorbing it. Let's continue on our journey. Alright. Let's go. Lei Li pulled the red-faced Bing from Lei Luo as they walked towards the other end of the Magic Dragon Valley. 10 days after Lei Luo left, the 4 representatives of God came and were at a loss as they looked at the huge magic dragon egg. They were unable to break through the enchantment on the outside. In the end, they had no choice but to work together to add an early warning enchantment outside and build a teleportation portal in a hidden place. They were prepared to wait for the magic dragon to wake up before making any plans. After walking for 10 days, they finally came across a large city. The manor of the number 1 noble family was not far away. Lei Li, do you have anything you need to prepare? Bing and I will find a place to stay, Lei Luo said. Although they had not obtained Bing's body in the past few days, they had already made a lot of money from Bing. Bing had signed a contract with the magic dragon, and Lei Luo had signed a contract with the magic dragon. In the end, it was the same as signing a contract with both Bing and Lei Luo. Bing could not resist any orders from Lei Luo, and it was only a matter of time before he obtained Bing's body. At noon, Lei Luo, Lei Li, and Bing were having lunch upstairs in a restaurant. He was also very interested in the food there. It seemed like he had not eaten food for many years, so he naturally wanted to have a good taste of the available delicacies and meals. Just as Lei Luo was enjoying his meal, a man dressed as a servant came over and said, "Ladies, my master invites you to have a drink." Lei Luo could not be bothered to speak and continued to focus on his food. Lei Li and Bing saw that Lei Luo was not speaking, so they could not be bothered with him and continued to eat and chat. The servant stood there alone, neither standing nor sitting. He was extremely embarrassed. The surrounding diners covered their mouths and snickered. At this moment, a more handsome man walked over and spoke respectfully to Lei Li and Bing. "Ladies, would you be so kind as to share a cup of wine with me?" Bing and Lei Li ignored him completely. In the end, the people on both sides laughed even more fiercely. The man's face turned green. When he suddenly saw Lei Luo looking at him with a faint smile, he immediately vented his anger on Lei Luo and scolded, "You gigolo, what right do you have to eat with 2 beauties? Who are you scolding?" Lei Luo, a god of creation, was actually scolded by a gigolo. His eyes were immediately filled with killing intent and turned silver. When the man saw his silver eyes, he had just felt bad when he was sent flying from the 2nd floor by the flashing lightning in front of his eyes. "I have to teach you a lesson." With a wave of his hand, he cast a level 3 spell, Thunderstorm. If he didn't die, he would most likely lose half his life. Although it was a level 3 spell, the lightning element had the highest damage of all spells. In addition, it was equivalent to a high-level spell in the hands of the god of creation, Lei Luo. Looking at everyone staring blankly at Lei Luo, he suddenly remembered something terrifying. It seemed like humans were unable to gather lightning elements. In the blink of an eye, Lei Luo came up with a plan and spoke to the people around him. "What are you looking at? If you have the ability, go catch a lightning elf yourself." The people around him immediately exclaimed at my good luck. Elves were already very rare, and lightning elves were even rarer. The servant of the young man ran out in a panic. As he ran, he shouted, "You dare to attack the 2nd young master of the 1st family? Just you wait. When the people around him heard this, they immediately quieted down. Lei Lou immediately wanted to rush downstairs and kill them but was stopped by Lei Lou. Lei Lou said in a low voice, "Don't be impatient. We will destroy their villa tomorrow." Lei Lou took a deep breath and tried hard to calm down her anger. She sat down and continued eating. Bing was also looking coldly at the people who were discussing. After eating, she bought her weapons and rested in the inn, waiting for revenge to come the next day. However, Lei Lou was not idle. He spent the entire afternoon with Lei Lou in the inn. The next morning, they were surrounded by the city guards the moment they finished eating. They are really efficient. Lei Lou could not help but say softly. As expected, these people were here for the second young master of the first family who was injured yesterday. Lei Lou did not resist directly and went to the first villa with them. "I say, your guts are not bad. You actually beat up the second young master of the first family into a cripple. I admire you. I admire you." On the way, a captain-like person beside Lei Lou started to speak. "He, who wants him to be so arrogant?" Lei Lou also felt bored and started chatting with this captain. "How is that trash doing?" "Brother, you're awesome. I heard that kid is going to be lying in bed for the rest of his life." The squad leader revealed a look of admiration, but he started to worry for Lei Lou. "Brother, what are you going to do? If this continues, you'll definitely die. You don't have to worry about that." Lei Lou smiled as he patted his shoulder. "I had a good impression of this squad leader, so I couldn't help but start chatting with him." "Brother, what's your name?" "My name is Xiluo. I'm a squad leader of the city guard army. However, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to join the army after a while," Xiluo said angrily. "I've long since disliked those people who bullied the commoners. However, brother, you've really helped everyone vent their anger this time. That brat should have been taught a lesson long ago." Lei Lou couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. So what if he didn't like it? In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. In the hearts of all people, even gods were no exception. Wasn't he the best example? During the 100 million years of creating the world, loneliness had eaten into Lei Lou's heart every day. Even now, he still felt some lingering fear. In that kind of lonely environment, he actually didn't go crazy. So much so that after he created Kana, he ruthlessly vented the emotions he had accumulated over the years on her. He tormented Kana until she cried and begged him to let her go. Thinking of this, Lei Lou could not help but feel excited. Looking at her exquisite figure, his eyes gradually turned sky blue. Lei Lou turned around and saw his sky blue eyes. She could not help but think of the madness from yesterday afternoon, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Bing, who was at the side, noticed that Lei Lou had suddenly lowered her head, and her face was slightly red. She turned around to look at Lei Lou strangely. She noticed that Lei Lou's originally black eyes had turned into a bright sky blue color. What was left behind could not help but remind Bing of what Lei Lou had said about Lei Lou's eyes. Now, Bing understood what Lei Lou meant, so she tacitly allowed the visual assault on her. Bing had originally been forced to stay by Lei Lou's side because of the bet and the master-servant contract. However, Lei Lou did not directly take over his body. Instead, he took care of him along the way. Her heart also slowly accepted this handsome new master of hers. Lei Lou naturally did not know about Bing's thoughts. He only stared at the two women's alluring figures from behind. Suddenly, Xiluo said to them from beside Lei Lou, "We have arrived at our destination." Lei Lou raised his head to take a look. Wasn't that right? The huge villa in front of him was actually comparable to a palace in the divine realm. At that moment, Lei Lou could not hold it in any longer. Her body was trembling slightly, and her killing intent was constantly surging outwards. Some attentive people had already noticed her. Lei Lou hurriedly walked forward and placed his hand on Lei Li's shoulder. A wisp of ice-cold air surged into Lei Li's body. Lei Li's entire body trembled. The killing intent immediately dissipated and her entire body relaxed. Seeing this, Lei Lou could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. The corners of Lei Li's mouth twitched twice, and she forced a bitter smile at him. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, Lei Lou saw the fellow who had been sent flying by him yesterday. At this moment, he was lying on a wheelchair, looking at Lei Lou with hatred. It was just that the large pile of bandages on his body looked somewhat nondescript and quite funny. "Second uncle, it was that brat who beat me up like this. You have to stand up for me." At this moment, the second young master was sobbing and crying to a middle-aged man beside him. Lei Lou watched this scene with amusement. The soldiers escorting him behind him tried their best not to laugh. That expression was as comical as it could be. At this moment, the middle-aged man walked out and glared at the soldiers behind him. Immediately, the group of soldiers quieted down. "You were the one who beat him up?" the middle-aged man asked Lei Lou with a cold face. "That's right, I was the one who beat him up," Lei Lou said nonchalantly. "How dare you beat up the second young master of the first family?" "What should I say?" the middle-aged man said angrily when he saw Lei Lou's indifferent expression. "Second uncle, quickly catch him. I want to ruthlessly punish him and let him experience all the sufferings of the world's prosperity." That reckless second young master was still shouting crazily. Lei Lou fiercely glared back. That second young master instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was unable to speak. Lei Lou then turned to the middle-aged man and said, "So what if you're the second young master? This is what happens to people who dare to flirt with my woman." The middle-aged man's face instantly turned red. He had already guessed what had happened. There was an 80% chance that the second young master had gone to bully another girl, but in the end, he was severely injured by this man. Now, the number one aristocratic family was in a terrible state. A month ago, the first young master had sent people to kill a group of people and snatched a girl back. However, that girl had run away in the end. At that time, he had also felt a sense of comfort. After all, he did not wish for such a pitiful girl to fall into the eldest young master's mouth. Isn't that? When the middle-aged man was deep in thought, he suddenly felt a trace of killing intent. The years of practicing martial arts had instantly made him a little wary. When he looked towards the direction of the killing intent, he was greatly shocked. He discovered that the other party was actually the girl that the eldest young master had once captured a month ago. However, the hatred on the girl's face gave him a bad feeling. The change in the middle-aged man's mentality had not escaped Lei Lou's mind-reading ability. Seeing that he still had some sympathy for Lei Li, he decided not to kill him for the time being. "Aren't you?" the middle-aged man blurted out. Lei Li walked up to him with a murderous look and asked, "Where is Lancet?" The middle-aged man calmed himself down and asked, "He went to school." "What do you want?" "To school." A flash of anger appeared in Lei Li's eyes. She then asked, "Is the head of the first family around?" Although the middle-aged man did not understand why Lei Li was asking this, he still answered, "The old man has not returned from the palace. If you have anything to say, you can tell me directly." Lei Li turned around and looked at Lei Lou. Lei Lou obviously knew what she meant. He nodded and said to the middle-aged man, "I am here to destroy the first family and avenge my woman." Spatial seal. Before anyone could react, Lei Lou had already sealed the space around the villa to prevent any fish from falling into the net. "In my name, I will abide by the ancient contract. Please, great master, grant your servant the power." Lei Li began to borrow power from Lei Lou according to the contents of the contract. Looking at Lei Li, whose entire body was emitting golden combat aura, the middle-aged man realized that the first aristocratic family was in big trouble. "Sacrifice magic," the middle-aged man exclaimed. The people around sucked in a breath of cold air. What they were afraid of was not the power of that great grand swordmaster of hers. If it was a sacrifice magic, then her power would come from the god or demon in the contract. Hence, she would not be able to use up all her power. The middle-aged man took a deep breath to calm himself down, then he gave a signal to the person behind him. Following that, a servant took advantage of the fact that we were not paying attention and left quietly. "Miss, the things that my young master has done do not have to involve our entire villa, right?" The middle-aged man tried his best to put on a friendly expression as he spoke to Lei Lou. "When I saw my parents being killed with my own eyes, I swore that I would kill all of Lancaster's family no matter what." Lei Lou pulled out her long sword and spoke angrily. But, the middle-aged man wanted to say something. Suddenly, the long sword in Lei Lou's hand shook, turning into powder and disappearing into the air. Hiss! The people around sucked in a deep breath. It was obvious that the longsword could not withstand Lei Lou's power and was shattered. "Lei Lou! Take the sword!" Lei Lou waved his hand and threw the sword of order to Lei Lou. Lei Lou took the scabbard and pulled out the sword of order. Suddenly, the swords of the people around them roared. This was the sword submission to a king. The golden combat aura that was circulated on the sword of order immediately turned green. The people around them felt dizzy. What was this? This was a green combat aura that only the legendary god of swords could possess. Waves of murderous aura spread out in all directions with Lei Lou as the center. Everyone's faces turned pale. The people who had escorted Lei Lou here had long hidden far away. "Looks like we won't be able to hide today. I have one last question for you, miss. Is the long sword in your hand the sword of order, one of the two hottest super divine artifacts right now?" The middle-aged man forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. The people around them did not react to this. What had happened today was too outrageous. A hint of doubt flashed across Lei Lou's eyes. She looked at Lei Lou, hoping that he would answer her. Lei Lou took a step forward and asked curiously, "How do you know about the Sword of Order?" The Sword of Order and the two super divine weapons in the hands of time appear in the divine weapon records of the various races and countries. Every adventurer's union is looking for them, the middle-aged man explained. "Oh, I see. Then I shall not disturb you. Continue. Continue." Lei Lou smiled and took a step back. "Miss, can we really not have a proper discussion?" The middle-aged man was making his final struggle. Lei Lou shook her head gently. The people around her were terrified. That second young master was so scared that he had wet his pants. "Then I'm sorry. I will discipline the first young master properly," the middle-aged man said regretfully. The people around them were secretly puzzled. Why had the situation suddenly reversed? At this moment, the middle-aged man took an exquisite box from the hands of a servant behind him. The people around all stared at the box. The smart ones had already guessed what the middle-aged man wanted to do. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. The middle-aged man took out a black crystal phoenix from the box. The people around sucked in a breath of cold air again. Following that, everyone became excited. Everyone already knew that the crystal phoenix was the communication crystal that summoned the god of phoenixes, the evil death phoenix. No one cared about whether it was dangerous or not. If they could see God in their lifetime, it would be worth it even if they died. "Miss, are you still not willing to give up?" The middle-aged man's heavy tone already carried a hint of threat. When she saw the crystal phoenix, a hint of fear flashed in Lei Lou's eyes, but she still looked at the middle-aged man firmly. After making his intentions clear, Lei Lou took the opportunity when everyone was on the crystal phoenix to quietly approach a tree and hide himself. When the middle-aged man saw this, he gritted his teeth and threw the crystal phoenix to the ground. Suddenly, the crystal phoenix broke into pieces and gradually disintegrated into powder, disappearing into thin air. The surroundings were quiet. Everyone was carefully staring at the broken phoenix crystal. Ice had also come into contact with the dragon's might, so she was the first to react to the phoenix's divine might. It's coming. Ice stared at the west. Everyone's gaze followed Ice's gaze as they looked to the west. The more they twisted their fingers, the more they started to tremble. There was an oppressive aura coming from the west, and there was a death energy within it. Plop. No one knew who knelt first, but the people around them followed suit. Only a few of them were still using their combat aura to resist. At that moment, Lei Lou realized that Ice's combat aura had a certain magic attribute. The ground around the ice began to freeze. Gradually, other than Lei, everyone else could not hold on any longer and knelt down. Lei had put in a lot of effort to resist. Lei finally understood the power of the 8 great gods. Just by relying on her status alone, she was able to suppress her own sword god-level combat aura until she was dizzy. She could only hold her breath and hold on. A black dot in the west was rapidly expanding. When it reached the people nearby, they were shocked once again. A huge black phoenix descended above the mountain villa. Not bad, little girl. A light voice came from the black phoenix's mouth. When the evil death phoenix felt the crystal shatter, it quickly flew out of Phoenix Mountain. When it reached the mountain villa, it realized that there was actually a girl who could hold on to its divine might. It could not help but become interested and strengthened its divine might once again. This time, Lei cried. Her divine might had already reached its limit. Suddenly, the phoenix's divine might doubled again and she could no longer withstand it. She knelt down with a plop. Hee hee. The evil death phoenix laughed happily. The image of a mischievous girl appeared in the hearts of the surrounding people. What are you all thinking about? The evil death phoenix suddenly spoke. There was a hint of anger in her words. I'm not young anymore. Why do you still treat me like a child? The surrounding people once again muttered in their hearts. This was clearly a child acting coquettishly. However, they did not dare to think about it anymore, afraid that they would anger the evil death phoenix. Master really is too much. He keeps asking us to create the Phoenix clan and manage Phoenix Mountain, yet he doesn't come to visit us. The evil death phoenix lamented. I miss Master so much. The surrounding people tried their best to suppress their thoughts. Was this the evil death phoenix? It seemed like a girl was complaining about her boyfriend not coming to visit her. It seems like I really should go and visit them, Lei Lou muttered in his heart. Forget it. I'll go and visit them while I'm playing in the human world. Alright, if you have anything to say, just say it. The evil death phoenix finally returned to normal. She said to the person who summoned her seriously, just tell me who you want to kill. I'm playing with my sisters. Today was the first time everyone had seen a phoenix. They had finally seen the image of the evil death phoenix. However, everyone was shocked. It was too different from what they had imagined. The middle-aged man quickly pointed at Lei. When she had summoned the evil death phoenix, she seemed to be playing around. They had better not disturb her. Girl, consider yourself unlucky. Someone wants to kill you. Goodbye. The evil death phoenix opened her mouth and spat out a huge black fireball. Hellfire. This terrifying name flashed through the minds of the surrounding people. The hellfire that came from the depths of hell possessed the power to burn one's life force. Once it was touched, it would not be extinguished until one died. Lei looked at the fireball that was getting bigger and bigger in fear. She realized that the fireball seemed to have fused with the surrounding environment and was unable to tell the direction of the fireball. Lei once again lamented the difference in power between a god and a human. In the end, Lei was still unable to avoid the black hellfire. Sensing the power of death within the fireball, Lei closed her eyes helplessly. However, the hellfire that was supposed to be here did not arrive. Lei Lou opened her eyes and realized that the silver-haired man in front of her was blinking gracefully. The black hellfire ball was jumping up and down in his hands. Seeing the situation in front of her, Lei Lou was even more in awe of Lei Lou. Ice was also staring blankly at the fireball in Lei Lou's hands. She felt a little uneasy. Ice already knew clearly that the owner of the sacrificial contract that Lei Lou had signed was Lei Lou. However, Ice was still a little worried. If Lei Lou was a god, that would not be too bad. But if Lei Lou was a demon, then what should she do? Ice had been educated by the temple since she was young, and she couldn't help but feel a mess in her heart. Dark flames danced in Lei Lou's hand. The people around him were all stunned. A fireball shot out by a main god was caught just like that. But no one would doubt the power of the evil Death Phoenix. After all, everyone could feel the terror in the fireball. Lei Lou looked at the shocked faces around him with satisfaction. His little vanity was slightly satisfied. He raised his hand and the black fireball was absorbed just like that. The people around him were stunned again. Some people even wanted to boldly try and absorb the power of a god. How great would that be? Woo! The evil Death Phoenix let out a long cry. This cry clearly contained a kind of surprise and a kind of joy. Seeing this situation, Lei Lou quickly flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he used water curtain sky flower to envelop the entire villa. Lei Lou could not reveal his identity. Water curtain sky flower was the only defensive barrier with offensive properties. However, it had another function, soundproofing. Since Lei Lou didn't know how to use a soundproofing barrier, he could only use the level 9 water-type spell, Water Curtain Sky Flower, as a soundproofing barrier. The people on the ground were shocked. He could cast the level 8 spell, Hair Dance, without chanting. There was also the level 9 spell, Water Curtain Sky Flower. This was something they had never heard of before. They had treated Lei Lou's flight as a flying spell. This was a spell that allowed people to fly freely in the sky, but only sorcerers could use it. But to Lei Lou, it was just a casual flight. Master! It's really you. I'm so happy, the evil Death Phoenix said happily. I'm happy to see you too. Lei Lou said with a smile. Well, Master, you haven't come to see us for thousands of years. Our sisters miss you a lot, the evil Death Phoenix said aggrievedly. Okay, I got it. Feeling the evil Death Phoenix's sad expression, Lei Lou could not help but feel a little headache. This time, I'm going to have a good trip in the human world. When the time comes, I'll go and see you guys. Great, it's a deal, said the evil Death Phoenix happily. When the time comes, we will give Master a surprise. What surprise? Lei Lou could not help but be curious. Keep it a secret. Like a child, the evil Death Phoenix slyly said, when Master comes to see us, we will tell Master. Good. You're good. When the time comes, you must give me a nice surprise. Lei Lou smiled helplessly. Oh right. Evil Death Phoenix, leave the matters here to me. But, Master, I promised them that it's not good to break my promise to others, the evil Death Phoenix said hesitantly. Lei Lou remembered that the evil Death Phoenix seemed to be set on the evil faction. Would she care about these things? Forget it, forget it. Are you disobedient? Lei Lou deliberately put on an angry face. Ah. I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. I must listen to you and forgive me. Seeing that Lei Lou was angry, the evil Death Phoenix hurriedly apologized to him. Lei Lou put on a helpless look and said in a low voice, All right, I'll forgive you this time, but you have to be obedient in the future. Yes. Yes. I'll definitely listen to Master obediently, the evil Death Phoenix said firmly. Lei Lou nodded. There's nothing else here. You can go back first. I'll go over to see you guys later. Yes. Goodbye, Master. The evil Death Phoenix turned around and flew west from the manor. The people below were all shocked. After that, mysterious silver-haired man flew into the sky. He started to talk to the evil Death Phoenix. But because of the barrier, the people below couldn't know what they were talking about. But seeing that they were both very happy, the evil Death Phoenix showed a hesitant expression. Then that man showed an angry expression. After another round of conversation, the evil Death Phoenix suddenly left. Lei Lou slowly landed on the ground. The eyes of the surrounding people were filled with respect. Lei Lou just shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't care. Everyone also admired him. They all thought that Lei Lou had tricked the evil Death Phoenix with his sweet words. The expression on the middle-aged man's face was the most varied. He didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He had clearly summoned the god, but he had been deceived and taken away. He saw the woman slowly get up from the ground. Green battle chi that belonged to the sword god level shot out from the surroundings once again. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh as he pondered on how fate really knew how to play tricks on people. Battle chi was divided into 7 levels from low to high: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The highest level that humans could reach was green, which was the sword god level. There were other races that could cultivate to a higher grade, but only the gods and demons could cultivate to the ultimate amethyst combat aura. Alright, Lei Lou, you can continue. Revenge for revenge, revenge for revenge. Lei Lou smiled as he slowly climbed onto a tree, his figure slowly fading away. Eventually, he disappeared as well. Everyone was shocked again. Was that the invisibility spell? That was a terrifying spell that only existed in legends. Everyone felt dizzy again. Anyone could blow up the invisibility spell as it was the best spell for assassination. Once an assassin learned the invisibility spell, that would definitely be the enemy's nightmare. Lei Lou raised her sword and walked forward step by step. With every step, the killing intent grew stronger. The people in the villa could already feel the god of death beckoning at them again. Lei Lou looked at the enemy in front of her, who was so close. She finally could not hold it in any longer. She brandished her sword and charged into the villa. Immediately, a bloody glow appeared. Others only saw a flash of green light. Then, in the villa, the heads of all the family generals immediately flew into the sky, bringing with them a bloody mist. Wretch! The people outside the villa could no longer stand the bloody stench, and they began to vomit. Even though Bing's face was pale, she managed to hold it in. However, she still did not feel good. Was this the sister that she usually played with? At this moment, Lei Lou was slaughtering in the villa like a bloodthirsty killer. Was this her sister? Could hatred really change a person so much? Lei Lou watched all of this coldly. It was only right and proper to kill someone. However, Lei Lou had a faint feeling of excitement in his heart. At the same time, a wave of killing intent surged in his heart. He really wished that he could personally go up and kill everyone one by one. He felt the various expressions of people when they died, but he felt the rush of blood boiling. A cold wind blew past, and his mind suddenly became clear. Lei Lou could not help but break out in a cold sweat for his own thoughts. Fortunately, he woke up in time. Otherwise, there would be no living beings within 100 miles of this area. What on earth was going on? Lei Lou could not help but feel puzzled. He thought for a long time, but there was no result. Forget it, forget it. He could not figure it out, and he did not want to think about it. It was better to continue looking at the beautiful scene in front of him. As Lei Lou was in the state of invisibility, no one saw the blood-red glow in his eyes. After a while, Lei Lou walked out covered in blood. Lei Lou was puzzled. He could clearly sense that there were many life ripples in the villa. Lei Lou, what is going on? Lei Lou slowly revealed himself and asked Naisi. Master, I can't do it, Lei said hesitantly. Lei Lou walked in and saw that they were all women and children. It was no wonder that Lei could not do it. However, other than many female companions, there were also many ladies and madams inside. Lei Lou did not have a good impression of those rich ladies. Since they were going to settle it, they should settle it thoroughly. Lei Lou smelled the bloody smell in the air and could not help but become excited again. He felt like he was boiling. Because his back was facing the crowd, no one saw Lei Lou's eyes. His eyes had turned bloodthirsty red. However, those women all saw that the murderous intent in his eyes was different. Those women immediately went crazy and ran around, causing the scene to become chaotic. Lei Lou was thin, and the fireball that he had absorbed first appeared in his palm. No. Before Lei could finish her sentence, the black flames of hell began to spread among the crowd. Suddenly, a series of screams rang out. After a while, the voices gradually died down. There was a pile of corpses lying on the ground. Although the corpses were intact, the life force within them had already been burned out. Seeing this, the killing intent in Lei Lou's heart finally subsided. He turned around and said to Lei, "All right, we are done here. Let's go." Yes. Lei nodded, but she was puzzled. She seemed to have seen a flash of red light in Lei Lou's eyes. Lei Lou turned around and greeted Bing, who slowly walked over. However, Lei Lou noticed that there were many more things in Bing's research. Space transfer. There was a flash of white light. Lei Lou and the other two disappeared. A group of people was left dumbstruck. Beside a large river, there was a flash of white light, and 3 more people appeared. Lei, go and wash off the blood on your body. Lei Lou looked at Lei's body covered in blood. It did not look good, so he decided to let her wash it off. Lei nodded. She had already taken revenge. She no longer had a goal. From now on, she could only follow Lei Lou, her master. Thinking of this, Lei could not help but take a deep breath. She took off her clothes and walked into the river, beginning to wash off her proud figure. Bing walked to Lei Lou's side and saw that he was frowning slightly. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Ask whatever you want to ask. Lei Lou had also guessed that after the battle just now, Lei might not have felt anything. The observant eye of Bing noticed the problem. Are you a demon? Bing finally summoned up the courage to ask Lei Lou this question. Why do you ask? What's wrong with the celestial race and the demon race? Because the rumors say that the demon race is brutal, Bing finally said this after a long time. Lei Lou couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he heard this. It seems like Lucifer's reputation in the human world isn't that great. But you are wrong. Bing, I am not a demon. Not a demon? Bing said in surprise. She was surprised, because she had witnessed how Lei Lou killed people without hesitation. On top of that, he was so powerful. She had to ask Lei Lou because he might be a high-level demon. But at this moment, Lei Lou said that he wasn't a demon, which surprised Lei Lou. Are you a god? Bing asked in confusion. Lei Lou shook his head gently. He looked at Bing with a face full of question marks. Then what race are you? Are you a dragon? I remember that only these 3 races can cultivate amethyst battle chi, Bing asked in a probing tone. Lei Lou laughed dryly. Bing, actually, I don't know what race I am. Whether it's the god race or the demon race, they are just different in body composition. My body is made of pure energy, so. Lei Lou turned around and saw that Bing had already opened her mouth in surprise. She looked at him in disbelief. Seeing this, Lei Lou quickly lowered his head and kissed Bing's delicate lips. Woo! Bing immediately came back to her senses and kissed Lei Lou shyly. She had long forgotten about the unpleasantness of the massacre just now. I almost suffocated to death. Bing used her soft little hands to massage Lei Luo's body in dissatisfaction. However, with Lei Luo's strong constitution, this could only be considered as a massage. What a surprise! You are actually a body made of pure energy. However, how can you be like a real person? This situation in the past is completely different, Bing muttered. Lei Luo couldn't help but feel shocked. Bing, could it be that someone has done such an experiment before? Yes, but they all died in the end, Bing said with a regretful face. That's not right. If the body is made of pure energy, it should be immortal, right? Lei Luo asked curiously. Yes, he committed suicide, Bing said. The person made of pure energy was seriously injured. Because he had yet to take revenge, he accepted an alchemist's experiment when he was about to die. Later, more than 100 mages worked together to cast the fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment, and compressed the enormous fire elements into his soul. In the end, he became a life made of pure energy. Because his body was the best weapon, it caused a moment of panic. But in the end, after taking revenge, because he couldn't come into contact with others, he finally committed suicide. After listening to the story told by Bing, Lei Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, what an idiot. My body is made up of 8 elements, namely thunder, wind, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, and darkness. How can a single element be so perfect? The person who wanted to use pure elements to form a body was really an idiot. However, it was still surprising that someone could do this. It seemed that there were quite a number of interesting people in this world. 8 elements? Bing was dumbfounded again. Lei Luo grinned and moved his mouth closer. Bing immediately moved away shyly. That alchemist is really muddle-headed. An energy body made of fire elements is of course a fireman. A fireman, just thinking about it is laughable, Lei Luo said as he shook his head. Hee hee. Seeing Lei Luo's expression, Bing also laughed. Today would pass just like that. After that, Lei Luo and the other 2 set off once again, arriving at the capital of the Misty Wind Empire, Lane City. Nearly, this is the capital of the Misty Wind Empire, Lane City. This was one of the 2 empires in the central continent. It was such a large city. It was extremely prosperous, and there was an endless stream of merchants coming and going. There were also many novelty items placed on the roadside stalls. There were adventurers coming and going, some carrying swords on their backs, and some wearing heavy-plated armor. It was very much like the atmosphere of the capital. Yes, master. The Devil Martial Academy is in Lane City, Lei Lou answered obediently. Lei Luo had Lei Lou and Bing address him as master. Before he truly fell in love with them, it would be better for them to address him as master. As they walked on the wide street, the 3 of them attracted the attention of countless people. There was no need to mention Lei Luo. He had spent a long time creating a perfect body, without any flaws. As long as it was a normal woman, they would not miss the gaze. All the women looked at Lei Luo with affection. This was the trouble with being handsome. Needless to say, Lei Lou and Bing were both passionate and cold. They were also very eye-catching. The 3 of them first found a restaurant and went to eat something. Although Lei Luo did not need to eat anything, he only needed to absorb the magic elements in the air. However, Lei Lou and Bing were different. They had been hungry for an entire day. If not for the fact that they were quite shy around Lei Luo, they would have started devouring the food. This restaurant was quite famous. It was called the Forest Restaurant. Rare herbs could be seen everywhere here. It was a good place for couples to meet for dinner. This restaurant looks pretty good. Lei Luo looked at his surroundings and could not help but sigh. Of course. This restaurant has existed for more than 100 years. It was opened by a couple. Look, it's this couple. I really don't know how they managed to maintain their looks for more than 100 years, Bing said longingly. Don't worry, Bing. When you become my woman, you can also maintain your youth, Lei Lou said with a smile. Really? Bing asked excitedly. Who wouldn't care about their looks for a beautiful girl? But, you have to be my woman. Lei Lou pinched Bing's little nose and teased her. But at this moment, Lei Lou was observing the couple. The husband and wife were really handsome, and the wife was especially beautiful. They were a good match, but Lei Lou felt that something was wrong. This man was too handsome, and the woman was too beautiful to be human. A thought suddenly flashed in Lei Lou's mind. Could it be that they weren't human? No wonder they could live for so long without aging. He released his spiritual sense and quickly scanned the area. The result surprised Lei Lou. It turned out that the woman was a four-winged angel of power. The man was actually a four-winged demon. An angel and a demon, together. This angel was called Lucille. During the Great War between gods and demons, she met her current husband, the demon Kayata. During the Great War between gods and demons, the two began to fight without a word. In the end, one of them was seriously injured and fell into the human world. Because of the serious injuries, in order to save their lives, the two had to help each other heal, and then they slowly developed feelings for each other. Finally, they became husband and wife and hid from their kind. They didn't come out until the last few hundred years. Lucille was sitting at a table with her husband and looking at the restaurant full of customers. Kayata, it's better here. We can live happily every day. I didn't expect the human world to be so interesting, she said. Ever since she and Kayata went there to open a restaurant, their lives were no longer so boring. He gradually fell in love with this kind of life. Yeah, I didn't expect the life here to be so interesting. But I can't find how long this kind of beautiful life can last, Kayata said with some worry. Don't worry. We have sealed our powers and used secret techniques to change our auras. Unless it's a high-level angel or demon, no one will notice. Besides, even if it's a high-level angel or demon, they won't notice this small restaurant outside, Lucille said. But suddenly, their expressions changed. Just now, another divine sense had swept past them. Lucille instantly felt her mind go blank. From that divine sense just now, the newcomer definitely had the strength of a grade 1 god. This meant that she had already been exposed. That was a grade 1 god. Ever since the dusk of the gods, grade 1 gods had either been killed or had fallen into a deep sleep due to excessive consumption of power. Even in the entire deity world, there weren't many grade 1 gods left. Now, there was actually a grade 1 god in his restaurant. A grade 1 god. But he, Kayata, didn't even have the chance to escape. A warm hand held his little hand. It was cold from fear. Lucille raised her head and saw that Kayata was looking at her with deep affection. Instantly, her heart felt warm as well. That's right. When she had first married Kayata, didn't she already know that such a day would come? Thinking of this, Lucille felt relieved. The only thing they could do now was to wait and see. Before a rank 1 god, it was impossible for him to use force. The two of them looked in the direction where their divine senses had been sent out. There was a man and a woman eating at a table over there. The two of them immediately sensed that the person who had sent out their divine senses was that silver-haired man. At this moment, he was looking at them with a faint smile. A cold sweat had already formed on Lucille's hand. No matter how hard she tried, she could not find that there was actually life there. If he had not seen it with his eyes, he would have really felt that there was no one there. Lucille turned to look at her husband. He was still as calm as when she first met him. When she turned around, she found that the man had spoken a few words to the two girls opposite him. Then, he got up and walked over. As the man got closer and closer, Lucille's hands trembled more and more. It wasn't easy for her to live a happy life with Kayata. Was this what he had to do? If Kayata hadn't held her hands tightly to express his love, Lucille would have collapsed. Suddenly, Lucille thought of a terrible problem. It was fine if he was a god, but at most, he would die. But Kayata was a demon, and the hatred between the two races had never been eliminated. If Kayata had fallen into the hands of this grade 1 god, he probably wouldn't even have been able to die. No, this couldn't happen. No matter what, she had to protect Kayata's life. The two nervously looked at the silver-haired man who had decided their fate. What would happen to their lives? No matter what, the two of them decided to be together. Even if they died, it would still be the same. At that moment, the two of them decided to accept this fact calmly. The two of them stood up at the same time and walked towards the silver-haired man. After Lei Lou scanned them with his divine sense, he believed that they had already noticed. Lei Lou looked at the two of them, whose expressions were uncertain, and could not help but smile. Lei, Bing, take your time to eat. I will go and have a chat with the two bosses. After saying that, Lei Lou stood up and walked towards the angel and demon couple. As Lei Lou walked, he could clearly see that the angel's hands were trembling non-stop. However, the demon had a calm expression on his face. In the end, the two of them stood up together and walked towards Lei Lou. It seemed that they were quite loving. Lei Lou smiled as he walked forward and said softly, "This is not a place to talk. Let's find a quiet room and chat slowly." The angel smiled faintly and turned around to lead Lei Lou towards a sealed room. As soon as he entered the room, Lei Lou activated his domain. He could clearly see that the bodies of the two people in front of him shook. After Lei Lou entered the room, he sat on a chair with his hands on his head. He leaned back and said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lei Lou. I am a level 1 divine attraction. Please introduce yourselves." The two looked at each other. The angel came forward and said, "My lord, I am Lucille, an angel of power. This is my husband, Kayata. He is a 4-winged demon. Tell me about the two of you," Lei Lou said casually. Lucille sighed and began to tell their story. This story was very old-fashioned. In the war between gods and demons, they didn't know each other until they fought and finally got together. "Lucille, don't you know that angels and demons cannot be gathered?" Lei Lou asked expressionlessly. "But sir, we are really in love," Lucille said excitedly. "No. Lucille, since you are a Protoss, I can spare your life as long as you return to the deity world immediately." Lei Lou was very interested in the couple's story and thought he should play with them. "No. I want to be with Kayata." Lucille hugged Kayata tightly. Kayata also turned around and hugged her tightly. This was to express their determination. "That won't do. You decide. Only one of you can live." "It's your choice," Lei Lou said coldly. This was really interesting. It was quite fun. The two of them looked at each other, stood up, and took a few steps back. The sealed power in their bodies was instantly released. Lucille spread out 4 pure white wings. Kayata spread out 4 fleshy wings, and 2 horns appeared on his forehead. "Looks like we can't have a proper discussion, then let's do it," Lei Lou said with a chuckle. Sword of Light. Dark Magic Sword. The two elements, one black and one white, quickly merged into one and formed a long sword. However, the fusion of light and darkness made the power of the long sword increase exponentially. In an instant, it reached the strength of a forbidden spell. "Sword of the Gods, go!" Lucille commanded the long sword at the front, while Kayata maintained the supply of power at the back. Looking at the long sword flying over, Lei Lou could not help but smile. He didn't expect these two to actually create a compound magic that was comparable to a forbidden spell. But who was Lei Lou? He was the god of creation. If he could be killed just like that, then he wouldn't have survived for so long. Shield of disintegration. Lei Luo's eyes flashed, and a pale yellow shield immediately appeared in front of him. This was formed from the light of disintegration. Just as Lei Luo had expected, after the elemental sword collided with the shield of disintegration, it was immediately disintegrated into the original magic elements. Lucille and Kayata also vomited blood and flew back. This was because Lei Luo had used a special method to break down the composite magic. This caused them to suffer the backlash of the magic, and both of them were seriously injured at the same time. I'll give you one more chance. Hurry up and return to the divine realm. Lei Luo said sternly to the angel. No. I don't want it. Lucille smiled miserably and climbed up to the demon's side. Even if we die, we still want to be together. Then you can go to hell. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a sword of light that was brighter than before rushed up to Lucille. But at this time, something unexpected happened. The demon Kayata suddenly jumped up and knocked Lucille away. But he was nailed to the wall by the powerful impact of the sword of light. No! Lucille screamed in pain. She desperately climbed to Kayata's side and used all her strength to cast the healing spell in the water magic. But no matter how hard Lucille tried, she could not stop the loss of Kayata's life. No. No. We finally had a happy life. How can it disappear just like this? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not true. You have to answer me. Kayata, answer me. Lucille shook Kayata's body desperately, but Kayata still did not move at all. Lucille was about to break down immediately. Lei Luo walked forward. I've said before that only one of you can live. If you want him to live, you have to give up your life. I'm willing. As if she was holding on to a life-saving straw in the water, Lucille hugged Lei Luo's legs and begged. As long as I can bring Kayata back to life, I'm willing to do anything. Seeing this situation, it was time for the show to end. Lei Luo could not help but smile and say, "Congratulations. You've passed the test." Lucille was puzzled, and Lei Luo raised his hand. A ray of black light entered Kayata's body. Immediately, the wound on Kayata's chest began to heal. Kayata's injury also stabilized. Lei Luo turned around and gave Lucille a level 7 spell, Light of Healing. This time, Kayata also woke up. With Lucille's help, he stood up and quietly waited for Lei Luo's explanation. Ha! Don't worry. I don't have any prejudice against the demons, but after all, there is no precedent for the combination of an angel and a demon. So I could only test your feelings, Lei Luo said with a smile. Lucille and Kayata couldn't help but feel a lingering fear after hearing this. They had almost been beaten to death just now, yet he was only testing their feelings. This god's personality was truly casual. However, congratulations on passing the test. You can continue to live together. This can be considered my compensation to you. Lei Luo waved his hand, and 2 spiritual imprints entered the foreheads of Lucille and Kayata. Ultimate shape-shifting technique. After Lucille and Kayata experienced the spiritual imprints, they both shouted in astonishment. That's right. It's the ultimate shape-shifting technique. With this technique, you can completely change your constitution and become human. Although your strength will decrease, it's still better than being discovered. Believe me, other than the 8 sovereigns, no one else will be able to discover you. Thank you, my lord, the 2 said excitedly. With the ultimate shape-shifting technique, they could finally stop living in fear. He did not expect that he would be able to benefit from this misfortune and learn the ultimate shape-shifting technique. Ha! Live a good life in the future. I wish you all the best. This was a blessing from the God of creation. It was absolutely effective in this world. After saying that, Lei Luo laughed and walked out. He had finished his business there. He hoped that he would encounter such an interesting thing in the future. During this trip to the human world, Lei Lou came with great expectations. What did you do? Bing had noticed that Lei Lou and the owner of the restaurant had entered a room and had been in there for some time. When they came out again, the couple clearly looked tired. Nothing much. Just a fight, Lei Lou said casually. It was as if he had done something insignificant. However, Lei and Bing's reactions were more intense. What exactly happened? Bing could not help but ask. Even Lei could not help but perk up her ears and listen carefully. About that, I will tell you guys later. Have a good meal. Tomorrow is the registration time. Let's find a place to stay first. Lei Lou reached out and scratched Bing's little nose. Okay. Bing continued to eat the rest of the food. Lei Lou turned around and gave the god and devil couple a beautiful smile. Their feelings really moved Lei Lou. He hoped that they could live a happy life. After eating, Lei Lou and the other two went shopping for the whole afternoon. It was unknown which prophet said it, but women were born with the instinct to shop. With the amethyst card that Lei Lou gave them, they wanted to buy everything. They didn't feel tired after shopping in the market for a whole day. As expected of a pair of good sisters, their tastes were surprisingly the same. It was also because Lei Lou had a space bag that could carry all the things they bought into it. Lei Lou is also looking at the world of goods and transactions. It's also fun to go shopping with two girls. At night, Lei, Bing, you are both in the 2nd grade now, right? Lei Lou was lying comfortably on the bed in the inn. Lei and Bing were massaging Lei Lou's body together. It was extremely comfortable. Yes, I am in the 2nd grade martial arts class A, Bing replied obediently. Lei Lou gently kissed Bing's soft lips. Looking at the shy Bing, he said, I hope that you can be demoted and enter grade 1's magic martial arts class. Ah. Bing was puzzled. Lei could not help but stop what she was doing and listen carefully. I am prepared to let you learn magic, because as long as you become my woman, you will be able to cast forbidden spells. It would be a pity not to learn magic. Lei Lou patted Bing's little buttocks lightly and smiled as he looked at Bing, whose face was flushed red. He turned around and hugged Lei in his arms, caressing her body. He smelled the fragrance in Lei's hair. He said softly, Lei, why are you still unable to let go? Lei only said one word before she could not continue. Her body began to tremble slightly. Bing then remembered that Lei didn't seem to make him very happy. She needed comforting. All right, you can cry if you want. It's best to cry in this situation. Hearing this, Lei could not help herself. She then cried out all her grievances. It has truly been too difficult for her. A girl who wanted revenge. Others don't know how much she has been through. How much she has been wronged. And now she was finally letting it out. Think about yourself. Do what you want to do. By the time Lei Lou came to his senses, Lei was asleep in his arms. Turning his head, he saw that Bing fell asleep next to him too. Tomorrow, it's a new beginning. He hoped that he would encounter something more interesting. It would be best if someone could fight with him. Early the next morning, Lei Lou and the other two woke up early. Today was the registration date for the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy. After eating breakfast early, the three of them quickly arrived at the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy. This school was really big. It was probably comparable to the Imperial Palace. Lei had mentioned that the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy was a training base for human elites during the War of the 100 Races. It was later changed to an academy, so students from all races on the continent could be seen here. Arriving at the registration counter, Lei Lou had not expected so many people to arrive so early in the morning. However, it was clear that there were two factions. One faction was dressed in gorgeous clothes. They were most likely nobles. The other faction was simpler. They were the commoners. Lei Just as Lei Luo and the others were about to line up, a voice rang out. Lei Lou appeared to be very happy. As she walked forward, Lei Luo followed Lei Li's line of sight. A rather handsome boy ran towards Lei Lou. Hey! Hi Roy, it's been a while. Lei Lou went forward to chat with him in an overly friendly manner. Yes, Lei Lou, I've missed you so much. Hi Roy grabbed Lei Li's hand excitedly. A blush flashed across Lei Li's face. She quickly pulled her hand back. Seeing this, Lei Luo felt that something was wrong. He asked Bing beside him, what is the relationship between this kid and Lei Lou? He is Lei Li's friend, Bing said hesitantly. In his heart, he was secretly worried for Lei Lou. Lei Lou, don't forget that there were still people watching over this place. Just friends? Lei Luo felt the change in his mood. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Hai Rui carefully. He is Lei Lou's friend. Bing was a little hesitant. She knew that with the master-servant contract, nothing could be hidden from their master. She could only continue to tell him the truth. Hai Rui is from an aristocratic family. If that incident hadn't happened, he would be the person most likely to become Lei Lou's boyfriend. Before the holidays, their relationship had basically been tacitly accepted. Is that so? This kid actually tried to snatch my woman. He's really courting death. Bing was even more anxious. This was because Lei Luo's eyes had already turned silver. She and Lei Lou were well aware of this. Lei Luo was already filled with killing intent. If they do not stop him, Hai Rui would be dead for sure. Hai Rui was actually very fond of Lei Lou. He was also a longtime friend of Bing. Bing, of course, did not want Hai Rui to die here. Bing hurriedly called out, Hai Rui, long time no see. At this moment, Hai Rui realized that Bing was behind Lei Lou. Lei Lou turned around and saw Lei Luo's silver eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! How could she have forgotten her identity? She was still a slave under Lei Luo's contract. But seeing the situation before her, it was obvious that her master had the intention to kill her companion. No, he had to be stopped as soon as possible. Lei Lou did not want Hai Rui to die in Lei Luo's hands either. Ah! I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't notice that you were here. Hai Rui walked over and spoke with a face full of guilt. Humph. I'm afraid that all of your attention is on Lei Lou. Lei Luo sneered indifferently. Only then did Hai Rui notice that this man was also very close to Bing. If they didn't look at him, they wouldn't know. But, when they saw him, they were shocked. This man was way too handsome. He didn't notice that there were already girls surrounding him. But, he was too arrogant. He actually used such a tone to talk to Hai Rui. Hai Rui's Sea Dragon family was quite a big family in the country. How dare someone talk to him like that? However, seeing that he was closer to Bing, he decided not to argue with him. However, there was also a hint of lichens in his eyes. Could it be that he misunderstood that he was going to snatch Bing away from him? At the very least, he only liked Lei Lou. Forget it, forget it. Lei Lou was too anxious when she understood the situation. Suddenly, she saw Bing winking at her. Her longtime friend had made her and Bing feel the same way. With just a glance, she could understand what the other party meant. Lei Lou quickly stepped forward and leaned against Lei Luo. Ignoring Hai Rui's shocked gaze, she said, Hai Rui, this is my boyfriend and Bing's boyfriend, Lei Luo. Lei Luo thought to himself, not bad. Lei Luo felt that Lei Lou's move could be considered a smart one. Let's forget about it this time, he thought. A smile finally returned to Lei Luo's face. Lei Lou and Bing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The silver in Lei Luo's eyes had also disappeared. Hai Rui would be fine for the time being. What's going on? Lei Lou, are you telling the truth? Hai Rui grabbed onto Lei Lou's shoulders excitedly. Bang! With a wave of his hand, Lei Lou sent Hai Rui flying. How dare he touch my woman? The crowd gathered around to watch the show. When they saw Lei Lou send Hai Rui flying, Lei Lou was even more excited. If Bing had not held on to her, she would have rushed forward to see what was going on. If she really rushed forward now, it would only make the situation worse. She could only look at Hai Rui anxiously. Hai Rui raised his head with difficulty and asked in a desolate tone, Lei Lou, are we really done? In the past, Lei Lou would have rushed over to support Hai Rui and cared about his safety. But this time, he had clearly fallen so heavily. He did not see Lei Lou coming over to help him. I'm sorry. Lei Lou did not dare to look into Hai Rui's eyes. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her feelings. Lei Lou's love for Hai Rui was not to the point of being inseparable. Back then, she only had a good impression of Hai Rui and could not resist Hai Rui's pursuit. That was why she tacitly agreed to their relationship. But, the situation was different now. If she could not control herself, she might bring death to Hai Rui. So, she had no choice but to be ruthless and speak her mind. Is there really no hope for me? Hai Rui was still unwilling to give up. I'm sorry, but I'm already Brother Lei Lou's man. That's why there's absolutely no hope for us. Lei Lou finally made up her mind. Ha! So it was just my wishful thinking. Hai Rui let out a bitter laugh, turned around, and dragged his injured body away. His back looked so sad. Lei Lou buried her head deep into Lei Lou's arms. Lei Lou knew that Lei Lou was not feeling well. He could only pat her back gently to comfort her. He did not expect to encounter such a thing early in the morning. He felt that he should go and register for work. All right, Lei Lou, let's go. After a while, Lei Lou gradually calmed down. The three of them began to line up. Seeing their surroundings, Lei Lou suddenly felt a headache. All the princesses and young ladies were affectionate towards Lei Lou. However, all the men from the noble families were filled with hatred. Lei Lou also felt that there was nothing he could do. He had not even started school yet and he already felt that he had so many love rivals. He was really depressed. After waiting for a long time, it was finally Lei Lou's turn. After receiving a form, he looked at the notice on it and carefully filled it out. His name was Lei Lou. As for his study direction, it was the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. His hometown address was just a random town near the magical beast forest. That was all he knew. After filling it out, the school staff brought Lei Lou to a house in the school. After entering the house, he found that there was only a white-bearded old man inside. There was also a magic device in front of him. Put your hand on the crystal in the middle. The white-bearded old man had a calm expression on his face. It was likely that this old man had a high status. Lei Lou looked at the strange magic device carefully. There was a transparent crystal ball in the middle. There were 6 different colors of beast essence cores around. They were white, black, red, blue, yellow, and green. This should be a test of magic attributes. Lei Lou put his hand on it and carefully controlled the magic elements in his body. Lei Lou had all the magic elements in his body. He didn't want to be regarded as a monster. When Lei Lou placed his hand on the crystal, he felt a slight suction force from the crystal. The magic elements in his body immediately entered the crystal ball. The surrounding red, white, and yellow magic beast cores immediately lit up. The white-bearded old man stared at Lei Lou in shock. His gaze made Lei Lou's hair stand on end. It seemed like he should seal off 1 or 2 more magic elements. Ha! Genius! To be able to have 3 magic elements at the same time. Kid, study hard and don't embarrass me. The old man suddenly burst into laughter and patted Lei Lou's shoulder vigorously. Lei Lou thought, what is this old guy doing? Are you not my teacher either? Although Lei Lou thought so, he still nodded slightly. He turned around and left the house. Lei Lou looked at the registration form in his hand. There was a tick on the back of the magic attribute column. It stated that he had 3 types of magic elements. Master, how is it? Lei Lou looked up and saw that it was Bing. In the end, Bing handed him a fruit. After taking 2 bites, he said, I almost gave myself away. Luckily, I sealed off my own magic elements. Why isn't Nelly with you? Lei Lou looked around but did not see Nelly. She's in a bad mood. I told her to return to the hotel first, Bing said hesitantly. Lei Lou thought of Hai Rui and felt a little angry. It must be because of Hai Rui. Don't let me run into you again, or you'll be dead for sure. Thinking of this, a hint of killing intent flashed across Lei Lou's eyes. On the side, Bing became depressed again. Seeing the hint of silver in Lei Lou's eyes, she immediately felt a headache coming on. It wasn't easy for their master to forget about this matter. Now, things were about to go wrong again. Master, it's time to test the strength of the magic. Bing hurriedly diverted Lei Lou's attention. Seems like it. Lei Lou's attention was indeed diverted. Looking at the road sign, Lei Lou came to a square. There were already quite a number of people here. Good. Immediately, a wave of cheers attracted Lei Lou's attention. Magic strength 30. Hit 60, said the examiner at the side. Then, another examinee walked forward. Water element in the air. Please listen to the summons. Borrow your strength to go to the enemy in front of you, ice arrow skill. Instantly, 3 ice arrows hit the target 20 meters away. Good. There's another wave of cheers around. Magic strength 25. Hit 80. After a while, it was also Lei Lou's turn. He reached out his hand and handed the form to the examiner. Huh. You actually have the talent of 3 elements. The examiner looked at Lei Lou in surprise. Not bad. Is there a problem? No, no problem. The examiner calmed down. The examiner regained his composure. First, use your best fire element magic to attack the target in the distance. Lei Lou thought to himself, best at. It seemed to be a fire-type forbidden spell, Doomsday Judgment. No, how could he use a fire-type forbidden spell in the academy? He could only temporarily use fireballs to fill in the numbers. Lei Lou waved his hand, and a small fireball flew towards the bull's eye. The surroundings immediately booed. But immediately, there was no sound. Because in the middle of the bull's eye, where the fireball hit, a small melted hole appeared. The examiner was stunned for a long time before he announced, next, let's proceed with the light element test. This was easy to handle, as Lei Lou knew many light magic spells. Elements in the air. Please listen to my summons, and use your strength to destroy the enemy in front of you, the Sword of Light. The light elements around Lei Lou continued to gather. They condensed into a long sword. Originally, Lei Lou didn't need to chant. But now, he didn't seem to be able to use many level 7 light magic spells without chanting. Go! The Sword of Light instantly pierced through the bull's eye. The surrounding people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Each bull's eye was made of solid crystals. Now, they were actually broken one by one. It was really unbelievable. The examiner was stunned again. But this time, he quickly recovered his expression and continued testing the earth element magic. Immediately, the surrounding people were shocked, looking at Lei Lou as if they were looking at a monster. Earth element in the earth. Please listen to my call. Descend the giant rock and destroy the enemy in front of you. Meteor strike. Boom. The sky and earth cracked, and smoke filled the air. When the people saw the situation clearly, they could not help but feel embarrassed. Zhong Jiejia in the square was smashed into a big hole by Lei Luo's meteor strike. Fire Magic hit 80. Strength 80. Light Magic hit 80. Strength 70. Earth Magic hit 60. Strength 90. For unknown reasons, the strength of the magic is extremely high. The examiner announced the result. Too strong, the surrounding people said in unison. Lei Lou shrugged to show his helplessness. Under the strange gazes of the surrounding people, he took the examination form and left the testing field. As soon as Lei Lou left, the examiner announced to everyone, because the testing ground has been destroyed, we need to go to another testing ground. The surrounding people looked at the ground that had been smashed into pieces by the meteorites and could not help but nod their heads in agreement. Lei Lou happily walked towards the testing ground. This time, he really showed off his might. Next, it was time to test his martial arts. Lei Lou had passed the magic test. As long as he passed the martial arts test, he would be able to enter the school. When he arrived at the arena, there were already many people there. Lei Lou looked at the competition in the arena, and his mind kept thinking of warriors. However, Lei Lou quickly understood. The martial arts moves in this world were really simple and crude. They were completely not as exquisite as the countless ones he had seen before. Lei Lou looked at the fights on the stage and felt that it was too boring. He should go back and train Bing and Neli properly. At this moment, there was a candidate taking an exam on the stage. He had been beaten so badly by the teacher that he could not fight back. He had lasted less than 20 moves before surrendering. The teacher simply said that he did not pass. Then he walked off the stage. Another teacher continued to test the next student. Lei Lou could not help but secretly nod his head, thinking that it was reasonable. Otherwise, if the teacher did not have enough physical strength, then the examinees would have a huge advantage. Very quickly, these more than 10 examinees finished their exams. Only 4 or 5 people could pass, and it was finally Lei Lou's turn to go on stage. Lei Lou walked onto the stage and solemnly bowed to the test teacher. This was the most basic courtesy, and it was necessary to show it. The test teacher also nodded in response. All right, come please. Lei Lou casually took out the sword of order and held it in his hand. He did not have any imposing manner. Standing there, he was an ordinary person who did not know any martial arts. However, the test teacher's pupils suddenly contracted. His entire person also assumed a defensive posture. Even the teacher outside the arena revealed a surprised expression. This was because Lei Lou was just casually moving, but he couldn't find any flaws. This is a terrifying expert. The surrounding people all thought the same thing. At this moment, Lei Lou didn't notice that a girl below the arena revealed a shocked expression after seeing the sword of order in his hand. Please. Lei Lou said. Then, his body quickly retracted his aura. Instantly, it made people feel that Lei Lou's current position was actually a blur. Good. After the test teacher praised him, he began to attack. He raised his sword and charged towards Lei Lou. His speed was so fast that even his figure was blurred. Lei Lou could not help but squint his eyes and sigh. This was really too slow. Compared to the magical beasts in the magical beast forest, it was far inferior. Lei Lou casually raised his sword and stabbed forward. Ding! The sword of order pierced the tip of the test teacher's sword. The test teacher only felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt that he had attacked at full speed, but he had crashed into a wall. He only felt that his chi and blood were churning, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. The people watching outside the arena were also extremely shocked. This was especially so for the students who had competed against Zhang Wei. They were the ones who were the most clear about the strength of the test teacher. Even if it was their own, they would at least be forced back a few steps. But this student in the arena didn't even shake his body. Then wouldn't his strength be too terrifying? Teacher, is it my turn to attack? Lei Lou said leisurely. When the test teacher heard this, he hurriedly pulled himself together and assumed a defensive stance. Come. Lei Lou waved his sword and immediately charged forward. He was still using the basic sword techniques that he had learned before. This was a chain sword technique that focused on speed, but with the assistance of Lei Lou's tyrannical strength. It was also like a chain slash that focused on strength. It was just that Lei Lou used it more casually. He didn't intentionally form any sword chi, and it was enough as long as it had lethality. Under this kind of attack, the test teacher was really suffering beyond words. One move after another. One move after another. Each move was faster than the previous one. Each move was heavier than the previous one. Soon, the test teacher was suppressed until he was in a sorry state. He was completely unable to retaliate. This round of sword skills and attacks under the ore powder spell made everyone below the stage dumbfounded and shocked. Just when the teacher was about to give up and admit defeat, Lei Lou suddenly retreated and withdrew his sword, then he leisurely stood to the side. He looked at the teacher, who was panting and had many sword wounds on his body. Lei Lou said indifferently, "Teacher, did I pass?" Only then did the crowd below the stage remember that this was a test. Immediately, there was a burst of cheers from outside the stage. There were even some busybodies who actually whistled. The teacher wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said with a bitter smile, "You passed. You're very outstanding." After saying that, he walked down the stage dejectedly. "Thank you." Lei Lou bowed and then walked down the stage. Under everyone's envious gazes, he left the place. Only the girl from earlier looked at Lei Lou strangely. However, Lei Lou did not see it at all. At the final registration area, the staff member gazed at Lei Lou and said, "First grade dual cultivation advanced class. Tuition is 1,000 gold coins." The classes were allocated according to the strength of the students. The students in the higher classes would naturally be able to learn more excellent knowledge. However, the cost was also higher than that of the ordinary classes. For example, the top class cost 1,000 gold coins a year. One had to know that even 100 gold coins was enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live comfortably for a year. Seeing that Lei Lou didn't reply, the staff of the academy continued, "If you don't have enough money, choose a lower class or find a school to borrow money." "Oh, then I'm really sorry. I was distracted." Lei Lou smiled embarrassedly. He handed the amethyst card to the staff of the academy. When the staff card saw the amethyst card in Lei Lou's hand, he was instantly stunned. One must know that the amethyst card could be used indefinitely. Even the supreme ruler of a kingdom might not have an amethyst card. But although the amethyst card could be used for unlimited tips, the amethyst card had a time limit. Lei Lou's amethyst card was effective for 3 years. When the time was up, he had to think of a way to increase the time limit. "Hey, hey!" Lei Lou waved his hand in front of the staff member's eyes. Why was he suddenly stunned? "Ah! I'm sorry. This is your dormitory number and the student handbook." After the staff member regained his senses, he collected 1,000 gold coins and handed a booklet and a crystal to Lei Lou. The small crystal was engraved with 02310, which should be the room number. Lei Lou took the booklet and walked out of the school with the crystal. Bing was already waiting for him at the school gate, but Lei Lou was surprised to find that Neli was there too. Hadn't she already returned to the hotel? Why was she here again? When Bing saw Lei Lou, she ran over hurriedly and said, "Not good. Master. Something has happened." Due to Bing's voice, she did not pay attention to its size and was also very anxious. In the end, many people heard Bing call Lei Lou "Master." Immediately, it also caused the surrounding people to discuss animatedly. "Sorry, Master, I didn't pay attention." Bing lowered her head and constantly used her eyes to secretly look at Lei Lou, and she spoke very carefully. She really looked like a little girl who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Lei Lou couldn't get angry even if he was angry in his heart. He could only console her softly, "It doesn't matter. Someone will find out sooner or later anyway." "Oh right, what happened? Why are you so flustered?" "It's like this. The news of the first family being destroyed has also spread to the capital. The clothes of Lancelot, the current king's prime minister, has already sent people to the hotel to capture Lei," Bing said excitedly. "Oh. There's such a thing." Lei Lou walked quickly to Lei's side and asked with concern, "Lei, are you hurt?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, master," Lei said. In reality, Lei's heart was not at peace. From the attack just now, she had learned once again that revenge could not be done without master's power. As for Hai Rui, she could only say that she was sorry. Thinking of this, Lei felt relieved. Her mood immediately improved. Her eyes were once again filled with vitality. All of Lei's psychological changes could not be hidden from Lei Luo's research. However, Lei Luo was very happy that she had chosen him. After all, no one wanted their woman to have someone else in her heart. "Lei, what happened back then?" Lei Luo could not help but ask. Lei smiled and replied, "It's like this, I was." Lei's memories followed. It turned out that after Lei returned to the hotel, she had been tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. Her mind was constantly exchanging the faces of Lei Luo and Hai Rui. "What should I do? What should I do?" Naisi muttered. To her, Hai Rui's feelings were very clear. It was already good enough before the holidays. If nothing unexpected had happened, she definitely would have become Hai Rui's woman in the future. However, today's incident would definitely be a huge blow to him. She could not bear to see it happen. But, what should she do about Lei Luo? His revenge wasn't over yet. With the contract, there was no way for her to leave Lei Luo. Was there no other way to break the contract? Perhaps Hai Rui could help her exact her revenge, but what about the contract? It seemed that only if he was stronger than Lei Luo, the creator of the contract, would he be able to forcefully make contact. What should she do? At that moment, Lei felt a murderous aura. She turned around and left the bed quickly. In that instant, the 4 long swords stabbed into the bed. Lei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, her reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, she would be dead for sure. "Who are you people? Why are you here to kill me?" Lei questioned. These 4 people were all very strong. He needed to understand them before he could escape. "You are Lei, the one who destroyed the first mountain village. You don't look very powerful. We were invited by the Prime Minister to kill you," a masked man said. "You." Although Lei was angry, she did not take action. Indeed. If she did not borrow the power of Lei Luo, any one of them would be able to kill her easily. At this moment, Lei relaxed a little. The 4 of them immediately raised their swords and stabbed at her. Lei was shocked and twisted her body forcefully. She narrowly avoided the attack. However, the 2 swords brushed past her skin. 2 of her clothes were torn open. The 4 of them turned around. 2 of them slashed down with force, while one of them stabbed towards Lei's abdomen. One of them attacked Lei's legs. Lei immediately lifted her body and dodged the long swords that were stabbing at her feet. The orange combat aura around her body intensified, and she twisted her waist. The long sword pierced through Lei's clothes and slid past Lei's abdomen. Feeling the long sword sliding past her abdomen, Lei felt a lingering fear. If she was a little slower, she would definitely be heavily injured. However, after Lei dodged the 2 long swords, she was already in the air. Facing the 2 long swords coming from above, she could not avoid them. She could only take them head-on. Dang! There was a loud sound. Lei Lou spat out blood and fell backwards. Fortunately, there was a combat aura that blocked a lot of the power. Naisi only suffered a little injury. But now, she could not even take 2 attacks from 4 people. How was she going to use her power to take revenge? In my name, Lei Lou. I shall abide by the ancient contract. Please, Great Master, grant your servant the power. Lei Lou had no choice but to use this method that she had not planned to use. Ka! The long sword in Lei Lou's hand shattered into pieces again. Looks like I need a good sword. Lei Lou threw away the hilt of her sword and kicked at the man in black. When they saw Lei Lou chant an incantation, a terrifying phrase flashed across the mind of the man in black. They instinctively jumped out of the window, but the other 3 did not react. However, when they saw the golden combat aura coming out of Lei Lou's body, they began to curse at the bastard who had escaped. However, it was useless. Lei Lou jumped up almost at the same time. Just her own strength and not her sword skills were enough to kill them. The 3 of them were sent to the underworld by Lei Lou with 1 kick. What a bunch of troublesome fellows. I've finally gotten rid of them. Lei Lou wiped the sweat off her forehead and sat on the ground to heal her injuries. With the help of her golden combat aura, Lei Lou's injuries healed quickly. Seeing the fragments in the room, Lei Lou sighed helplessly. Her strength was still too weak. It seemed like she couldn't leave Lei Lou anymore. What was the relationship between her and Lei Lou like in the past? It was undeniable that Lei Lou had a perfect appearance. He was simply too attractive. If she didn't know Rui, she would have accepted Lei Lou by now. But, what should she do now? She was already one of Lei Luo's women. Furthermore, Lei Lou was a very proud person. He would never allow his woman to have S*X with another man. If Bing hadn't stopped him in time, Rui would have been dead on the spot. What a headache. What happened today must have dealt a huge blow to Rui. He hoped that he wouldn't do anything stupid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to be friends with Rui anymore. Let's not talk about how much damage Rui had suffered today. Lei Lou was afraid that he wouldn't be able to interact with Rui anymore, even if it was just a normal conversation. Now that the incident at the villa had been exposed, she was afraid that her life would no longer be as peaceful as before. She had already avenged himself. She couldn't die like this. Even if she continued to be Lei Luo's slave, there was nothing she could do about it. This must be my fate. She imagined himself as the little fish that Lei Lou was talking about. Lei Lou was like a goshawk in the sky. He had originally been swimming in the small river that belonged to him in an unknown direction, and might eventually die suddenly. But Lei Luo's appearance changed her and also changed her fate. He pulled her out of the irreversible river, and he jumped with her into the wider river. Lei Lou was the person who had changed her fate. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll take 1 step at a time. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to truly accept Lei Lou in my heart. Lei Lou observed her surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, she jumped out of the window. If she stayed there any longer, she might be surrounded by the people behind her. After jumping out of the window, Lei Lou rushed towards the academy. At this moment, inside the Sea Dragon family home, Rui was constantly smashing things to vent his emotions. He was too angry and unwilling. Why? Why? Why did you suddenly betray me? Didn't we have an agreement? That man. Damn you. Lei Lou, why did you suddenly jump into someone else's arms? Why did you do that? Rui roared like he was going crazy. He ignored everyone's attempts to stop him and continued to smash everything in front of him. Wait, could Lei Lou be hiding something? After venting his anger, Rui gradually calmed down. He began to think about the reason for Lei Lou's betrayal. Could it be because, is the news of her family being massacred true? But, Lei Lou shouldn't have betrayed me, right? Rui had been racking his brain. Why did Lei Lou change so much during the summer vacation? Could it be that someone used mental magic? Impossible. This was impossible. Most mental magic had already been lost. According to ancient records, only the fairies on the continent used mental magic. But, during the Hundred Race War, the fairies were the first to be attacked. They were practically wiped out. The fairies that were left behind were few and far between. Most of the mental magic had already been lost. As Xiluo thought about this, he unconsciously drew a hexagram on the ground. Without realizing it, he drew a hexagram. Xiluo lowered his head and looked at the hexagram he had drawn. He was immediately stunned. Hexagram? Did I get it because of the hexagram on Lei Lou's forehead? Xiluo mumbled. Suddenly, Xiluo's face was filled with anger. He suddenly remembered many things. He seemed to have seen a similar hexagram in ancient books. He immediately remembered. Hexagram. This is a master-servant contract. As expected. You are a despicable person. You actually dared to use a master-servant contract on Lei Lou. No wonder Lei Lou left me. Lei Lou, don't worry. I already know. I will definitely help you break this contract. Guards. Xiluo walked out of the room and began to prepare for the rescue plan. Then, the scene of Lei Lou coming out happened. Due to Bing's loud voice, everyone in the academy heard it. As a result, word of mouth spread among the students. In addition to the incident with Lei Lou, the entire school exploded. In the Holy Star Devil Martial Academy, the 10 most beautiful, Fire Phoenix, Lei Lou and Mage Killer, Bing were both bound by a master-slave contract. For this reason, the students even organized a rescue alliance of their own accord. Interesting. Lei Lou found it very interesting. It was only the beginning of the semester, and there were already so many things happening. Lei Lou also knew about it, and he smiled to himself. Hopefully, it will become more interesting in the future. This was because in order to come into contact with a master-slave contract, only when the slave's power far exceeded the master's could the contract be forcefully removed. Of course, there were exceptions. There were also some unknown methods in magic that could remove the contract. However, this was too difficult for a mortal. Lei Lou, are you alright? Bing asked worriedly. At this moment, Bing and Lei Lou had just completed the demotion procedures. They had also been assigned to the first-grade magic martial class, which was the same class as Lei Lou. Is there something wrong? Lei Lou asked in puzzlement. Bing sighed and said, do you know? It's very dangerous for you to go back without informing Master. Master is already a little angry. You have to be careful. Bing could not help but feel a little depressed. The matter between Lei Lou and Xiluo was really a headache. I'll be more careful in the future, Lei Lou said in surprise. Bing could not help but smile bitterly when he saw Lei Lou's expression. You're still as careless as ever. In the future, you have to observe Master's eyes more often. His eyes will be able to reflect his mood very well. You'll know when you pay more attention in the future. Bing thought carefully and felt that she should resolve Xiluo's matter as soon as possible. Otherwise, if anything were to happen in the future, it would be troublesome. Lei Lou, what are you thinking about now? What should I do about Xiluo's matter? When Lei Lou heard Bing ask about the matter that she did not want to think about, she could not help but feel a headache. My heart is in a mess. I don't know what to do either. Seeing this situation, Bing was also worried for her good friend. She said sincerely, Lei Lou, you have to understand that you are no longer a free woman. It is impossible for you to think about Xiluo. Hurry up and forget about him. Bing, you also know that a girl's first love cannot be easily forgotten. Furthermore, Xiluo did not do anything wrong to me. Lei Lou felt a little guilty and didn't know what to do. But Lei Lou, you don't have a choice right now. It's best if you try to fall in love with Lei Lou. That way, you can gradually forget about Hai Rui. Also, you have to be careful in front of Master in the future and stop acting recklessly. I'm afraid that if Master activates the soul control spell in the contract, you won't be yourself anymore. Lei could not help but shudder at the thought of the soul control spell. As long as one had sufficient mental strength, the Master in the Master-Slave contract would be able to activate the soul control spell. The soul control spell allowed the Master to use it on the slave, thus ensuring the slave's absolute loyalty to the Master. As long as the spell was activated, the slave would no longer be able to resist any orders from the Master, and everything would be under the Master's command. The greatest benefit of the soul control spell was that it did not have to erase one's thoughts. They could be controlled by the soul control spell under a clear-headed situation. I understand. I will try to fall in love with Lei Lou. Lei sighed. It seemed like this was the only way. She hoped that she could fall in love with Lei Lou as soon as possible. This way, she would be able to get rid of the pain of being entangled. At the same time, Lei Lou followed the dormitory number and came to the door of his dormitory. Building 02, 3rd floor, number 10. Lei Lou pushed the door open and entered. He realized that there were already 3 people inside. Lei Lou was not the first one to arrive. It seemed like he was the last one to arrive. Hello, my name is Jack. I'm in the martial arts class. A slightly thin young man smiled and greeted Lei Lou. My name is Xing Chen. I'm in the magic martial arts class. Lei Lou also introduced himself. I admire you, I admire you. It's very difficult to get into the magic martial arts class. Now it seems that there are 2 people in our dormitory who are in the magic martial arts class. Jack smiled. I say, Jack, don't be so hypocritical. I've never seen you so polite before, a fat man said with a mocking smile. Then he turned around and said to Lei Lou, you don't have to care about that kid, Jack. As for me, my name is Haite. I'm from the magic martial arts class. I'm still unmarried. Stop. Stop. Stop for a moment. Lei Lou felt that something was not right. Ah, I'm too used to saying it. Haite scratched his head in embarrassment. The other 2 people had already gone under the bed laughing. The last person stood up and said, my name is Lei Lou. I'm not as perverted as Haite. I'm from the magic class. This Lei Lou was obviously a magician. He wore a black robe, but even though it was a loose black robe, one could see that he was extremely thin and weak. Haite, are you from the sea dragon family? Hearing Haite's name, Lei Lou couldn't help but ask. Haite was stunned for a moment before he quickly replied, that's right, I am the young master of the sea dragon family. What can I do for you? Lei Lou shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental. Who is that Hai Rui to you? Lei Lou threw his things onto his bed and began to make his bed. Hai Rui. It's my little brother. What's wrong with him? Did he offend you? Haite asked in confusion. Lei Lou replied casually, it's nothing much. It's just a small conflict. Oh right, he's quite good. I never thought that you'd be able to join the magic martial arts class. Of course. Look at who I am. The bloodline of the sea dragon family is a natural talent. Haite laughed as he bragged about himself, looking extremely confident. Jack, who was beside him, immediately mocked, I remember who was beaten up like a pig's head by the teacher during the test. In the end, it was the teacher who felt sorry for you and gave you a pass. Hearing this, Haite immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He chased Jack around the house and beat him up. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha. The others were also laughing like a ball. In the dormitory, Lei Lou chatted with them for a very long time. The rules of this academy were very simple. The strong were respected. Whoever was stronger would have the right to speak. The rules of this dormitory were also like this. In the end, based on strength, Lei Lou became the boss without any suspense. Because Lei Lou was the strongest among everyone. Haite was second, although he barely passed the test. But after all, he was able to enter the magic martial class with his strength. Jack was ranked third, Lei Lou was fourth. The strength ranking of the dormitory was determined just like that. Just when Lei Lou and the others were chatting happily, a dangerous model suddenly flashed in Lei Lou's heart. After a careful analysis, Lei Lou's expression immediately changed. He hurriedly bid farewell to the three people in the dormitory and ran to a place where no one was around. Then, he used spatial transference. With a flash of white light, Lei Lou's figure disappeared into the void. Lei Lou discovered that the spatial barrier of this world had just been torn open by a powerful spatial turbulence. This was a fatal danger. Lei Lou did not wish for monsters from other worlds to come to this place. This was Lei Lou's own small world. In this world, he was the unrivaled god of creation. When Lei Lou arrived at the location of the spatial rift, it was as if the world had come to an end. A huge black hole in the sky continuously spewed out all sorts of spatial energy. The surrounding mountains and rivers had long been turned into dust by the powerful spatial turbulence. Spatial seal. Lei Lou opened his hands and condensed a huge white ball of light. He raised the huge ability ball with both hands and rushed towards the black hole. Under Lei Lou's spatial seal, the spatial crack was gradually closed. Then, Lei Lou used his own energy to strengthen the spatial barrier once more. To prevent such a thing from happening again in the future. It's finally done. I'm exhausted. Lei Lou wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Then, he turned around and returned to the campus. Lei Lou, what did you do just now? Lei Lou smiled and returned to the dormitory with a tired face. Jack and the other two asked him with great concern. Nothing, I just went to take care of some things. Lei Lou sat down on the bed, lay down and fell asleep. He did not expect that this was only the first day of school and he was already so tired. Tomorrow would be the official start of class. Anyway, he had to get a good sleep first. A vague thought flashed through Lei Lou's mind, and the day of school officially began. Early the next morning, Lei Lou was woken up by Jack, who was overloaded with energy. Boss, you should get up soon. Go to class early so that you can find something to do. Jack ignored everyone's objections and forcefully pulled the three of them up. Of course, he was also blamed by everyone. I was kind enough to ask you to get up, but you still said bad things. Sigh, what exactly am I after? Jack pitifully wiped his tears behind his back and pretended to cry. Lei Lou and the other two smiled but didn't say anything. Lei Lou and Haite walked into the first grade's magic martial arts class together, and almost a third of the people had already arrived. It seemed that Jack was right. They had to come here early and fight for a good seat. The moment Lei Lou walked into the class, he was immediately stared at by a group of girls with sparkling eyes. Haite muttered from behind, "Boss is so handsome. What am I going to do in the future?" Bang! Lei Lou turned around and kicked Haite out. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Nelly and Bing were in the back rows. There was even a special spot between the two of them. They were quite thoughtful. There was no need to say who this spot was reserved for. Lei Lou walked forward quickly and sat between the two of them without holding back. Within a short period of time, the surrounding boys were filled with hatred. The female students were extremely jealous. Boss, you're really too ruthless. I only muttered a few sentences. He limped into the classroom and suddenly stared at Lei Lou carefully. Lei Lou felt goosebumps all over his body. Wow, boss, you're really amazing. In just a short while, you sat between two beautiful women. I'm impressed, I'm impressed. Haite rushed over quickly. His face was not red and his heart was not beating. He was very thick-skinned and started to praise Lei Lou. Stop. 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 If you don't stop, I will drown in your saliva. Lei Lou quickly interrupted his flattery. Nelly and Bing were already laughing their heads off. Haite, you are still so humorous, haha. Nelly laughed loudly. Only then did Haite notice that it was his brother's good friend, Nelly. Haite, you should know each other, right? These two are my future wives, Bing and Nelly. Lei Lou laughed as he spoke. Haite was taken aback. These two are both your wives? Lei Lou stretched out his hands and pulled Bing and Nelly into his embrace. He smiled as he said to Haite, if they aren't mine, are they still yours? Haite immediately noticed a hint of sadness in Nelly's eyes. Although Haite was a humorous person, this did not affect his analytical ability at all. As the eldest young master of the Sea Dragon family, he had received all kinds of training since he was young. From what he had just Haite immediately knew about the conflict between Lei Lou and Hai Rui. However, even though Haite knew, his EQ was very high, so he would not reveal these things. That was because the gloomy look in Nelly's eyes just now meant that there was something else that he did not know about. Before Haite fully understood something, he would not make any conclusions. It's a pity that no one wants a handsome guy like me. This is so embarrassing. In the future, boss will still have to teach me how to pick up women. I will find one too, Haite continued to speak with a cheeky smile. If you want to pick up women, you should first. The surrounding people were stunned as they listened to the two discuss their love experiences. Bing and Nelly would join in the discussion from time to time to share the opinions of the girls. The morning classes were so boring. They were all about how to increase one's mental strength through meditation. These classes were completely useless to Lei Lou. Because Lei Lou's spiritual power was almost limitless. He was the god of creation of this world. It was impossible for this world to have spiritual power that was stronger than Lei Lou's. Lei Lou had practically used spiritual power to create everything in this world. He had come here to take lessons so that his heart of darkness and heart of light could experience it. Therefore, these lessons were trash among trash to Lei Lou. These mortals did not understand the essence of magic at all. However, this knowledge was still useful to those teenagers and girls. The teaching method of the magic martial arts class was completely different from the other classes. Because those who could come to the magic martial arts class were all geniuses. It didn't matter if you came to class or not. As long as you could pass the test, there was no problem at all. If you couldn't pass, you could only go to other lower grade classes to study. When Lei Lou heard the news, he skipped class that afternoon and left. He ran to the school's library alone and relied on books to understand the knowledge about this world. Compared to those few old men who taught in class, it was much more efficient. It's really grand. A library is actually built so big. Lei Lou came in front of the academy's library and could not help but sigh. After walking into the library, his thoughts became even more obvious. There were 5 floors in the whole library. There were about tens of thousands of books on each floor. What's the point of building so many floors? Where's the money? Lei Lou was trying to figure out what each floor of the library did. He found a girl like a librarian and asked, I would like to ask, why does this library building have so many floors? You mean the library? Yes. Because this is the largest library in the entire central continent, with a total of more than 500,000 books. The types of books in the library are also the richest in the continent. The books that are built on more than 5 floors have different functions. The first floor is for entry-level people to read. They include books that are needed by beginner-level mages, beginner-level warriors, and others. The higher the level, the higher the level. Oh. There are so many floors. Is there such a use? Yes. If you want to go to a higher floor, you have to have different abilities. For example, if you go to the second floor, then your ability must be magic or combat aura. You have to reach the level of an intermediate mage or an intermediate swordsman. That's because the passage to the next level is personally set up by the dean. If you haven't reached a certain level, you won't be able to go up. Oh. Is that so? Then, thank you. By the way, can I ask your name? Lei Lou asked with a smile. No need to thank me. My name is Xue Ling, and I'm an intermediate magician. If you don't mind, you can call me Xue Linger, the girl said. My name is Lei Lou, and I'm in the first grade magic martial arts class. After introducing the intermediate level, they immediately heard a rather unpleasant voice. A first grade person dares to come here. You're really good. Don't you agree, Miss Xue Ling? A slightly handsome youth ridiculed arrogantly. Where I want to go is my business. I don't need you, a bastard who only knows how to shout, to control me, right? After hearing the voice, Lei Lou immediately began to retort. If he wasn't in a good mood, he would have been struck to death long ago. Who are you calling only knows how to shout? I'm a high-level swordsman. Who's talking? I'm just talking about who. And you said your level out loud. Are you trying to show off in front of a beauty? Say it again. I told you already. And this is the library. If you want to fight, let's go outside and practice, okay? Let's go. Who's afraid of who? After saying that, he walked out. After the boy walked out, Xue Linger, who was standing next to Lei Lou, said to him, You have to be careful. He has the strength of an advanced swordsman. If you can't beat him, just admit defeat. Advanced swordsman. I don't even care about him. After saying that, Lei Lou turned around and walked out. At this time, Xue Linger also followed out curiously. After they walked out, the masked woman who had appeared in the test field also quietly followed them out. People always liked to be lively. Once something happened, it would definitely attract a large number of people to come and watch. Today, Lei Lou also thoroughly experienced this point. As soon as he heard that there was a duel, the square was immediately filled with people. Lei Lou and the man stood opposite each other. The arrogant man drew his long sword and made an offensive posture. Lei Lou was more relaxed. He just casually stood there. He looked at the other party arrogantly. The arrogant man was immediately angered by Lei Lou's disdainful attitude. He brandished his sword and stabbed forward. This sword strike was steady and fast. From this sword strike, this arrogant man's basic skills were also very stable. He still had some strength. However, compared to Lei Lou, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Fireball Barrage. Fireball Barrage was a grade 3 spell, but it was only an enhanced version of the fireball spell. At the same time as he said this, a series of small fireballs flew out from Lei Lou's hands. The arrogant man did not mind at first. With his combat aura, he was able to resist it. However, when he saw the sand on the ground being hit by the fireballs, Poochie, it turned into water. The other party immediately tried his best to dodge. He did not think that his body was stronger than a rock. The more the arrogant man dodged, the angrier he became. Fireball Barrage could at most shoot out more than 30 fireballs, but Lei Lou had already shot out more than 100. He could not receive them head-on either. The feeling of having no place to use his strength was unbearable. Lei Lou looked at the arrogant man jumping left and right, and the people around him laughed. But they were more surprised. How could Lei Lou's magic be so powerful? As soon as Lei Lou stopped, there was no more fireball in his hand. The arrogant man stopped and panted heavily. The people around him laughed again. The arrogant man's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. He knew that he really couldn't win today. He wouldn't be able to stand among his classmates in the future. The arrogant man circulated his battle spirit again and used all his battle spirit to increase his speed. As long as he could get close to the magic stone, it would be much easier. This time, the arrogant man's speed was indeed fast enough. The surrounding people could not help but exclaim in admiration for Lei Lou. When the arrogant man saw that Lei Lou did not move, he thought that Lei Lou had used up all his magic power. He immediately put in more effort and increased his speed to a rapid speed. Just when he thought that he was about to succeed, a mud wall suddenly stood up on the ground. At such a high speed, the arrogant man had no time to slow down. The result was obvious. Bang! There was a loud sound. The arrogant man was embedded on the mud wall. The surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. Fortunately, the arrogant man fainted from the impact. Otherwise, he would definitely be so angry that he would vomit blood. Lei Lou smiled elegantly and turned around to leave. He ignored the astonished gazes of the others and walked towards the library. He had charmed countless girls in this duel. Wow! He's handsome and strong. He's really a top-notch husband. Forget it. I heard that someone like you is a student of the magic martial arts class. If I can be his girlfriend, it would be worth it if I die. At this moment, behind an uncle, the figure of the masked woman in white appeared. She looked at the piece of paper in her hand and muttered. Name, Lei Lou. Mysterious identity. Shocking magic power. Strength unknown. Possesses the mystical sword of order. Suspected divine weapon, the hand of time, is also in the hands of this person. He was the first to appear near the forest of magical beasts and annihilate the first mountain villa. He is acquainted with the god of the phoenixes, the evil death phoenix. His race is unknown. Who is this person? This won't do. I have to report this to the higher-ups. With a flash of white light, she had already disappeared. If there were any high-level mages present, they would definitely be so excited that their mouths would be agape. This was a long-lost spatial teleportation spell. When Lei Lou returned to the library, the girl named Xue Ling was still staring at Lei Lou in a daze. She probably didn't expect that Lei Lou would win so easily. Xue Linger, where are the magic books? Such a big library, where should I go to find them? Over there. Xue Linger pointed at a few rows of huge bookshelves and spoke. Thank you. Lei Lou spent the entire afternoon in the library. The first floor was basically filled with level 1 to level 3 spells. This place was very simple. One would basically be able to learn it after reading it once. However, Lei Lou was very interested in the summoning magic. After studying it, Lei Lou finally understood. The summoning magic used magic to summon a summoned beast from the Beast Mountain in the alternate dimension to help him in battle. However, as a summoned beast, it needed to pay a certain amount of spiritual power to the summoned beast. Beast Mountain. Lei Lou was a little confused. He didn't remember creating this space. He tried it according to the method in the book and couldn't help but feel helpless. It turned out that the so-called Beast Mountain was created by Lei Lou. At that time, he randomly created some strange things and threw them into a space. To put it simply, the Beast's Mountain was a garbage disposal station for failed products. After tens of thousands of years of fusion and battle, the magical beasts that had been thrown into it already had their own system. Who would have thought that the garbage disposal station, which had been created to create magical beast snacks in the past, would now become the birthplace of the summoning element? Lei Lou carefully read the magic book on the summoning element. It turned out that the power of the summoning beast was closely related to the spellcaster's spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the monster that was summoned. Lei Lou did not know what kind of magical beast would be summoned if he summoned it himself. Lei Lou felt a little curious. It was likely that he would summon some kind of super divine beast or super magical beast or something like that. Thinking about it, he was really looking forward to it. Lei Lou spent the entire afternoon reading through the 6 elements of wind, water, fire, earth, light, and darkness, all from level 1 to level 6. To Lei Lou, these spells were too simple. However, what interested Lei Lou the most was the composite type of magic. Using different magic stacking together could produce different effects. Compared to a single magic power, if the different elements were combined well, the effects produced by the composite magic would be quite powerful. The afternoon passed just like that. Lei Lou felt that class was about to end. He left the library to fetch Lei and Bing. At the agreed-upon square, Lei Lou saw Lei and Bing surrounded by everyone. Something seemed to have happened. Make way. Lei Lou used his combat aura and forced a path through the crowd. Of course, this made the people around him very unhappy. However, when they saw that it was Lei Lou, they immediately made a path for him to pass through. This made Lei Lou feel very strange. Lei Lou walked to the middle and immediately understood what was going on. It was that annoying Hai Rui again. This time, he actually dared to continue pestering Lei. Lei's actions made Lei Lou feel a little better. He only saw Lei hiding behind Bing and did not show any signs of intimacy. Lei Lou walked to the middle of the stage and waved his hand. Lei and Bing obediently walked over. They stood on both sides of Lei Lou. Hai Rui saw Lei Lou and immediately said with hatred, "You bastard. You actually dared to force Lei to sign a master-slave contract with Bing." Hearing this, the people around them burst into an uproar. No wonder Fire Phoenix Lei had left Hai Rui. Immediately, the people around them looked at Hai Rui with sympathy. On the other hand, Lei Lou's gaze was filled with anger. He sensed the thoughts of the people around him. They were probably jealous. Everyone thought that they wouldn't care if they snatched Lei away. She was already taken. But this fellow had actually snatched away Bing. The goddess in his heart had been forced to sign a master-slave contract. This was something that could not be forgiven. That's right. Lei and Bing had indeed signed a master-slave contract with me, but this was their own wish. What can you do about it? Lei Lou said disdainfully. Hai Rui was also fuming with anger. I want a duel with you. If you lose, you will let Bing and Lei go. When the people around them heard this, they immediately gave way to an empty space. Lei Lou waved his hand, telling Lei and Bing to retreat. This was another duel, but he did not expect it to be one wave after another. Lei Lou sighed. It seemed like his time on campus was not that calm. However, this was also what Lei Lou wanted. Didn't he come to the human world just to experience this kind of emotion? This was the real life of the human world. It would be too boring to stay in the divine realm all the time. In the elegant campus, there was a scene that completely contradicted this place. Several students were standing in the square with a lively atmosphere. They stood in a mess and scattered everywhere. This ruined the beauty of the entire school. Of course, Lei Lou was one of them. But, there was no suspense to this challenge. There was no way Hai Rui would be able to defeat Lei Lou. This duel would only increase Lei Lou's reputation in the school. Speaking of which, Hai Rui's strength was considered pretty good compared to ordinary people. In addition to his status as the second young master of the Sea Dragon family, this was enough to attract the attention of all the beauties. No wonder Lei liked him. The Sea Dragon family was the second aristocratic family in the empire. However, if he angered Lei Lou, the Sea Dragon family would disappear from this continent as well. Hai Rui used his pale orange combat aura and looked at Lei Lou warily. Although he had never personally witnessed Lei Lou's strength, there were no weaklings in the magic martial arts class. The magic martial arts class meant that you were the strongest of the strong, the genius of the geniuses. Lei Lou decided to test his magic in this battle. Fireball. Lei Lou waved his hand and a fireball the size of a basketball flew past him. Hai Rui swung his sword with all his might and a powerful sword energy broke through the fireball. Immediately after, Hai Rui rushed to Lei Lou's side and swung his sword towards Lei Lou's vitals. From the look in his eyes and the way he used his sword, Lei Lou could tell that he hated Lei Lou to the core. Fire shield. Clang. The fire shield helped Lei Lou block these attacks. Hai Rui was once again shocked. The fire shield was a level 6 fire-type defensive spell. Lei Lou didn't even need to chant a spell to cast it. His talent in magic was definitely not simple. Hai Rui waved his sword and retracted everything. He turned around beautifully and arrived beside Lei Lou. The weakness of the fire shield was that it could only protect one direction. This was the blind spot of the fire shield. However, this situation didn't exist for Lei Lou. Shield of light. Clang. Another beautiful barrier appeared. The shield of light appeared in front of Hai Rui. To him, it was an impenetrable wall. But, the audience still had high hopes for Hai Rui. Because he had the initiative to attack on stage, while Lei Lou was only defending. However, Lei Lou was only experimenting with magic. It wasn't that he didn't know how to attack. Hai Rui once again used a beautiful move to circle behind Lei Lou. He swung his sword at Lei Lou, but this time, Lei Lou did not block. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a white light flashed. In an instant, he had moved 10 meters behind Hai Rui. Teleportation. The surrounding people gasped in surprise. Because teleportation and blinking were different. Blinking could only allow the caster to move within a 20-meter radius. Whereas teleportation could allow the caster to move around with any object or person. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. A spell created by Lei Lou flew out of their hands. Exploding fireball. A golden fireball about the size of a pearl rushed towards Hai Rui's back. The exploding fireball compressed a large number of fire elements into a special fireball. No one knew what was happening behind them. But, as a fighter, Hai Rui's sharp instincts told him that he needed to escape. Without hesitation, Hai Rui charged forward. At the same time, he channeled all of his battle spirit onto his back to defend himself. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded as smoke filled the air. After the smoke dispersed, a large crater appeared in the center of the arena. Hai Rui stood unsteadily at the bottom of the crater. His armor was almost completely shattered. His back was a bloody mess. Blood continued to ooze out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. The outcome of this match was self-evident. Lei Lou glanced at Lei Lou from the corner of his eyes. Lei Lou did not make any big movements. This made Lei Lou quite happy. As long as they were his people, they would never be able to leave Lei Lou. Get lost. Hai Rui walked out of the pit with great difficulty. Everyone around him opened up a path for him sympathetically. Just as Hai Rui was about to walk out of the crowd, he turned around to take a look. But, this one look made Hai Rui feel even more sorrowful. Lei Lou did not even look at him. She was smiling as she spoke to his enemy. He had lost this match because he was not strong enough. Hai Rui swore to himself that he would definitely win against Lei Lou. He wanted Lei Lou to return to his side. After Hai Rui left, Lei Lou realized that the students around him were looking at him menacingly. The way they looked at him was as if Lei Lou had stolen their wives. It was as if they wanted to attack Lei Lou together. At this moment, someone shouted. We have more people. Don't be afraid of him. Everyone, attack together. Save our goddesses. They were still misunderstanding the situation. They thought that Lei Lou had forced Bing to sign a contract with Lei Lou, which was why they had listened to them. That was why most of them had a sense of justice in their hearts. They felt that they had to save their goddess. Hence, they all dispersed in a hubbub. At that moment, there was a clamor. Countless fireballs and wind blades flew over. Lei Lou hugged Lei Lou and Bing. They were also pulled up into the air and flew to his side. As the saying goes, if people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, heaven and earth will destroy them. Non-elemental spell, Mirror of Reflection. A semicircular silver light barrier blocked all the spells and bounced them back. The crowd was in a mess. Earthquake spell. Boom. The ground began to shake. The surrounding students lost their balance and fell to the ground. Let's go. Lei Lou pulled Lei Lou and Bing up. With a flash of white light, they moved out of the encirclement and left the place. He sent Lei Lou and Bing back to their dormitory. Then, Lei Lou teleported back to his own dormitory. Just as Lei Lou entered the dormitory, 3 figures immediately pounced on him. Lei Lou instinctively flashed, and the 3 figures that pounced on him all fell to the ground. Aya. Haite, you're on the wrong person. Jack, who was at the bottom, said with a sad face. Ah. You made me excited for nothing. Haite moved his fat body away, and Jack, who was underground, was almost squashed. Boss, you are really amazing. All the students in the school are trying to kill you. Lei Lou laughed. Jack simply stood up and mumbled, it seems that everyone in the school is saying that whoever can defeat you can be together with Lei Lou and Bing. Is that true? Lei Lou was speechless. However, the power of rumors was too strong. Lei Lou could not help but smile bitterly and said, it seems that I have become the public enemy of the entire school. Jack walked to Lei Lou's side and whispered, based on past experience, you should be careful in this aspect. You should be careful of being poisoned while eating, be careful of being smashed while walking, be careful of being killed while sleeping, and be careful in class. He saw Jack counting his fingers and telling him the things he should be careful of. Lei Lou was also speechless when he saw him. Was he so hated on campus? It seemed that if he stayed in this dormitory, he would probably end up just like Jack said. He had to be careful everywhere. In order not to implicate others, it seemed that he had to move out. However, it was interesting to be treated as the enemy of the whole school. The power of the masses was indeed great. In the next week, no matter where Lei Lou went, there would be a crowd of people crowding around him. However, those people were also students. Lei Lou had no intention of hurting them. Usually, if he met them, he would teleport away. However, many of the students were still unrepentant. Instead, more and more students gathered. Did they really think that he was a tiger that did not show its might, and that he was a sick cat? At this moment, Lei Lou was surrounded by a group of people. Lei Lou, Lei Lou, and Bing were surrounded. After being shaken off by Lei Lou many times, many of the students learned to be smarter. The swordsmen were in the front, the mages were in the middle, and the magic warriors were at the back. In addition, no one knew who had created a space-sealing magic scroll to block teleportation. Although this magic scroll was useless to Lei Lou. But it was better not to appear too shocking. Such an interesting campus life was something that they couldn't wait for. Non-elemental magic, Mirror of Reflection. When the students saw this move again, many mages felt helpless. This defensive barrier could actually reflect magic. Many students suffered a great loss in front of this magic. Seeing this situation, they also responded accordingly. The magic immediately ended, and many swordsmen swarmed forward, using pure force to launch an attack. The mirror of reflection that reflected physical attacks was far less effective than casting magic. Even so, everyone's palms were still numb from the shock. At this moment, everyone was staring at the three people in the arena. Normally, at this time, the three of them would use teleportation to escape. But at this time, it was different from what everyone thought. Fire Dragon Dance. 5 fire dragons emerged from Lei Luo's hands and grew bigger and bigger. The Fire Dragon Dance was modified based on the Fire Dragon spell. After Lei Luo's modification, not only was its power stronger, but its range was also greatly increased. The crowd had never seen such a spell before, so they were all stunned for a moment. The surrounding swordsmen were all heavily injured. All of them fell to the ground, feeling very sad. The students who were not injured were all dragged to the back to be treated. This time, Lei Luo was going to make an example of them. He did not care whether the others were injured or not, as long as no one died. Light Assault Cannon. A huge white light shot out from Lei Luo's hand. Countless people on the opposite side were immediately blasted away. Lei Luo changed directions and once again used a level 7 fire-type spell. Fiery Rain Meteor. Countless fiery meteors whistled out from the sky. Countless fiery meteors shot out from the sky towards the densely packed crowd. This time, everyone was doomed. They had never thought that Lei Luo would counterattack. This was something that had never happened before. Moreover, this attack was a high-level spell. Instantly, countless people were heavily injured. Meteorite Impact. A huge meteorite with a long flaming tail rushed down. Looking at the situation, the combination of fire and earth elements was no joke. If they were hit, there was no chance of survival. Boom! The flaming meteorite smashed down, and smoke immediately filled the air. Countless people were sent flying by the shockwave and the meteorite hit the ground. Those who were not injured had long run far away. They did not dare to provoke Lei Luo anymore. He was too abnormal. Everyone, come on. He cast so many high-level spells. He must have no more magic power. Everyone, attack. Someone shouted again, and the rest of the people swarmed forward. Lei Luo felt really helpless, and his hands lit up. A pair of silver-white gloves were put on his hands. Time freeze. The silver light on his hands flashed, and instantly, everyone realized that the world around them had lost its color. It had become a world of gray and white, any color. At the same time, everyone realized that other than being able to think, they were unable to do anything else. Some of them were even directly pushed into the air, and all sorts of magic were frozen in the void. When Lei Luo's hands touched Neili and Bing, the two of them immediately regained their ability to move. Lei Luo held one person in each hand. Under everyone's terrified gazes, they left the place. 10 minutes after Lei Luo left, time suddenly recovered. The people in the air and magic were all in time and space. The scene was even more chaotic. Many people were injured. Because there were too many students who were seriously injured this time, the school specially made an investigation into this matter. Finally, the results were given. As Lei Luo did not initiate the attack, and he tolerated it many times, there were no huge consequences. Therefore, Lei Luo did not receive any punishment. However, the students who took the lead were very miserable. They had to bear the main responsibility. However, at the moment, Lei Luo did not care about this. Lei Luo was choosing his own house. He walked around the school for a long time. In the end, he chose a luxurious house. This house was a luxurious villa. Lei Luo, Neili, and Bing walked into the villa. They were greeted by a green garden with a large lawn. There were also many man-made artificial mountains and an artificial lake. It was said that this artificial lake was connected to underground water, so there would not be any sewage. Walking to the front of the house, Lei Luo carefully admired the 3-story tall villa. The walls were pure white, and the roof was dark blue. It was obvious that the craftsman had spent a lot of effort to build this villa. After entering the house, Lei Lou realized that the floor was made of pure crystal, and the interior was extremely bright. Lei and Bing were stunned. They had never seen such a luxurious villa before. Lei Lou looked around again. He was satisfied with the entire villa. The floor was almost paved with crystals. The pure white walls looked so pure. When Lei Lou found out the price of the villa, he could not help but be shocked. It was 100,000 purple crystal coins. One purple crystal coin was equivalent to 100 gold coins. However, for Lei Lou, he had plenty of money. Therefore, he did not hesitate to buy this villa. "Master, we still need to buy some servants to clean this place. If you have time, go to the slave market and take a look." After seeing the entire villa, Bing suggested to Lei Lou. Lei Lou scratched Bing's small nose and said with a smile, "Of course, I still hope to be able to move in as soon as possible. That way, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." Upon hearing this, the clever Bing immediately understood what Lei Lou meant. She immediately blushed in embarrassment and hid behind Lei, saying plaintively, "Master, how can you joke with Bing like this?" Ha! When Lei Lou saw Bing's shy expression, he could not help but laugh out loud. Lei laughed softly as well. The setting sun shone on Lei's body, making Lei's figure look pink with affection. In addition, Naise's smile was so charming, as though she was about to become one with the heavens and earth. The surrounding people stared at the goddess, Lei, in a daze. What's wrong with all of you?" Lei suddenly realized that the people around her, as well as Lei Lou, were staring at her blankly. She could not help but feel a little uneasy as she asked. Lei Lou reached out and carried Lei up. He whispered into Lei's ear, "Lei, do you know how beautiful you were just now?" Bing also said, "Lei, you were so beautiful just now. You were just like a goddess, so beautiful." "Is that so?" Lei could not help but blush, but the joy on her face could not be hidden. Which girl did not like others to compliment her looks? Lei was no exception. Lei Lou blew into Lei's ear and said, "I can't help but want to give you." Lei's face was flushed red from Lei Lou's blow. She lay quietly on Lei Lou's body. Lei Lou also hugged Lei and held Bing's hand as they walked together. The passers-by looked at Lei Lou enviously. Lei leaned against Lei Lou's broad chest and could not help but sigh. It would be very good if such a life could continue. Bing skipped along, while Lei quietly leaned on Lei Lou. At this moment, the three's hearts were closer than they had ever been before. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the three of them very, very long. It was as if a beautiful oil painting had been left behind in the city under the setting sun. The next morning, Lei Lou, Lei, and Bing went to a slave market in the southwest corner of the city. The slave market was by the river. The outer wall of the city hall was covered with reliefs of the river. It was a scene from a long time ago. Children were playing by the river. Women came to the river with clay pots to fetch water. Fishing boats floated by on the river. Men were standing at the stern, dragging their nets. Flocks of fish jumped out of the water, a lively scene. But this was what the river used to look like. This river was occupied by the slave markets. The upper reaches of the river were still clear and quiet, but the lower reaches became noisy and dirty. The people living on both sides of the lower reaches were the lower-class citizens of the city. They were prostitutes, criminals, and even pagans. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads.